rudolfsteineraudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works 75 by Rudolf Steiner, a set of lectures given from June 17, 1920 and May 11, 1922, 5 public lectures and a disputation evening held in various cities in Switzerland and Germany. Translated by Sabine Seiler. Readers aside, I hope that I am saying her name correctly, and the readers aside. The book is entitled Anthroposophy and the Natural Sciences, Foundations and Methods. Part 1, Lecture 1, entitled Spiritual Science, Natural Science, and Technology, given in Stuttgart on June 17, 1920. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, today I will present a few findings to you from what I have for a number of years called anthroposophically oriented spiritual science. And I am doing so in the awareness that on this evening, in this first lecture, I will not be able to do more than give you a few introductory ideas. I do not have any illusions that such a presentation can bring about instant conviction. But it may be possible that in the discussion following the general characterization I will present to you, special wishes can be satisfied and specific questions addressed. In order to not take up too much time, I want to start right away by talking about what is essential first, and that is to characterize what anthroposophically oriented spiritual science really wants to be. It differs from what is generally called science in the methods of its research. Indeed, anthroposophically oriented spiritual science is convinced that any serious and sincere striving in the modern sciences, if pursued consistently, will necessarily ultimately lead to its method. I want to speak to you in a scientific sense, because after all, I myself did not start from some view of theology, from some questions about world views, or from philosophy in the sense in which people usually understand those things. Rather, I started with technical studies, and these technical studies led me to the realization that this spiritual science is a necessity at this time in our historical development. That is why I feel especially glad to be able to speak this evening particularly to you. When we are working in the natural sciences, as is commonly understood in contemporary thinking, we are, first of all, dealing with something that is spread all around us, namely the world of sensory facts. And we then apply our thinking, specifically our methodically trained thinking, to discover laws by appropriately examining these sensory facts. We look for what we have become used to calling natural laws, laws of history, and so on. Now, this way of relating to the world is not something spiritual science rejects. Rather, it wants to base itself on the solid ground of this scientific research. But standing on this solid ground, it pursues its studies starting from the point of view of human life itself. Precisely because spiritual science is serious about the natural science, it comes to those limits of scientific understanding that are even admitted by level-headed natural scientists. And in regard to what the natural sciences can be, spiritual science is completely in agreement with those who say, by summarizing external facts, we can advance with scientific methods up to a certain level. But we cannot get beyond a certain limit, as long as we ourselves remain within the paradigm of this natural scientific research. Only when we have reached what we are striving for in ordinary life, and what the natural sciences are aiming for, do we come to the beginning of what is sought for by the spiritual science described here. By understanding the facts around us with our thinking, we arrive at certain boundary concepts. I will only mention a few boundary concepts here, regardless of whether they are understood as mere functions or as realities. I mean boundary concepts such as atom, matter, and so on. In any case, we operate with these boundary concepts, even if we do not look for demonic beings standing behind them. We encounter such boundary concepts especially when we are active in the branches of the sciences that are fundamental for technology. There, in a sense, those boundary concepts stand like pillars. And as long as we wish to remain within the confines of ordinary science, we come to a standstill at these boundary pillars. For those active in the spiritual science meant here, the actual work only starts at those boundary posts. This means that those spiritual scientists enter into a certain kind of inner struggle in what I call meditation. Please don't take exception to that term. It's simply a technical term like many others. This inner struggle involves those concepts, more or less all those boundary concepts of natural science. And this inner struggle turns out to be a fruitful one for those engaged in it. This reminds me of a man who taught here in this city, at this university, in the second half of the 19th century, and who again and again emphasized this struggle in which people are engaged when they run into the limits of ordinary science. The man I am referring to was Friedrich Theodor Fischer. He knew a thing or two about what people can experience when they encounter concepts such as atom, matter, natural law, force, and so on. What I mean here is not some sort of brooding, but rather it is a summoning of everything within our soul that has led us to these concepts, so that we can then try to live with those concepts meditatively. What exactly does that mean? It means establishing within ourselves inner discipline, so that we can look inside ourselves at what we have in our soul at such a boundary concept, and to look in the same way we usually look at external objects. Of course, I mentioned only a few boundary concepts. There are more, and I could name others. But what matters is that when we try to focus our whole soul only on such concepts, abstracting ourselves from all other experiences, then we make an inner discovery that is unsettling, harrowing. It shows us that seen from a certain point of life, of our inner life, our concepts become things that grow on their own in our soul, and that behave quite differently after such meditative work than when we take them only as a result of observation of the external world. Just as we can observe that as children grow up, certain organs that are at first undifferentiated become increasingly differentiated, that as we observe that organs are growing, likewise, we feel in such a meditative dedication to the results of scientific experience that inner growth happens in our soul. And then comes the unsettling insight when we realize that it is not through speculation or speculative philosophy that we can advance beyond what we call the limits of our knowledge of nature. We can advance beyond that limit only through direct, unmediated experience. Only when we transform what we have gained with thinking into an inner experience of contemplation or beholding. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the first step we take. In other words, we can clearly sense that the method becomes quite different than the ordinary scientific method, which I, more than anyone, can objectively accept, and that, therefore, something new is entering upon the scene, namely, that mere thinking, mere comprehending, turns into inner experiencing. And that is when consistent, patient, and sustained experiencing in this direction will lead to what we ultimately cannot call anything other than an experience of spiritual existence. From the point of view of anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, we cannot speak about this experiencing of the spiritual world in any other way. For this experience of the spiritual world is not a given for human beings. Rather, this is something we must fight to achieve. When we advance to a certain level of this experience, then we notice that the thinking we usually engage in and use as our tool for understanding the world around us, this thinking now stands in a quite different relationship to our entire bodily being than we would have assumed, based merely on our knowledge of nature. Even solely on the basis of a knowledge of nature, we are aware that with the bodily changes and transformations that happen over time, from youth to old age and so on, our soul also undergoes changing conditions. One can advance physiologically using natural scientific thinking. For example, it is possible to show that in fact in the nervous system, in the brain, there is an expression of the structure, the configuration of our thinking. And there, when we follow up the matter consistently from a particular point of view, we indeed find that thinking, our life in thoughts, emerges from something we can at best hypothesize about today. People who have experienced inwardly what I have characterized as experienceable will say something else. They will say that when we walk on a muddy road, for example, or drive on a muddy road, we leave ruts or imprints of our footsteps. It would obviously be totally wrong if out of ignorance we then were to come up with the theory that an extraterrestrial being had made those ruts and footprints, or if we were to come up with the hypothesis that there are forces under the Earth's surface that work in such a way as to cause these ruts and footprints. Thus, people say, and I emphasize that to a certain extent it is right to say this, that based on insights from the natural sciences, the physiological structure of the brain is what ultimately comes to expression in the function of thinking. But those who have experienced what I have described will not agree. They will say that just as those ruts and footprints have not been caused from the interior of the earth through some internal force, but rather by something that drove or walked over the ground there, so the physical brain has been shaped into its furrows, free thinking. And what can still to a certain extent change these furrows after we have entered physical life at birth is what, descending from the spiritual worlds, does the work of shaping these furrows to begin with. This is how we arrive at the insight that the soul is indeed the active element. It is the soul that shapes and designs the bodily form. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that from the intellectual and theoretical standpoint, of course, hundreds of objections can be raised against what I am saying here. But spiritual science must point to experience. It must point out that until we have the experience I just described, we feel justified in believing that our thoughts emerge out of the physical brain as a function of it, whereas when we ourselves experience this thought life, then we know how active it is in itself, that it has its own intrinsic being and is in constant movement. That is, we know that this thought life is actually what is active compared to the passive corporeality. This is in a way the first experience that presents itself to us as something we do not attain by means of a straight, linear continuation of the methods of ordinary science. Rather, we attain this only through a metamorphosis, through a transformation of the ordinary scientific method into a method that is solely experiential, a method that is made up not of speculation, but of inner experiencing. that is one side of the issue. The other side of this inner experiencing concerns the inner development of our will. When you look at your life, you can see the transformations you have undergone in the course of your life. You can call to mind what your inner psychological and outer physical condition was like 1 year ago, 5 years ago, or even 10 years ago. You have to admit that you have undergone changes, transformations. These changes or metamorphoses, how do you go through them? In a certain sense, we surrender ourselves passively to the external world. After all, just ask yourself, and be honest now, to what extent you are active in what you have become through the external world. The external world, inheritance, upbringing, and so on. All of these shape every one of us. And what shapes us there continues to work on us and have an effect. In general, we are passive in this process. When we now turn this passivity into activity and turn it into what we could call, in the most eminent sense, a self-discipline of the will, and when we do this in the way I will describe for you in a moment, then the second element will be added to the first one we have described on the path of spiritual research. Of course, keep in mind that we reach that level only through methodical training, the one I have described in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, as well as in other books. And then we come through this methodical training to the point where we can focus our deliberate intention on at least a small part of what is developing within us. That is, we can deliberately intend to take on this or that and make it one of our character traits. By vigorously activating our will, we can indeed develop that chosen trait, even though it may take years. And thus we take control of what we usually become only passively. That is, if I may say it somewhat personally, we take our will and thus our development into our own hands. Of course, this is possible only to a certain extent. When we have achieved this, then what happens is that what is usually just our memory, just recollection, merges in a certain way into a real region. Then we can, in a sense, survey our life as though we were looking at a series of events. In this way, we come to know our character. We get to know our thinking as something that increasingly detaches itself from the body the more we enter into life. In contrast, we come to know our will as something that increasingly takes hold of the physical body, permeating us more and more, and flowing through us. We realize then that basically death is nothing other than a struggle between the will and the physical functions, so that these functions have reached a certain limit when we go through death, whether earlier or later. And at that point, what can no longer work on our body as before, namely the will, then becomes totally absorbed in what the body is doing. This will then detaches itself, and an element of the soul then actually enters into a real spiritual world when we leave this one at our death. Thus, what we are dealing with here is that spiritual science, in the sense meant here, does not pursue and develop the idea of immortality, as it is usually called, through some sort of speculation. In fact, this spiritual science basically breaks completely with the way the world usually approaches this idea. Instead, what we have here is a spiritual science that understands itself as a continuation of the natural sciences, and by way of the discipline of our thinking and willing, comes to grasp what we carry within us, namely thinking and willing, and to understand the development of the latter in such a way as to still grasp this soul element that lives in thinking and willing when it lives on without a body in a form that is inaccessible to our senses. Yes, it is true that what I have explained to you here briefly is considered fantasy or reverie by much of the public of our time. And really, how could it be any other way? Everything new that enters the world and seemingly contradicts what was already there before is at first considered to be something fantastical, to be mere reverie. But I don't believe that this assessment of spiritual science will stand forever. I don't believe that people will always fail to recognize that what has been described here as the method of spiritual science in at least two of its characteristic elements is really only a continuation, albeit a very lively one, of what the natural sciences achieve before they come with their methods to a certain limit beyond which they cannot go. Today, people no longer resent it when we talk about spirit in general. But in the last third of the 19th century, people still got offended at this. Back then, a worldview had been developed in a materialistic way based on the knowledge of the natural sciences. That worldview was really only attempting to consistently continue the thinking of the natural sciences to its final consequence. Now, it is already acceptable again to speak of spirit, at least speculatively. But people still resent it when we talk of spirit in the way I have just done here, for that entails a certain consequence. When you have attained, in quotes, seeing consciousness, which I describe in my book titled The Riddle of Man, that is, when you have attained what emerges from such a developed thinking and willing, then you know that you are in a spiritual world through this seeing consciousness, just as you know through your eyes and ears that you are in a world of color and sound. In a sense, you will find that everything around you is filled with spirit. This experience is much like that of a person who was born blind and then after an operation, from a certain moment on, can see colors and finds the world of color opened up. For that person, the surrounding world is now filled with something different. And it is like that for us when we enter into this seeing consciousness. The world we were used to before, which we saw only as the world of the senses and the intellect, is then filled with spirit. And this spirit becomes something concrete for us. That is, this spirit then becomes something we can observe in its concrete form and design, and we no longer need to speak of spirit only in a general way. After all, speaking of the spirit only in general terms is like walking across a meadow with flowers, and when asked about the name of this or that flower, answering only that they are all plants, plants, plants. Along these lines, it is acceptable today to say that there is a spiritual world behind the world of the senses. But spiritual science cannot stop there, but must examine the spiritual facts in their concrete manifestation, if for no other reason than that the spiritual world, just like the world of color and sound, is all around us, and it must examine those facts just as closely as we usually investigate the world of color and sound with our senses and our deductive intellect. In this process, we acquire, above all, a specific way of relating to the world. After all, it is true that if a person is born blind and then suddenly becomes able to see, that person has to develop a different relationship to the world. Such a person must first get his or her bearings. For example, such a person would not know anything about depth perception and would have to learn it first. Likewise, we have to acquire a certain specific relationship, a certain position vis-a-vis the world, when we move into seeing consciousness. And then much will initially seem peculiar to us. And that is one reason why spiritual researchers are still misunderstood by their contemporaries. You see, spiritual researchers actively involved in spiritual science never say that what has been attained with the strict scientific method of the natural sciences and the conclusions drawn from such scientific findings are in any way logically incorrect or anything like that. Nevertheless, they are compelled to contribute to all of that something out of their spiritual perception. And this is not merely a process of simply adding something to the results of natural science. Rather, the contribution from spiritual science, in many ways, completely changes the results of the natural sciences. Let's take geology as an example, and to illustrate my point, I'll take just one example. For it is better to talk about concrete issues than to talk in general phrases and platitudes. I fully understand and could apply and observe this method myself. In our example, then, we look at the rock formations all around us, at the sediments in rivers and other bodies of water, and so on. And we see the geological layers one above the other. And when we examine these layers closely and try to figure out the age of these rock strata, something we can, of course, not calculate exactly, but only approximately, we arrive at the familiar great numbers. And as you all know, we then can go back all the way to the beginning of the Earth's evolution, when Earth, so the hypothesis goes, took shape out of something, out of a kind of primeval nebula or something like that. I don't want to go into details about this. You already know all this. However, things are different for those active in spiritual research. Because these researchers have experienced what I have described, albeit only as a sketch, just to give you an idea, not to convince you of anything, they see the matter as follows. For them, it is like examining the human organism, for example, the human heart, and how it changes over time. Let's say how it changes in the course of 5 years. That is, one examines the heart or any other organ to see how it has changed after 5 years, after 10 years, and so on. And then, based on those observations, through calculations and consistent deduction, one can figure out what the heart was like 300 years ago. Indeed, we can get a result purely through calculations, telling us what the human heart was like 300 years ago. However, here we have to object that this heart did not yet exist back then. Just as the geological view is correct, so this way of looking at the human heart and drawing conclusions from the small changes we see there to infer what this heart was like 300 years ago should also be correct, except that this heart did not yet exist back then. The conclusions drawn from geological facts about the development of the Earth are correct in the same way. For I fully acknowledge that the findings of geology are at least relatively correct. But we then shift the results of our calculations into times in which the Earth did not yet exist in its current form. Or, by calculating a final state, or talking about entropy and the like, we shift the conclusions drawn from our observations, which were made over a limited period of time, into an epoch that lies millions of years in the future. For those actively doing spiritual research, that is like having to calculate what the condition of the human heart will be 300 years hence. This is what matters when we transform the usual scientific method into something we can experience. You see, the human being is really like an extract of the entire cosmos. In the human being we find, albeit somehow changed and somehow extracted, counterbalanced, or otherwise changed, the law that is present in the entire cosmos. Now, you may call me a dreamer. You may ask how I can claim that the Earth did not yet exist in its current form back then. And you may demand that I show you how one arrives at such a claim. I want to tell you how one comes to make such claims as I've just made, but I can only give you a rough outline and won't be able to go into detail. When you experience your willing and thinking as I have described earlier, you will indeed discover that the human being is, in fact, a sort of microcosm. I'm not just saying this as an empty phrase like some hazy mystics do. Rather, I am saying this with the awareness that this has become as clear to me as any solution to a differential equation, namely with the same completely logical clarity. That is, you will discover that inwardly human beings are a sort of summary, a compendium of the entire world. In your ordinary life, you know what is around you in the moment and what you perceive with your senses. But when you ignore the moment and look at the picture of what you have experienced maybe 10 or 15 years ago, what now appears before your mind is something that no longer exists. Even though what you experienced no longer exists, something of that experience is still within you. Something that makes it possible for you to reconstruct what existed back then. The same applies to the expanded consciousness that develops as a result of the transformation of ordinary thinking and willing. You see, human beings were actually connected with everything of the past, but in a different, more comprehensive and more spiritual sense than they are connected to experiences that are 10 or 15 years in the past and can be recalled from within. Likewise, once we have expanded our consciousness, it is possible that we find, as though out of a cosmic memory, those events or times at which we were present, but which do not continue to live for us as far as our ordinary consciousness is concerned. They only live on for the consciousness that has come about through the metamorphosis I have described. In other words, we're dealing here with nothing other than an expansion or enhancement of the faculty that is our memory. Through this enhancement, we can, based on our nature, as essentially a precis of the macrocosm, constructively recall and bring to life before our minds what was actually the case in a particular phase of our Earth's history. We can then look at the Earth when it did not yet have a material existence. Whereas in other cases, we have to construe something about what supposedly happened in the past based on the current experiences of geology, we can now look at a point in time when the Earth did not yet exist as such, but was present only in a much more spiritual form. That is, by constructively recreating what lives within us, we can see what actually lies at the basis of the formation of our Earth. And the same applies to anything constructive that can in some way rise up within us regarding a future condition of the Earth. I know that such sketchy descriptions must seem unsatisfactory to you, but even from what I can only outline, you can already tell that what I am characterizing as spiritual science is not a mere figment of the imagination. Of course, all this is something we're not used to. It is new to us. But once we have accomplished the metamorphosis of consciousness, what we constructively present to ourselves inwardly appears before our mind with as much inner clarity as any mathematical or geometrical fact we call to mind. And the latter are, after all, also constructed from within us. Now, when people tell me I should only claim what everyone can understand, I answer that I am indeed doing that. But the point is that those who want to understand something must first undergo everything that is necessary for such understanding. Just as people who want to solve a differential equation must first go through what will then enable them to solve the equation. And some people then object that mathematics and geometry only present the mind with what we then apply when we examine and analyze the reality of the outside world. Well, I always tell people who raise this objection that they are right, but that when we call something to mind constructively, we become convinced that it is something merely formal. Whereas when we have what I characterized in our consciousness, we know it is a reality. And to those who allege that this may all be just autosuggestion, I say that everything which enables us to say that something is real in the first place is only a result of experience. Now, some people object that people could be mistaken or deceive themselves. For example, someone could have a vivid thought of the sour flavor of lemon juice, and if sensitive enough, the person might even have the sensation of tasting the sour lemon juice. Of course, I tell these people, too, that they are right, and this is indeed possible. But after all, in ordinary life, we can tell the difference between heat we merely think of and heat that actually affects us when we touch a hot iron, for example. Likewise, when we have attained seeing consciousness, we can tell the difference, thanks to our inner experiencing, merely fantasy, merely suggestion, and what is reality. For all grasping of reality is essentially an inner experience. In all this, it is essential to follow things through to the end and not stop somewhere along the way. Those who stop where the actual path continues on may be the ones succumbing to suggestion. That is why I say it is indeed possible that people who are sensitive and who yield to autosuggestion actually taste the flavor of lemonade when they merely are thinking of drinking lemonade. Nevertheless, their thirst will not be quenched by the lemonade they are merely thinking of. What matters is to move from the taste sensation to actually quenching the thirst. That is to follow the path consistently. Consistently following the path of experience means that one calls something a reality in the spiritual sense also entirely on the basis of experience. Calling something a sensory reality can basically not be the result of theorizing, but is always the result of experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I have now characterized the spiritual science we arrive at when we, as thoroughly modern scientific persons, go through what life today presents to us. Indeed, life has changed a lot in the past 30 to 50 years through major changes in technology. I remember the years when the first professorship for technology was established at the University of Vienna in the early 80s of the 19th century. Looking back over everything that has happened since then makes me realize how much we, as modern human beings, have changed as a result of all that has entered into our life in terms of knowledge, ethics, and above all, our social organization. Now, it is especially those people who have honestly gone through all of this and do not reject the natural sciences out of prejudice, believing they cannot give us anything, but who instead take the position that the natural sciences have much to offer us. That is, people who put heart and soul into learning about the triumphs of the modern sciences. They are the ones who can realize that the spiritual element at the basis of the world must be comprehended in the way I have tried to describe for you today. Looking back at earlier times of humanity's development, we realize that in those earlier times of human history, people rarely spoke about the spirit. The way they spoke about spirit has traditionally been preserved in various religious confessions, and these confessions can no longer be reconciled with the findings of the ordinary natural sciences, at least if we don't want to keep a double entry ledger of our life. We just have to admit that those spiritual experiences arose from a very different state of consciousness back then. In fact, through what we have learned over the past 3 or 4 centuries, during which the methods of the natural sciences were developed, the condition of our soul that has developed as a result of the ways of thinking advanced by Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, insofar as we have undergone in modern times everything that has extracted laws of technology from the laws of the natural sciences, through all of this, we have not only attained results and insights, but all of civilized humanity has also received a certain kind of education. The entire configuration of the human soul has become different, not because we have become more theoretical, more conscious. As a necessity, we had to leave behind certain instinctual conditions of earlier ages. Looking back at what people in earlier ages felt as spirituality that has been preserved in religious traditions, we see that the spirituality that existed back then was grasped through human instinct. That is, to comprehend that spirituality in those epochs, it was not necessary to raise human consciousness out of and beyond the methods of the natural sciences and the methods of the social experience of our modern times. Instead, in those earlier times, people talked of the spirit as something that the natural phenomena they perceived gave them. The spirit they talked of was given to them together with the natural phenomena in their perception. For example, how did the ancient Egyptians relate to the world? They looked up to the sky and traced the course of the stars, the constellations of the night sky. The ancient Egyptians saw in the starry sky not only what Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler later also saw. Rather, what the ancient Egyptians saw in the stars revealed to them at the same time something spiritual. Just as now when I move my arm, an activity in my soul underlies that movement. Likewise, people in that earlier epoch felt something spiritual underlying what was happening externally, and they felt it instinctively. Then our modern times arose, the epoch of the natural sciences. As I see it, we can now look back on a long period of time that actually did not end until about the middle of the 15th century. During this long period of human development, people could not do otherwise than see the sensory perceptions all around them as also spiritual at the same time. When we talk today about different aggregate states of matter, namely of solid, liquid, and gaseous states of matter, then we are clearly focused on the material. In contrast, ancient people saw what we call states of aggregation. They saw these also as elements that were, however, not merely material, but at the same time also something spiritual that revealed itself in these elements. For the ancients, the material world around them was the external physical expression of the soul spiritual. Just as for us, the physical organism is the expression of the soul spiritual, except that for the ancients, all of this was instinctive. In the past 3 or 4 centuries, of necessity to leave this path behind and move on to something very different, which then came to lead civilization. That is, humanity moved on to what lifted the perception of nature out of mere observation, which is, after all, always connected with the instinctive, spiritual perception of nature, something that still reverberates in our term, in quotes, view. In other words, people began to move on from merely observing nature to what we can call grasping nature, experimenting. When Bacon and others were active, mere observation of nature has gradually been replaced with an understanding of nature that is based on experimentation. We carry out experiments in the laboratory and in our studies, and then extend these experiments into technical work. By generating the conditions of a natural event ourselves, we can control these conditions and better understand them. When carrying out an experiment, we have a different relationship to nature than when we merely observe it. In observing nature, we cannot know whether what we see represents some sort of totality, or whether we will have to go deeper, much deeper, than seemed initially called for. And this is true whether we grasp what we observe with our intellect or our imagination. In short, despite all our careful observation, what we observe in nature remains something unknown to us. But when we carry out an experiment, we ourselves create the conditions for it. Then we can monitor how one thing arises as a result of another, and what is still unknown at that point is really what is of the most interest for us. People who set up an experiment and then observe what there is to observe are actually looking at the result that follows from the controlled conditions they started with. That is, in experiments, everything becomes transparent to us in a way that is very different from when we observe events in nature. Thus, people have gradually become accustomed to see in controlled experiments the interpreter of nature. In a way, the laws of nature are observed where people themselves can monitor the conditions of these laws' disclosure. This experimental method, however, is still accompanied by a certain longing that in earlier times had thoroughly sustained knowledge. In those ancient times when technology and the natural sciences, as we know them, did not yet exist, what people then called science grew primarily out of the longing to know, to explore, to, quote, understand whatever binds the world's innermost core together, so, close quote, if I may. Now that the experimental method has taken hold, it is not only the longing to know that motivates us, but also the longing to recreate what nature has formed. Yes, the old yearning for knowledge still lives on. We recreate what we want to focus on in our experiments, so that through what we can control and manage in the experiment, we can unravel nature's mysteries. Therefore, it was in a sense only natural that in modern times technology grew out of this experimental method, and with this technology we have entered a new phase. Thus, to sum up, in the history of humanity there was first exploration and research based on a longing for knowledge, and then there followed the experimental method, in which, however, the longing of the ancient striving for knowledge unites with the reproduction of nature. We need only observe what actually happened to see that we moved on from what can be experienced with experiments to what then becomes of the natural laws discerned through experiments when they are applied in the technological forms that reach so deeply into human life, especially social life. And here we have to admit that there is yet a third element which transitions from what we still have in the reproduction of nature to what is now creatively active in the human being. Regarding what I want to say about that creative element, I believe I am not speaking here to insensitive souls when I describe this creative element to you as follows. People who undergo technical training with that characteristic style, that particular soul condition, will feel and experience themselves in that training differently than people who are undergoing, for example, theological training that replicates the most ancient methods, or people who undergo training in the natural sciences that is already based on the experimental method. The latter, as part of the training in the natural sciences based on experiments, will apply mathematics, geometry, theoretical mechanics, phorometry, and so on, to what they observe there. In a sense, they are recalculating nature. Of course, people approach the matter from a very different standpoint in their consciousness when they consider what is, in a sense, inwardly fully transparent, namely mathematics and geometry. And when they apply this not only to experiments, that is, in reproducing nature, but also to the completely free and creative work of designing machines. As you can imagine, to see what one has experienced as mathematics, as theoretical and mechanical chemistry, now flowing out into the design of a technological construct, is to experience the world quite differently from the way in which natural scientists or theorizing technicians experience it. What is that difference actually? You see, people often overlook an important consideration. For example, consider that in our ordinary trivial life, we call all sorts of things, in quotes, real, including those things that are not real in a higher sense. Thus we call a rose real, but is a rose real in a higher sense? When I have it here in my hands, plucked from the rose bush, it cannot go on living. The rose can only be formed as it is, as long as it grows on a branch of a rose bush. ultimately out of the root of the rose bush. As soon as I cut the rose off from the bush, all I have in my hands is actually a real abstraction, something that cannot persist as it now is. Of course, this is true of every natural object in a certain sense. I cannot understand any objects in nature, not even crystals, where this applies to the least extent, by simply looking at them. For essentially, even crystals can no more persist solely out of themselves than roses can. That is, I have to admit that crystals are only possible in the totality of their environment, perhaps having grown as parts of a druse when mountains were forming. However, my position is completely different when I look at technical objects that I have made myself. My relationship to what I have made is different from the one I just described. We can sense this and even feel that it is something of dramatic significance in the experience of modern human beings as we look from the perspective of our technical training at what technology has become in modern life. A technical object that I have constructed based on mathematics and theoretical mechanics is something that is complete and self-contained. And as I live within what is essentially the circumference of all technological creations, I see there not only an image of the laws of nature, but actually something new, which has in a sense turned the laws of nature into technical objects. What I see is new, different from the laws underlying technical creations, different from what underlies inorganic nature. What is happening here is not just that the laws of inorganic nature are simply being applied to another sphere. The entire significance of the technical creation in its relation to the cosmos changes when I, as a freely and creatively active human being, transfer my usual experience of the shaping of physical or chemical experiments into a technical object. This means that modern humanity is succeeding in extracting its technology out of the totality of nature. And thus in our modern times, we have had to learn to live with technology in such a way that our human consciousness has a very different relationship to technology than we have to what is created by nature. That is, we now, for the first time, face a world that is to a certain extent transparent for the soul. The world of the natural sciences is, in a sense, opaque for the soul. We cannot see through to the bottom of it. The world of technology, however, is like a transparent crystal, as understood by the soul, of course. In other words, with the emergence of modern technology, a new stage of spiritual development has arisen for humanity. Something new entered the history of humanity's development, and that is why even modern philosophers did not know what to make of the changes in modern consciousness that have come about as a result of the triumphs of technology. In particular, if you'll allow me to point this out, the purely philosophical, speculative way of thinking has had no clue what to make of the effects of technology that have taken hold of modern human consciousness. Indeed, today we are much more affected by what comes from the leading streams of human development than we think. The general consciousness we are familiar with today did not yet exist in the day of capitalism, and when the only way people could cultivate any intellectual or spiritual exchange was to go to church on Sundays and hear the pastor speak from the pulpit. What we consider general education today flows through certain channels from the leading currents of the time into the vast masses, without people even noticing. And that is essentially why what has emerged through the technical consciousness has shaped the ways of thinking of the broad masses in just a short period of time, and lives in the masses without them being aware of it. And so we can say that something entirely new has entered our world. And wherever consciousness has become one-sided, something that has fortunately not yet come to Europe, where consciousness has become totally one-sided and practically obsessed with what has been abstracted or extracted, there a strange philosophy has emerged, namely the so-called pragmatism of William James and others. They all say that truth, ideas that want to be only truth and nothing more, are in general something unreal. According to those philosophers, the only real truth is the one that can be implemented, that has practical application. Thus, according to pragmatism, as human beings we set ourselves certain goals and we shape reality in accordance with those. And when we see that this or that is real, based on a law of nature, then we make an object corresponding to that. If we can manifest in machines, in mechanics, what we have conceived, then we take the application in life as proof that the conception is true. For pragmatism, there is no other proof than that of application in life. Thus, for pragmatist philosophers, only what we can implement in life is true. This so-called pragmatism, which rejects all inner logical pursuit of truth and actually accepts only verification of truth through what is happening in the outside world, figures today in the widest circles as American philosophy per se. And for several decades now, it has even taken hold of some people in Europe, even before the war. From this we see that philosophers who still want to think along the old lines cannot think of anything else to do with modern technology, the consciousness of modern technology, than to do away with the concept of truth as such. Having left behind the instinctive comprehension of nature and the reproduction of nature in experiments, they moved on to the free shaping of nature. They had no other option left than the free and creative shaping of the outer world. This amounts to a denial of the inner experience of truth, of the experience within one's soul of the spiritual that can permeate the human soul. Instead, only what can be implemented, realized in external utilitarian objects, is considered truth. In other words, the self-sustaining concept of truth in the human soul has actually been dismissed. Now, another development is also possible. A development is possible whereby we experience that in the actual substance of technical objects, something withdraws from the natural, in which there is now no longer anything we could surmise, but only what we can survey. For if we cannot grasp it, we also cannot shape it. By experiencing this, by fully letting the experience permeate us, a certain need will inevitably grow all the stronger within us. This new external world presents itself to us without any inner verification of ideas. That is, it presents itself to us without the inner experience of the ideas. That is why this new experience prepares us for the pure experiencing of spirituality, of what the human being, removed from all external observation, must experience inwardly, in the way I tried to sketch for you at the beginning of my talk today. And so I believe that we have advanced in human development to a view of reality where we can outwardly survey it and no longer see anything demonic or ghost-like accompanying our perceptions of the external world. That is, we have finally arrived at the point where we no longer interpret sensory perceptions of the outside world as essentially opaque, and therefore assume that there is something spiritual behind them. As a result, we must now seek the forces for the spirit within us by developing the soul ourselves. It has always seemed to me that a true and honest experience of the consciousness that comes to us from technology demands that we now experience within us what is spiritual. Otherwise, we stand to lose what is intimately tied up with our human nature. We must attain this inner experience of the spiritual, in order to add to the one pole of transparent mechanics and transparent chemistry the other pole, namely, what can be attained with spiritual perception, what can appear before the human spirit. It seems to me that in our time, it is necessary that the spiritual perception of Anthroposophy reveals itself precisely because we have now reached a certain level of development in the history of humanity. And there is another thing we must add to this, ladies and gentlemen, namely that with the new technology, social changes have occurred too. I don't need to explain to you that particularly this modern technology has brought about modern industrialism as well as the modern proletariat, as we know these two developments today. But it seems to me that if we only want to take the standpoints of the older scientific method, the standpoint that is based on what follows from observation, then our thoughts will fall short. We won't get to the point of entirely comprehending what is revealing itself in our social life. To understand how human development shapes human social life, it is necessary to arrive at the truths that reveal themselves only through human nature itself. And that's why I believe that Marxism and all other quackery like that, about which people today are in such an uproar, can be overcome only when we find special methods that can be used as the necessary antithesis to technology, and that are then applied to human social life. More than that, we must in this way carry spirituality into the masses, because we ourselves have found this spirituality through our inner experiences. Therefore, it is not by accident that the same soil out of which anthroposophically oriented spiritual science grew, though I really had not sought it, also gave rise to what I presented in my book titled Towards Social Renewal. In that book, I simply tried to draw the necessary conclusions from what the knowledge of spiritual science can contribute to our social world. And what I presented in that book of its own accord. Without spiritual science, I don't believe that methods can be found which grasp how we relate to each other as individuals in our social world. And I believe that because we have not yet reached the point of really knowing our social world and therefore cannot master it, people have fallen first into chaos the very moment they were faced with the necessity of reconstruction after the terrible catastrophe of the war. It is necessary that we accomplish what must be done by proceeding on the basis of spiritual laws, not on the basis of any law that is mistakenly thought to be grounded in natural law. That is the mistake Marxism and other similar radical variants of the social sciences fall prey to. Ladies and gentlemen, I value being allowed to explain here before you something that is for me basically very personal. Speaking to you like this, I feel myself in this moment transported back to an earlier time, to the 90s of the 19th century, when we were all living in Central Europe, in a time we felt was a time of advancement, or a boom. And now we, that is, those who are like me and that they have grown old, we have reached a point in time when the hopes and anticipation of a new beginning of those days now stand before our mind's eye as a tragic appearance. Looking back upon what then seemed to be an unstoppable ascent, we realize that we are now looking at something that reveals itself for many people as something which in many respects was an error. By speaking to you, I am speaking to students who are in a different position. Many of you are probably the same age I was when I experienced those hopes of a new beginning. And now you are experiencing something that is very different from the fantasies that arose for the human soul back then on the heels of those hopes and aspirations. But no one who is as firmly convinced of the possibility and necessity of spiritual knowledge as the one who is now speaking to you can ever be pessimistic about the strength of human nature, but only optimistic. And that is why it does not seem to me that I am contemplating an impossibility in my soul, when I envision that when you have reached the age at which I am speaking to you now, you will have traveled along the opposite path, namely the path that, thanks to the strength of the human soul, particularly its spiritual strength, now leads upward again. And because, based on spiritual knowledge, I believe in the human being, I believe that we cannot speak as Spengler does, Western civilization. Rather, just as I believe in the strength of the soul that lives in you, I also believe that we must again begin to move upward. And that ascent will not come through a hollow phantom, but through the human will. My faith in the truth of the spiritual science I told you about is so strong that I am convinced that this human will can be sustained, can affect a new upward movement, a new dawn. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I would like to conclude with the words that reverberated in my mind when I was a young student and heard the inaugural address of the new rector of the Department of Mechanics and Mechanical Engineering in Vienna. Back then he was speaking to people who also believed in a new ascent and advance, and they were right in believing that, even though what followed was only one-sided technical progress, not a social or political one. Now, however, we are living in a time in which we can only think of upward movement. Indeed, we must think only of ascent if we are not to despair. For that reason, I want to say to you what that man said to us, young people, back then, quote, "Dear students, I conclude by saying that those who are sincere in their feelings for the development of humanity, in regard to what is to come out of the sciences and technology, can only say, onward and upward." Close quote. The end of Lecture 1.
So good, so good, so good. I got what I need and it feels so good. So good, so good, so good.
I'm Derek, and I'm 55 years old. And for years, I've been inactive due to knee pain. At my last checkup, I was told I need to get moving again. To help me prepare for my first 5K, my run club suggested I check out Roadrunner Sports. A fit expert took me to the perfect fit zone. Wow, the technology they used. The 3D foot scan, the treadmill analysis, it was awesome. With new shoes and custom insoles, I'm walking on clouds. No more knee pain. Now I'm back, living an active lifestyle and doing it pain-free.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 75 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Anthroposophy and the Natural Sciences, translated by Sabine Seiler. Forgive my pronunciation of that name. It's 5 lectures and some discussions. I'm just putting them all as lectures 1 through 8. And this is, shall we say, lecture 2, which is a discussion. Question: what gives us the right to go beyond the limits of thinking and leave the unity of thinking behind in order to move from thinking to meditation? Rudolf Steiner. It seems to me that this question concerns something highly significant that can only be made comprehensible in its entirety through careful epistemological and critical reflections. Nevertheless, I will try to point out this or that consideration that should be taken into account in answering this question. If you'll allow me, I want to draw your attention to the last chapter I added to the second edition of my book titled The Riddles of Philosophy, in which I explain the course of philosophy's development and then tried to show that especially in the present moment of humanity's development, philosophy has reached the point where in a sense it demands of its own accord that thinking go beyond the standpoint that appears when we come to the limits of what the natural sciences can know about nature. In that added chapter, I tried to show the following. When you study closely the methods of acquiring knowledge, as the great physiologist Dubois-Reymond did, for example, then you can come to the same point of view described by Dubois-Reymond in the lecture entitled The Limits of Our Knowledge of Nature, which he gave in the 1870s before the prestigious Congress of the German scientists and physicians in Leipzig, and which he repeated in his talk entitled The Seven World Riddles. I merely want to point out briefly that back then Dubois-Reymond said that by applying what has been called uniform thinking, we generate what is called Laplace's demon. That is, we develop a way of thinking about matter that becomes possible when we seek to comprehend the course of a solar system's planets by means of the methods of astronomy and mathematics. When by means of a certain inner contemplation, we now turn our gaze to what is going on there within us, that is, when we try to turn the subject into an object of investigation, then we will find that this thinking we develop there cannot simply be defined by saying it is there in order to reflect an outside world, or to synthesize the facts of an outside world. In that way of speaking about thinking, I still see a vestige of the old teleology, that old teaching of utilitarianism that always asks only what for and never why. That sort of thinking does not ask how it is that the entire organization of the human body or of any other organism, or of a part of the body, such as the hand, is formed in a particular way. Instead, it only asks how the hand had best be designed to serve a specific purpose. Even though we are not aware of this anymore today, or may not yet be aware of it, this approach has also extended to how thinking is observed. The question asked about thinking is then what its purpose is. We may not always explicitly ask this, but we ask it unconsciously. We generally believe that thinking, and knowing in general, exists so that we can, in a sense, take in the external world, absorb it into ourselves, so that what is initially out there, we then have within us, even if only as an image. Now, we can realistically, spiritually realistically, of course, observe what thinking really is. And there we find that this thinking is indeed a real force that shapes us. You see, the spiritual science I'm talking about here is not an abstract theory, not something that wants to be only just another worldview in ideas. Among other things, I recently taught a pedagogical course in which I tried to apply spiritual science to pedagogy. The course was for teachers and was held before the Waldorf School was founded. In addition to this pedagogical course, I also held one that sought to present the therapeutic element of medicine based on spiritual science, and to show how spiritual research can cast light on something we can actually never fully access when we use only the current methods of physiology and biology. Now, I don't want to go into therapeutic detail, but I want to just tell you something to characterize the method. Namely, I want to say this. In philosophy, as it is now commonly practiced, people always speculate about the connection between what is soul spiritual on the one hand and the physical body on the other. There are all kinds of theories about their interactions, about parallelism and so on, including all sorts of materialistic interpretations of what happens in the soul. But people look at all this in a certain abstraction, seeing one side and on the other the physical body. And then they speculate on what the relationship between those two could be, how it could come about. Now, spiritual science studies the matter methodically, precisely with the thinking it awakens, and so studies how the soul spiritual works in the physical body. And even though what I now say may be misunderstood and may be taken as a paradox, I still want to emphasize the following. When you observe how children grow and develop up to their second dentition at about the age of 7, you see that the growth of the new permanent teeth is not the only thing that is happening there. Rather, there is also a significant change in the configuration of children's soul spiritual element. When you think back to your own childhood, you will find, even without yet studying the matter methodically, that the sharply contoured thoughts that then solidify into memories and spread throughout the course of your life could not develop until that time when the organism pushes out the permanent teeth. This development, the growth of the permanent teeth, is something that comes from the organism as a whole, not just from the jawbones. When you examine this further, methodically, you will realize that what is happening here is much like what happens in physical processes when one kind of power, for example mechanical power, is transformed into warmth, let's say. So, we can say that warmth is released and arises. Likewise, you will see that in the course of human life, what works in the organism in dentition and takes on physical existence is released when the second dentition is gradually completed. It moves from a latent state, where it worked initially only inwardly, to a state of being free and available. Thus, a certain inner system of forces has been active in the organism and has worked until the permanent teeth emerge. At that time, when the permanent teeth have come in, that conglomeration of forces is released, becomes available, and in this release now appears as that soul spiritual power which gives us the sharply contoured thoughts of the memory. I merely want to show you with this example that spiritual science is in fact applied to areas we don't think of today. Spiritual science is a continuation of the natural sciences. It is the same form of thinking we apply when we talk of warmth being released in a process, and this way of thinking, which we now have developed, we then apply to human development. And there we see that what appears to us as memory, as the power of thinking, is the very same power that pushes out the permanent teeth, if I may be allowed to speak in such trivial terms. What we have there, then, is not speculation about the relationship between body and soul. Rather, we trace completely empirically, the way we are accustomed to as natural researchers, only with somewhat more highly developed methods of thinking, what we can observe. In other words, everything around us is also observed spiritually. And that is how we come to the point where we no longer talk about the interaction between body, soul, and spirit in an abstract, nebulous way. Instead, we can explain how at a certain age a force works physically in your body, a force that then emancipates itself and becomes a spiritual soul force in a different period of life. In other words, we can enter with our spirit into the material realm. We can understand matter spiritually. And that is really the peculiar thing, that materialism actually did not understand matter, that it confronted matter in such a way that matter remained opaque, essentially unknown to materialism. Materialism did not, in fact, understand the very thing it concerned itself with. It did not understand matter. Spiritual science, as it is meant here, penetrates through its spiritual method to an understanding of matter. And indeed, the doctors and medical students attending the lecture course on medicine found it extremely interesting that they could learn to see how the work of the soul-spiritual aspect effectively manifests in the body. For example, how one can demonstrate that through spiritual science the function of the heart can be understood quite differently than with the methods of contemporary physiology and biology. That is what matters. That thinking, in fact, develops further, not through some fanciful, fantastic thought formation, but through a consistent continuation of thinking, which nevertheless has to go through a boundary state or critical condition. In going through this boundary state, thinking changes and becomes something different from what it was before. You should not say that the unity of thinking is thus in some way destroyed. For example, the force active in ice does not become something that should no longer exist once the ice melts and becomes water. And the force active in water does not become something else once the water reaches the boiling point and evaporates. Likewise, what matters is that at one point which I have characterized as a point in the development of thinking, this thinking force passes through such a boundary state, after which it appears in a changed form. As a result, our experiences then differ qualitatively from the experiences before, just as steam differs from water. But through this change, we come to understand thinking, to understand the force of thinking itself as something real that is active in us. And I could say the same thing for willing, too. We can then see that in the thinking power we have in later life, there still is what has worked in the body when we were children. That is, everything becomes, in a peculiar way, one unity, one whole. I will gladly admit that spiritual science may be wrong regarding various individual issues. It is still in its beginnings, after all. But that is not what matters here. Rather, what matters is the direction in which we are striving. Thus we can say, spiritual science is trying to observe how what reveals itself in thinking also shapes the entire human being. That is, we want to observe it as a real force that shapes and forms and permeates the entire human organism. We look at thinking in all its reality. Therefore, ultimately, we must realize that those who still look at thinking from a critical and epistemological perspective, by asking only about its purpose, asking why thinking is such that it combines our sensory perceptions of the external world, those people are succumbing to a certain error. An error I now want to describe to you in more detail. Let us suppose a grain of wheat or an ear of wheat grows up out of the root and out through the stalk. In other words, what we see there is the plant-forming force of nature expressing itself. It is able to form an entirely new plant out of the seed, and that plant in turn develops seeds for new plants, and so on. We see the formative force working continuously and consistently in the plant from one form to the next, or as Goethe said, from metamorphosis to metamorphosis. Now, in spiritual science, we try to examine the thinking that expresses itself as a formative force in us. And there we realize, insofar as thinking is a formative force in human beings, it also has a side effect. And this side effect is nothing other than our ordinary knowing. Now, if I were to characterize thinking in its essence based on this side effect, it would be like saying, I don't care about the formative force that rises up through the plant, from the roots, through the stalks, and into the ears. I don't care about all that. Instead, what I want to do is examine the matter from the perspective of food chemistry and simply study the nutritional substances that can be found in the grain of wheat. Of course, This is also a valid way of looking at the grain of wheat. There is nothing wrong with studying it in that light. But by doing so, we disregard what is actually continuously happening in the formation of the plant. Now, the same is true for knowledge. In thinking of epistemologists and philosophers and those who want to establish the foundations of the natural sciences through their investigations, there are the same effects that occur when thinking, which really wants to shape and form us, expresses itself outwardly in a side effect. This is much grows in the wheat plant as the basis for another creature's food. But it is wrong to study wheat only in that regard, only as a source of food. This view has nothing to do with the essence of the wheat grain. For that, I will introduce a different perspective. Contemporary philosophy is on the wrong track when it looks at knowledge only in the light of what it can do for an understanding of the external world. For the main point here is that thinking is a formative force in the human being, and everything else is really only a side effect. And the perspective that wants to leave thinking at the level of abstracting the laws of nature and collecting perceptions is precisely the same as that of people who claim that we should not study plants from the perspective of botany in order to come to know their essence, but should instead study them only from the standpoint of nutritional chemistry. These are the things people don't think of today, but they play a big role in the future development of science. That future of the sciences that is also the future of a social form, the understanding of which will enable human beings actually to intervene in this social form by means of the Spirit. For it seems to me that what has led to the present catastrophe is precisely that we no longer master life, because we do not think of the fact that we have entered a phase of human development in which life must be mastered based on the Spirit. Based on that Spirit, we can know from within, and can also recognize in what meets us in the outer world. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, saying these things makes one a misfit or a dreamer in the eyes of many today. Certainly, when we say these things, people do not expect us to actually have a realistic understanding of the outer world. But I believe it's safe to say that the application of spiritual science to the entire outside world can be compared with the following. When someone has a horseshoe-shaped piece of iron, a farmer comes and says, "I'll use it on my horse." Another person who knows what the piece of iron really is tells the farmer, "No, this is not a horseshoe, but a magnet, and it has a very different purpose." The farmer then might say, "I don't care about that. It doesn't matter to me. I will shoe my horse with it." Indeed, this is how that kind of science today appears to me, a science that refuses at all costs to admit that the spiritual dwells everywhere in the material. People who deny the presence of the spiritual in matter are much like the farmer in our little story. They too would say, "What do I care about the magnet? What matters to me is shoeing my horse with this iron." However, I believe the realization must dawn on us that in all matter we must come to know not just something abstract spiritual, but something concrete spiritual. And then we have to make the effort to study the concrete spiritual in detail, just as we do when we study matter. Doing so will mean progress for the future in terms of our knowledge and in regard to our future social relationships. Of course, it is easier to speculate and talk about all sorts of philosophies concerning what spirit is. For example, it is easier to be a pantheist or something similar based on such speculations than to continue scientific studies following the model and rigor of the natural sciences, with, of course, the experiential method I have just described. Speculating is easier than following a strict method, but with the latter we find the spiritual in matter. Just as when heat is not yet manifest. We can make it so if we show under what condition something that is otherwise latent becomes manifest. If we use this method, which people generally apply only to the outer world, and apply it to the inner world, in particular to the whole human being, then we will comprehend the spiritual in matter from within us. Above all, this will then also gradually fulfill what has been handed down to us since ancient times, a deep necessity for human beings to fulfill, namely, what still reverberates in our inner spiritual ears from the temple of Apollo at Delphi. Human being, know thyself. And in the same way in which philosophers and theologians have spoken about this know thyself, so did the natural scientist Ernst Haeckel, who always tended more or less toward materialism. This know thyself lies in the depths of our nature. And in modern times we have reached the point where this know thyself must be met in a concrete way. I believe I have shown you, with these brief remarks, that we do not sin against the unity of thinking, but rather are continuing thinking beyond a boundary. Just as it is possible to bring the forces in water to reveal themselves in a different way after water has reached the boiling point, so taking thinking beyond the boundary point is not a sin against what we experience in combinatory thinking and sensory perception. Of course, it goes without saying that this thinking then undergoes a metamorphosis. But we have, nevertheless, not sinned in any way against any kind of unity of thinking. You will not find that spiritual science leads you to a rejection of the natural sciences. Rather, you will come to a deeper understanding of them. That is, you will come precisely to the point I consider especially important for the development of humanity, namely a fruitful introduction of the natural sciences' findings into an entire worldview. This can only be achieved if we advance from the intellectual perception of nature to the experience of the spiritual, which can then flow into our willing and become a living force in us. Because it can do this, and because living knowledge makes us both wise and more skillful, I believe in a future for humanity in its progress, if in the future, more so than has been the case up to now, we look at the spiritual in matter, indeed seek the spirit in matter, so that then the spiritual can also be applied to the social sphere. That will show us the solution to the social question in the permeation of our social world with the spiritual. That is, we can then spiritualize the social realm with precisely that spirit that we can attain as the continuation and furthering of scientific research. Professor Dr. Theodor Meyer. I fully agree with Dr. Steiner that the boundary concepts of natural scientific knowledge are not boundary concepts of being and reality. I have also listened with warm interest, and my heart was touched when Dr. Steiner spoke of the hopes that the German people can have for the future, despite the recent collapse. Nevertheless, I have doubts about whether anthroposophically oriented spiritual science will have the ability to lead us to the new heights to which Germany should aspire. And in my opinion, the doubt concerns the following. Dr. Steiner has emphasized repeatedly that the path to the higher worlds, the path he spoke of, is reached by way of inner perception or contemplation, by a perceiving consciousness, that is, through an experience, and that this path is definitely science and not fantasy. This inner seeing, of course, also provides logical evidence. That is, what I have seen with my physical eyes or my spiritual eyes is undeniable. For example, when I see a tree, I do not have to prove that there must be a tree there. There is no metaphysical proof for this. It is evident that the tree is there. Dr. Steiner now claims, for his inner seeing, that same quality of self-evidence. That is, he sees the higher world, and sees the interrelationships in this higher world, And because he sees them, that is precisely why this higher world is there. It is undeniable. Indeed, I do not want to deny that the higher world is self-evident for those who perceive it. But the question arises then whether it is evident in the same way for everyone. And that is where I have doubts. Since I have become familiar with anthroposophy, it has claimed that this inner perception, this perceiving consciousness, is ancient, that there have already long ago been individuals who have been able to advance to the level of this perceiving consciousness, for example, in India. That is why anthroposophy has adopted a number of terms from the languages of India. It uses Indian expressions for some of the various spiritual insights it conveys. But the fact is that Dr. Steiner now claims again that he is bringing us something new. But there were a number of theosophical associations in Germany and also in England before Dr. Steiner came on the scene. Indeed, Dr. Steiner originally belonged to these theosophical associations, but then he came into conflict with them and resigned from these associations. Precisely because he came into inner conflict with them, he has no longer used the designation theosophy for his view of things, but because his inner vision is different from that of other theosophists, he called it anthroposophy. And now I'd like to say the following. If the earlier perceiving consciousness was wrong, if only Dr. Steiner has brought us the correct and true one, what guarantee do I have that another person won't come along later and say that this higher perceiving consciousness that Dr. Steiner brought did not advance to the ultimate goal either? Someone else may arrive at a very different destination. That is what makes Dr. Steiner's perceiving consciousness subjective. It is only one person's, namely his, perceiving consciousness. Whether we can rely on it is doubtful to me. That is what worries me regarding the suprasensory component of the entire movement, that there are different kinds of inner perception at work here. There should not be any conflict arising between the various seers. But I do not want to conclude without expressing my sincere and warmest thanks to Dr. Steiner for the many varied, subtle, and excellent suggestions he has presented to us in his talk this evening. Rudolf Steiner. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't need to keep you much longer because I will only have to point out a few errors in the most important part of the concerns presented by the previous speaker. First of all, it is a matter of correcting a few errors, and here I want to start from the end, so to speak. First, it is not the case that what I presented to you here was preceded by the teachings of other theosophical associations to which I belonged. This is not true. Rather, in the 1880s, I began writing my interpretations of Goethe's worldview. Back then, those writings were published as the introduction to Goethe's writings on the natural sciences in Kirchner's series titled Deutsche Nationalliteratur, German National Literature, in Stuttgart. Those who study that introduction will find that it already contains the seeds of what I have presented to you today. You will find that in the first edition of my title, Philosophy of Freedom, in 1894, I have tried to set forth how human beings, by developing their thinking, can gradually advance to a certain level. And what followed then was what led discursive thinking into perceiving thinking. Then, around 1902 in Berlin, I was asked by a circle that called itself Theosophical to lecture about the spirit. Back then I had met several Theosophists, but what they told me did not prompt me to give much attention to or pursue the theosophical literature that was common in this Theosophical society. And so I gave a talk about what had revealed itself to me in my own perceptive research. One consequence of this was that people in England, who had read my book titled Mystics at the Dawn of the Modern Age, soon translated those lectures of mine into English and published them in an English journal. I was then asked to give lectures to a number of people in that society, the Theosophical Society, whatever they called themselves. In communicating with the people who asked me to give lectures, I have never held back about what I have to say. Indeed, I have never represented anything anywhere that did not originate out of my own research. Thus, in the time I was a member of the Theosophical Society, I have never set forth anything except what I can set forth based on my own research. That already, at that time, I called what I presented anthroposophy may be obvious to you from the fact that at that time, and not only later, when I had perhaps come to a different view from the one that society held, I also gave talks to another circle of people in Berlin. And what I said there did not differ by one iota from what I had to say based on my own research. And to make sure people would not jump to the wrong conclusions or misunderstand, I announced my lectures as anthroposophical contemplations on the development of humanity. In other words, I have been calling my worldview anthroposophy for just as long as people can connect my name with theosophy. There was never a rift. That is all I want to say now about this in order to not keep you too long. Now, ladies and gentlemen, some people say that when we study the history of philosophy, we will find that philosophers, starting with Thales and all the way up to Eucken and others, have presented all kinds of views and have often contradicted each other. So how can we possibly come to any certainty in knowing? And that is the very question I made it my task to answer in my book titled The Riddles of Philosophy. In that book, I wanted to show that the above assessment of philosophy is wrong, and to explain that the seeming divergences in the various philosophies that are worthy of that name are always simply the result of one person looking at the phenomena of the world from one standpoint, while another person looks at them from a different standpoint. For example, if you take a picture of a tree from one side, then in the picture you will see the tree only from that side. If you take a picture of the same tree from another side, you will get a different picture. It's still the same tree, but the pictures will look different. By the same token, when philosophies with real truth content differ from each other, it is not because one deviates from the other, but because both look at one and the same thing from different standpoints. After all, we cannot arrive at one truth. So, you see, it is prejudiced to say that philosophies contradict each other. As I have shown in my book titled The Riddles of Philosophy, it is a prejudice to say that philosophers contradict each other. True, there are some that disagree with each other to a certain extent, but these are generally the ones who are mistaken anyway. After all, the fact that two kids in a class solve a math problem in different ways does not justify the conclusion that we can therefore not be sure which one of them has found the correct solution. We know what is right when we understand the correct solution. In other words, simply that things are different is no reason to conclude that they are wrong. That conclusion is only justified if it is based on the inner process of the thing itself. And that is what we should look at, the inner process, the inner course of events. And it is purely superficial observation to say, quote, Steiner left the Theosophical Society, close quote. First of all, I did not leave, but rather, after having been dragged into that society by hook or by crook to give lectures about my own worldview, and mind you, nothing else, then I was, if I may use an expression that is usually frowned upon, thrown out. I was thrown out, ladies and gentlemen, for the simple reason that the, quote, other kind of truth, close quote, predominated, namely the folly of those theosophists who had finally managed to present to the world an Indian boy of whom they claimed he was the reincarnated Christ. He was brought to Europe, and it was said that Christ was re-embodied in that boy. Since I characterized this foolishness as foolishness, of course, and this foolishness back then had thousands of enthusiastic followers all over the world. These followers took this occasion to expel me. I did not care. In any case, I did not believe that what one has achieved through inner research should in any way be made to seem uncertain just because a society that calls itself theosophical expels someone. A society, moreover, that claims Christ has been reincarnated in that Indian boy. We must not look at things from such a superficial perspective, by simply ignoring everything concrete and saying that there are just different views on the matter. We really have to look more closely at what is happening. And therefore, I would like to put it to you when you have a moment of spare time, but it would be a lot for you to do, to compare all the quackeries that have emerged in the so-called theosophical societies with what I have always tried to present on a solid scientific basis. I am not saying this because I am presumptuous, but because I know the reality of the matter and speak based on my own spiritual wrestling with this. I myself have said today that it is possible to go wrong in individual details. But what matters here is to show you a new direction. It is by no means necessary that every individual detail is absolutely correct. For example, people could say that they get all sorts of insights when they look at a right triangle. Then someone else may say that the square of the hypotenuse of that triangle equals the sum of the squares on the two legs of the triangle. Could we then be sure that this last person was correct, and that the theorem is generally true? After all, only one person said so. No, when the internal reasons and inner perception of mathematics have shown us equals the sum of the squares of the legs of the triangle, then it doesn't matter if 1,000,000 people say it is not so. I still know it is true, and will contradict 1,000,000 others. For the truth indeed does not only have an external ground through congruence, but also, above all, it has a foundation in its inner substantiality. Of course, anyone can verify this, and I have never claimed anything else than that anyone who wants to can learn the methods of spiritual science, just as he or she can learn the methods of chemistry. For once things have been researched, they can then be verified by any thinking person. And so, what I have been saying or writing based on spiritual science can be verified by any thinking person. There are sure to be some errors in it, of course, but that's no different from what we find with other research. What matters are not the individual errors, but rather the basic character of the whole. Have I used even one Indian expression in speaking to you today? And even if something is occasionally designated by using some ancient expression, then that is just a technical term we use precisely because our current language does not yet have a fitting term. If I can prove the Pythagorean theorem or something else on the blackboard, is it justified to criticize this because the theorem has been in existence for many centuries already? As far as I am concerned, what matters is not whether we bring up anything from ancient India or the like. What matters is to present what follows from the thing itself. Today, those who understand and grasp the Pythagorean theorem do so based on the matter itself, namely, based on the triangle. Nevertheless, though we find that this theorem emerged for the first time at a certain point in history, much must be, even if only seemingly, in accord with what was already there. But what I have always resisted most vigorously is the notion that what we are working toward here, based on our current moment in the history of human consciousness, has anything at all to do with some ancient Indian mysticism or the like. Echoes are there, of course, because people's instinctive knowing in ancient times discovered much that must re-emerge today. But what I am talking about is not drawn from ancient traditions. Rather, it is developed in such a way that what I wrote in the first edition of my book titled Theosophy in 1904 is true for me. Namely, that I want to present only what I have realized through spiritual science in just the same way as others have uncovered other scientific truths through external observation and deductive thinking. That is, I want to present only what I can personally vouch for myself. Surely other people may have an opinion, but I am presenting here nothing more and nothing other than what I myself can vouch for personally. And I am not saying this out of presumptuousness, but because I want to appear as a person who wants to establish a new spiritual science, entirely along no other lines than those of the modern natural sciences and the new technology. And also because I think that we can understand this new consciousness, especially its scientific and technical characteristics, only when we are driven by both of these to a perception of the Spirit. I ask that you please do not take my words as though I had wanted to evade what the esteemed previous speaker has said. No, on the contrary, I am grateful to him for giving me the opportunity to correct some actual errors that have become quite widespread. But some, or indeed much, of what is now circulated about what I have lectured on for decades in Stuttgart too is actually based on errors. And it seemed necessary to me, as the previous speaker so commendably did, to go into more detail about what I have presented. For it is not a matter of just correcting facts and details that concern me personally, but also of putting something right by means of history that the previous speaker connected with the substantive part of the question. Question: if Dr. Steiner can prove for me just one point of spiritual science, in the way the Pythagorean theorem can be proved, then I will gladly follow him. Then it is a science. Rudolf Steiner: ladies and gentlemen, who can really prove the Pythagorean theorem? I cannot prove that theorem by drawing a right triangle on the board and then carrying on the proof using one of the usual methods. That is really only a demonstration, an illustration of the proof. After all, the person wanting to prove the Pythagorean theorem must necessarily have an inner perception of what can be construed mathematically, even if only in the inner perception of geometric space. Thus, imagine a consciousness that does not have that perception of space. Such a consciousness could not face what is substantive in the Pythagorean theorem, and so it would make no sense to prove that theorem. We can prove the Pythagorean theorem only by having what is substantive in spatial perception and spatial form in our purview. As soon as we advance to a different form of consciousness, something else is added to the ordinary perception of space. Bracket, there's a gap in the shorthand record here, close bracket. In other words, if we are to prove the Pythagorean theorem, we must have this spatial perception as the foundation. For this, it is initially necessary, above all, that we find our way into this new configuration of consciousness. But without perception of spatial organization, it is not even possible to arrive at the level of postulation that leads to the proof of the Pythagorean theorem. And unless the transition from ordinary consciousness to experiential consciousness, which I have described, has been accomplished, we will continue believing that the results of spiritual science cannot be proven in the same way as that theorem can be. I started from the assumption that experiential consciousness exists first. And just as without perception of spatial organization, we cannot even talk about the Pythagorean theorem, so we cannot talk about proving any proposition of spiritual science when we do not acknowledge its entire perspective. But this perspective or outlook is something that must first be attained. It does not just appear by itself. Our times, however, demand that we decide and choose something entirely new in order to move on to this progress in science. And I really believe that much must still be overcome before spiritual science will meet its broader circles, with what the Copernican worldview encountered in relation to all earlier worldviews regarding the infinity of space. In earlier times, people imagined a blue sphere up there. Now we imagine that there are limits or boundaries to knowledge of nature that cannot be overcome. In other words, we think that we cannot advance beyond ordinary thinking. Such things are indeed well known to those who study the history of human development. And I can only say this: either what I have tried to present is a path to truth, not the perfect, complete truth, and in that case people will follow this path, or it is all a path to error, and then it will be overcome. But that doesn't matter. What must not be extinguished within us, and must not be swept away by hasty criticism, is the everlasting striving upward and forward. And this striving alone permeates what I have tried to present to you today as the path that anthroposophically oriented spiritual science wants to pursue. Question: we must have the certain belief that the effort we put forth will be worth it. Is it possible at all to know the spiritual life in and of itself? Dr. Steiner says it is possible to know the spirit of the world, the spirit of all life and of all nature, and to come in contact with it. Is that possible with our spirit, with our thinking? I cannot help doubting this. Thinking consists of imaginations. I think in pictures. Rudolf Steiner. If I were to answer this question in detail, I would have to keep you here a long time. I don't want to do that, and so I will not address it. I only regret that this question has not been asked earlier, because then I could have answered it in more detail. Still, throughout my writings, you can find that I often raise hypothetical objections to my views and then address them. That is, in that literature you can already find the replies to allay your doubts. Here, today, I only want to say the following. Certain people practically make it impossible for themselves to move beyond sensory phenomena because of their preconceived notions. They point to the phenomena and say, what is behind them? That we do not know. Essentially, the entire Kantian philosophy is based on this error. And my whole striving began with trying to refute this error. I want to show you through a comparison how those doubts can be allayed. When you look at a letter of the alphabet, you can say that the individual letter, by itself, points to nothing else than to its own form, and you cannot relate this form to anything else. The form does not tell us anything else. And when I look at electric phenomena, let's say, that is much like looking at an individual letter that doesn't tell me anything. But it's a different matter when we look at several letters in a row that form a word, so that we naturally move on to reading. We are still just looking at the very same thing as before, but we have now advanced to the level of meaning. This leads us to something very different. And likewise, as long as we are looking at isolated individual phenomena and elements in nature, that is, elements in the sense of mathematical elements, we are right to say that we do not advance to what is in them. However, when we try in this context to invigorate everything, to begin with a new activity, as in the transition from the isolated individual letter to reading an entire word, then everything turns into something different. That is why any true spiritual science is nothing other than phenomenology. But phenomenology that does not stop at combining, synthesizing individual phenomena, but reads the phenomena in their context. It is a phenomenology in which we do not sin against anything by going beyond the phenomena speculatively. Rather, this is a phenomenology that interrogates the phenomena, regarding whether they have something to say for a certain inner activity, not only in isolation but in context. It is understandable that when we look only at the individual isolated phenomena, we might take the standpoint that Haller took when he said in his poem, quote, "Into the heart of nature, no created spirit delves. Happy be he to whom she only knows her outer shell." Close quote. But we can also see that someone who understands phenomenology the way Goethe did, and spiritual science is, after all, only a continuation of Goetheanism, would react the way Goethe did upon reading Haller's words, as we read in this poem, quote, "Into the heart of nature. O you Philistine, no created spirit delves. My foot, let no such talk pervert what mine is, and thine. For 60 years I've heard it, over and over again. I do believe, I curse it heartily, but up my sleeve say after me 1,000,000 times, gladly doth nature give her all, and well, and has no core nor outer shell. All things she is in one. You have just to test the matter on yourself to see it better, whether you be core or shell or none. Know you not what nature poses? A whole universe beneath our noses? Doth not nature's very heart own in the human breast a part? The end of Lecture 2, which is a discussion. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 75 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Anthroposophy and the Natural Sciences, translated by Sabine Seiler. This is Lecture 3, entitled Anthroposophy, Its Essence and Its Philosophical Foundations, given in Bern on July 8, 1920. Ladies and gentlemen, the Free Student Association of Bern has invited me to talk to you today about the nature and task of the anthroposophically oriented worldview. And in a few introductory words, I want to point out above all that the anthroposophically oriented worldview wants to be fully in harmony, first, with the most essential cultural demands of the present time, and insofar as we can know these, those of the near future. Second, in particular, this worldview wants to be in full harmony with what has come about in the past 3 or 4 centuries for the development of humanity, through what is called the scientific worldview. I believe I can safely say that this anthroposophically oriented worldview, which many people these days still consider to be a sect, as though it were nothing more than a quirk of a few unworldly people, wants to listen to and understand as deeply as possible what moves our time most deeply. It wants to grasp completely and deeply a moral issue that moves our time, and likely also the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, are we not right in saying that what is called the scientific worldview, which has developed over the course of the past 3 or 4 centuries, has called into question much of the old ways of thinking that used to satisfy people's hearts and minds? Indeed, much of what people held sacred through centuries, through millennia, had to be cast off. And science has shown much to be illusion that ancient views considered their most prized possessions. And are not the woes and catastrophes of our time telling us clearly that the time has come, that the moment in world history has now come, when this scientific worldview must fulfill what so many have long expected from it? Namely, it must again open a path for us to those spiritual heights without which we ultimately cannot live, and the old paths which science has taken from us. Ladies and gentlemen, the anthroposophical worldview wants to take this question very seriously. Now, I am under no illusions that in the short time of my lecture I can convince anyone in this hall of what anthroposophy is actually striving for. I will not be able to do more than sketch out a few of the paths that are being followed in this area. I will be able to stimulate ideas and thoughts regarding the questions we need to ask and the way we need to research and study in the area of this anthroposophically oriented worldview. In its essence, anthroposophy is indeed very different from all other contemporary sciences, and because in its essence, anthroposophy is different in particular from what is usually considered the only valid scientific approach today, it is widely misunderstood, and is, we may indeed say so, treated badly. In the ordinary sciences, as in life in general, people believe that the only source of human knowledge is what they can perceive and experience through their senses, and what their reason and intellect, through observation, can draw from this sensory world, in terms of natural laws and the like. People try in this way to gain an overview of their environment, their world. In this way, people try to develop an understanding about their place and purpose in the world order. Basically, people consider how they, as human beings, are born into the world, how they are raised and educated, in the usual sense of the word, and how they can then, as a result of their ordinary education, and on the basis of this being born into the world, with their inherited abilities and characteristics, look at life scientifically or otherwise. However, this is not the standpoint of anthroposophy. Instead, anthroposophy appeals to something in human beings that today is still rare in human nature, and that will have to make itself felt in human culture in a very different way than it does today, if humanity is to fulfill its next cultural task. Anthroposophy appeals to what I want to call intellectual modesty or humility. I often use a comparison to explain what I mean by intellectual humility. And this comparison leads us right away into the core of what anthroposophy really wants to be. For example, if we hand a volume of Goethe's poems to a 5-year-old child, what will the child do with the volume of poetry? Well, at first the child will likely play with the book, and then eventually tear it up. In any case, this child will not have any idea of the actual purpose of the book of poems. If we teach that child, then by the time he or she is a young adult of perhaps 17, 18, or 19 years, this person now may make a very different Goethe's poems. We can now say that the 5-year-old was looking at the very same thing as the now 17 or 18-year-old. But the latter responds very differently than the child, because something has been developed, something has been drawn out of this person's inner depths that then leads to a very different relationship to the book of poetry than before. When we apply this to our relationship with nature, with the entire world, what follows is what I want to call intellectual humility, which is the decision to admit that no matter how old we get, how we are raised and educated in ordinary life, as human beings, we relate to nature and the world around us like the 5-year-old child relates to the book of Goethe's poetry. In order to relate differently to the world and act differently, we first must draw up something that lies deep within our inner being, in our innermost being. Only then can something reveal itself to us that cannot be offered through ordinary sense observation or deductive reasoning, as is active in conventional life and development. It is the essence of the anthroposophical worldview that we do not approach the study of things just as we are. Rather, we must first draw out something that lies hidden within our inner being. Only after we have thus taken our own development in hand, in a sense, and have advanced beyond what we are as a result of being born, raised, and educated in this world in the ordinary way, That is, after we have made ourselves into a different, only then can we approach the investigation and research of things. In other words, transforming our entire soul life first, before studying and exploring things. This is the essence that underlies the striving and aspirations of the anthroposophically oriented worldview. And here I must tell you that the anthroposophically oriented worldview is based on two cornerstones, especially in its scientific life. One of these cornerstones consists of the boundaries of our knowledge of nature. In regard to the knowledge of nature, anthroposophy agrees fully with that conscientious research that sets definite limits or boundaries to the exploration of nature in the natural sciences. Indeed, in general, the anthroposophically oriented worldview is fully in agreement with all that natural science discovers in a legitimate way. By avoiding dilettantism and instead delving objectively and appropriately into any area of the natural sciences, we inevitably come up against boundaries. And we must place certain concepts at these boundaries. And today, just as an example, I want to mention two of the many we could name, namely the concepts of the atom, or matter, and that of force. In the natural sciences, we then work with concepts such as force and matter. And much philosophical thinking has been concerned with concepts such as force and matter. Today, this has gone so far that it was attempted to establish a philosophy of the, in quotes, as if. That is, according to that philosophy, we cannot arrive at any clear, enlightening concepts of force and matter, and therefore we should continue our research in the wider field of phenomena, of perceptions, in quotes, as if such concepts corresponded to something real, which we simply do not know. That is, as if those concepts had any kind of legitimacy at all. You will surely agree that this philosophy of the as if is a desperate worldview, even though it seems plausible to many people in our time. As we face this concept, this boundary concept of the knowledge of nature, we are standing at a cornerstone of human knowledge. Examined merely intellectually, these concepts become the bane of our existence, where human knowing and perception are concerned. Anthroposophists now try to deal with this concept in a way that is very different from that of ordinary philosophers. Ordinary philosophy continues to apply the intellectual method even at those points where we have reached the boundaries of the natural sciences. Spiritual science, as I mean it, begins with something completely different in the human soul. When we have reached this boundary concept, one part of the methods of spiritual science, spiritual research, becomes obvious. This part consists in a form of meditation that is not in any way confused or shoddily mystical. Rather, the meditation I mean here is systematic, well organized, and practiced rigorously and conscientiously. This meditation is what I want to describe first of all, at least in principle. You can find the details in my books, especially entitled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. What matters here is that we repeatedly, and I want to underscore emphatically that patience and energy are essential for these things, that we repeatedly practice again and again. You may think that doing research in a chemistry lab or in an observatory is difficult, and that it is easy to achieve something through a systematic transformation of your soul. But if you keep strictly to the rigorous method in this area, you will see that doing research in labs, clinics, or observatories is relatively easy compared to those processes that most people imagine to be easier than they are, and that essentially amount to a transformation of the soul life. At the start of this process, we place at the center of our imagination clearly defined, simple concepts. Let's say, initially concepts we ourselves have formed, or symbols, or the like. What matters here, ladies and gentlemen, is not that these concepts and mental pictures correspond to a truth. What matters is what is affected, brought about in our soul through these mental pictures. What matters is that with these mental pictures, we implement strict self-education, rigorous self-discipline in our intellect. Therefore, we place at the center of our soul life concepts or mental pictures that we can keep strictly in view, either concepts we ourselves have formed or ones that experienced spiritual researchers have recommended to us. First of all, we try to eliminate everything else from our consciousness and concentrate our consciousness only and exclusively on such strictly understood concepts. As soon as we concentrate on such concepts and mental pictures, our physical thoughts and memories come swarming toward us from all sides, like bees swarming to the hive. And these thoughts actually want to foil our inner method. We must therefore exert more and more effort to maintain our focus. And this exertion of force, this effort, is the important thing. What matters is that we drive the will with all our might ever deeper into the life of our imagination, into our mental pictures, so that we actually become stronger as we exert this effort of driving the will into the life of the imagination. That is one aspect of strictly scientific meditation, or rather of meditation that leads to science, that we drive the will into the life of our imagination. Such exercises cannot be completed in a matter of a few days. They require many years of effort, and we must return to them and repeat them again and again. It is not a matter of doing these exercises for a long time on any given day. Indeed, a few minutes a day is all that's needed. What matters is that we return to the effort and repeat it again and again. Then we will finally experience that the soul is drawing up from its deepest depths forces that are quite different from what we call on in ordinary life and even in ordinary science. Applying these forces, then, by focusing all effort of will on a content we ourselves have chosen, will, after some time, as I said, I can only outline the principle here, you can read about the details in my books, we will then have the possibility to approach the boundary concepts of the natural sciences, including such concepts as matter and force and the like, I could mention many others, in a way that is not just purely intellectual. Then comes the following. We no longer speculate or philosophize about these boundaries of our knowledge of nature. Rather, we come to experience something in these concepts. In the encounter with these concepts, something happens in our soul that includes experiences we otherwise only have when we experience love in the external world, for example, or when we are otherwise embroiled in the struggle of our outer life. In other words, the main point here is that we disregard the outside world and inwardly undergo something that leads us into a reality that is just as intense for us, is experienced just as intensely by our consciousness, as is otherwise the case only with external reality, which we rightfully touch and process with our hands and feet. When we have, through concentration and meditation, worked our way to a consciousness that has become stronger inwardly in the intellect through our effort of will, then at last something makes its appearance that we can describe as follows. Just as we usually see and recognize red in our ordinary outer sensory observation as a color, and likewise for blue, And just as we hear the note C sharp or C, so we can then, with this newly developed capability, recognize and know directly in our consciousness that there is a soul as such. This is possible only when we have learned in the process described above to no longer rely on the body or the nervous system or the like as instruments for perception. Instead, we perceive the soul by experiencing it. Ladies and gentlemen, at the moment when all this happens through direct experience, we realize the following, and I want to indicate this by means of a comparison.
At Buca de Beppo, our tables are big, bold, and ready for anything. We make room for every personality, every plate, and every moment you didn't plan for. So bring your hungry crew and dig into new menu items like spicy sausage pappardelle and our new Buca bundle for only $40. Make a reservation or order online today. The more, the merrier at Buca de Beppo.
Let's say we're walking along a dirt road made soft by rain. We see the ruts that carts have made in the road and the imprints of people's footsteps. As reasonable people, it would not occur to us to claim that these ruts in the softened road have been caused by forces that are down there underground, and that bring the soil into such a configuration that those ruts and footprints arise. Instead, as rational people, we will explain the ruts differently. We will say that something impacts the surface of the earth there, something that is a matter of complete indifference to that surface as such. So, something comes from outside and impacts the ground. Carts and people have passed along that road, and the force that is actively at work in shaping the earth is indifferent to all those passers-by. When we come to really know the inner configuration of the life of the soul in the way I have described, then we can finally see everything about the physical organization of the brain in such a way as to realize that this has definitely not somehow been shaped through inner forces of the person's physical configuration. Instead, the soul, which we have just come to know, has worked on this from the outside, just as human footsteps or the wheels of a cart have worked on and shaped the sodden soil of the road. In other words, we do not come to know the soul through speculation, but only by gradually working our way up to experiencing it. That means that we must take as our starting point what in ordinary life and conventional science is considered the end point or destination, namely the intellectual realm, the concepts of perception. Once we have experienced the soul element in this way, in direct perception, then our method, the anthroposophical method, has brought us face to face with the experiential comprehension of what I want to call human pre-existence, the soul's spiritual pre-existence of the human being. That is, we need no longer make do with speculations about human immortality, because with this immediate perception, we then achieve a direct perception of pre-existence. We can then see inwardly in our soul, in direct spirit vision, what is working on the body and configuring it. As we look at what is working on the body, and as we observe it, we know how to trace it to the time before birth, or let's say the time before conception. Thus, anthroposophy by its nature studies the idea of immortality quite differently from the way conventional philosophy does. Conventional philosophy tries to deduce from what happens between birth and death something about what is beyond birth and death. In contrast, Anthroposophy tries to see even the work of such deducing as only a preparation. It seeks to live into the development of boundary concepts so that it might experience what figures, what is active as the immortal element in the human being. Subjectively, what is filling human consciousness becomes more active than usual. And that is actually what is really important. I will have to tell you about this in more detail in a later part of my lecture. Namely, that in applying Anthroposophy's methodology, we become ever more active. Indeed, as a result, we stop giving ourselves over passively to the course of events, at least to what we have created in the course of modern times through our setting up of experiments. And we stop giving in passively to what the experiments tell us. All of this has its legitimate place, and spiritual science certainly does not want to fight against this, but the anthroposophically oriented methodology advances to active thinking, a thinking that in the act of thinking grasps the immortal nature of the human being himself or herself. I know that much may be objected against this type of experience that must replace our ordinary discursive evidentiary substantiation to the extent that this can be justified philosophically. I will return to this point later, but for now I just wanted to show you on the one hand how in fact this part of the anthroposophical methodology, a part that is based on a valuation of thinking, on a working of the will into the intellect, leads to an essential recognition of human preexistence. In other words, we begin to comprehend the immortal element that is present before conception, before birth, in spiritual worlds. This may not be explained based on the physical body, because this immortal element is what works on the body, and because the body, our physical being, reveals itself, as I will show shortly with an example, as that which is shaped out of the spirit. The second important part of the anthroposophical methodology consists in the fact that we can approach our own self in a different way than is usually the case. Normally, people approach their own self through what is typically called mysticism in the usual sense of the word. Now, anthroposophists must no longer be under any illusions regarding the boundaries of what we can know about the world. Through the experience I have described, they must recognize this knowledge in its true form. And likewise, those who really want to be true researchers of anthroposophy must not be under the illusions offered by the deceptions and delusions of conventional mysticism. People who believe that they can look into the innermost part of the human being by following the path described by mystics throughout history, and as religion also often suggests, are not actually advancing to a true knowledge of the human self. Ladies and paths, you cannot get beyond that element of deception. After all, how much do we really know of what we have heard here or there, for example, in childhood? Let's say in childhood you were lying on a meadow somewhere and heard bells ringing in the distance. This perception, and you probably forgot it right away. Decades later, as an adult, you may encounter some event or experience in the world in which there is a faint echo reminiscent of that sound of bells from long ago, a sound barely even noticed back then. Actually, a great number of ideas, of which we believe that they come forth out of our inner being, are likewise really nothing more than reminiscences of what we have experienced in our early youth. Those who truly make an effort in a more rigorous psychology than is commonly practiced today to study the inner life of the human being in this way know how much is prone to deception. They know that what the mystics throughout history believed they were drawing up out of their inner life as a force of some kind is really nothing more than the transformed experiences of a younger age that have perhaps become nebulous by now but are in any case metamorphosed. In order to approach the boundaries of what we can know about the world without any deception, we must undergo the process I have outlined here, and we must take care not to fall prey to some nebulous mysticism in the usual sense. Instead, we must systematically train our soul in a different way at the other cornerstone of human knowledge. And we can only do this if we draw near to something we usually do not pay much attention to in our ordinary life. We experience our life between birth and death from decade to decade, from year to year. We give ourselves over passively to much in this life. Only a few things do we approach actively, entering into them intentionally with our will. If you want to become a spiritual researcher in the sense described here, you have to consider what I want to call strict and systematic self-discipline as the second part of the path of knowledge. You have to commit to it repeatedly, and that is why this path to knowledge takes years, many years. You have to resolve again and again and commit to the following. You want to incorporate or embody, as Nietzsche called it, this or that character trait into yourself. You want to make this or that out of yourself. If you then become able to bridge, so to speak, between the now and a point in time that lies perhaps 5, 10, or 15 years in the past, and you have in the course of those years incorporated something into your soul through your own activity, then you can also investigate how what you have incorporated over the course of 5, 10, or 15 years, something you made your own through self-discipline, works. That is, you can perceive then how this element has now become something different, how it appears as a new element in you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you then manage in this way to carry into your intellect, your concepts, your imagination, what otherwise works only as will, that is, when you have introduced your will into your intellect, then you must bring this intellect into your life, into that willing that usually just flows past you as you passively submit yourself to life. Instead, it is now necessary to take life into your own hands. What this means is that, in a sense, you accompany yourself, walking alongside yourself and observing yourself. And you must do this with the necessary naivete, so as not to lose your naivete toward life. Through such processes, then, we become our own doppelganger, in a sense. At the same time, we become able to make the life of our will into something we can observe the way we usually observe only the outer world around us. If we achieve this, and in a way double ourselves to become both spectator and agent in our life, then we have achieved something that manifests in a very particular way. For what we have so far essentially considered only our memory will become clear to us in a new way. The memory pictures now carry what we have experienced 10, 15, or 20 years ago into the present. Now we experience something entirely new that appears much like a transformation or metamorphosis of memory. To make sure I will not be misunderstood, I want to point out emphatically that, of course, in our ordinary life we retain our usual memory. It is only when we are engaged in spiritual research that we experience the transformation of memory, which I still have to describe. In particular, we then experience something we otherwise only experience in the three-dimensional space around us. In space, we can walk, for example, through an alley, and when we look back behind us, we see not only images of the trees we have walked by, but we also see, albeit in a different perspective than before, the trees themselves. This is how the new experience appears in our consciousness. We look back on our life, but see not only the images and fantasies we had in the past, but we also recognize, just as when we look around us in an alley, from this other perspective that we can survey our life in the immediate present as though time had become space. What is usually memory becomes an entirely new spiritual force, a new way of looking into time. And only at that moment do we attain true knowledge of that mysterious element in our own being, an element that is otherwise as unknown to us as the content of dreamless sleep is unknown to our ordinary consciousness. This is how we gain insight into the nature of the human will. And we can indeed then see this essence of the human will as it works in the physical body. By coming to know the will as transformed memory, we achieve immediate direct perception regarding the other end of life, namely post-existence. We can learn about what carries us beyond the portal of death and into a spiritual world. Again, it is by training a very specific element of the soul to be capable of a direct experience that anthroposophically oriented spiritual science wants to advance to a comprehensive worldview. Ladies and gentlemen, by addressing the two cornerstones of human knowledge in this way, namely knowledge of the world on the one hand and knowledge of ourself on the other, we reach, on the one hand, beyond the limits of what we can know about the world, not through speculation, but through immediate experience, and enter into the soul life as such. And on the other hand, we advance into the element of our own will, not through engaging in mysticism, but by cultivating the memory capacity in us through strict self-discipline. As a result, we actually awaken what is immortal within us. And that seems to me to be a continuation, not of the external scientific method of the present time, but of scientific education. I may as well admit that it seems to me that those who do not stop short at what the natural sciences, those laudable sciences, offer us in the present time, because they have a blind faith in authority or are just plain complacent or lazy, will take on the big question that the natural sciences lay upon our soul. They will feel compelled, as I have described it in my book, titled The Riddles of Philosophy, to get beyond what the natural sciences can give us, not by speculating and philosophizing, but by seeking to further develop what they apply in experimentation, intellect, and a more active will. They will then achieve the intensity of soul life I have just spoken of, so that immortality is not something conjectured, but something directly perceived. And then, ladies and gentlemen, something else will make its appearance as a matter of course. Something that, when it is described as it is, for example, in my book titled An Outline of Esoteric Science, as well as in many of my other books, people today still consider the product of a wild imagination. Something that I am nevertheless convinced will gradually and increasingly emerge precisely out of the mystery of natural science itself. How do we find our way then in natural science? We apply rigorous methods, and particularly those who are basing themselves on be among the last to flout those strict scientific methods. But you see, we are then confronted with the following. For example, we may develop certain views on geology, and we try, based on Lyell and other geologists as our starting point, to attain a picture of the geological layers of the earth at the present time. We try, with the all too familiar methods, to gain from this picture a view of the past. The historical and geological epochs are still controversial, by going back millions of years. Other researchers go millions of years into the future by prophetically predicting this or that end of the world based on physical or geological facts. That is, we work out a picture of how our Earth developed and how humanity has developed with it. Now, keep in mind, that in the short time of a lecture I cannot give you a complete insight into the already existing research results of spiritual science. But when you read the relevant literature, you will see that certain things are there. Now, I can only indicate and roughly sketch how these things are researched. For example, let's take studies of the human heart. We get a picture of how the heart changes over the period of 5 or 10 or more years. From this we then deduce what the human heart was like 30 years ago, let's say. Of course, we easily do this for people who are now in their 40s, but not for people who are now only in their 20s. But we could also continue the pure deduction and, still following the rigorous scientific method, what this heart was like 30 years ago. In doing so, we would not follow any other method than the one also applied today by geologists when they tell us what this or that geological layer was like millions of years ago. With this, we have forgotten that all those millions of years ago, the earth perhaps did not yet exist, just as human beings did not yet exist at that time as physical human beings. And using the laws of physics or geology to pronounce some prophecies about how the world will end millions of years hence is no different from taking the change we see in the human heart over a period of 5 years as our starting point for calculating what this human heart was like 300 years ago. At first, this seems like a great paradox. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, this is all entirely justified for those who delve into the laudable natural sciences of our time, not with their intellect or out of unquestioning acceptance of authority, but with their whole soul and an unbiased human nature. Moreover, an approach such as I have outlined here can be very useful for the sciences of our time, for it is unfortunately still the case today. Working alongside in any field of spiritual science. The colleagues one would wish for are definitely not the lay people or dilettantes. The matter is much too serious for that. Instead, the colleagues I would most wish for are people who have learned to work scientifically and have worked for years loyally and with dedication to really immerse themselves in a scientific field, and who have retained their impartiality and openness in all their scientific work. That impartiality or unself-consciousness is essential to be able to transform the cognitive and soul forces in the way I have indicated. Only then is it possible to arrive in a more concrete and truly realistic way at knowledge of human nature, for example. Anthroposophy will be the best foundation for an anthropology that can be useful for medicine and the social sciences. That is why it gave me such satisfaction to be able, several weeks ago, to hold a week-long lecture course in Dornach, where we built the Goetheanum and established the anthroposophically oriented school for spiritual science. The course was attended by 40 doctors and medical students. I mention this course because it fits in with what we are talking about here. Its topic was how to build a bridge between pathology and therapy, a bridge so many long for, particularly also those in the medical professions. In that course, I talked about how this bridge can be built based on the kind of insight into the human being that can be attained when we no longer think only abstractly about the relationships between body and soul, but become able to perceive them concretely. I want to give you a little example. It will be somewhat remote, but it will also point to the concreteness with which spiritual to address the specifically scientific human problems. It is certainly the case that many people speculate a great deal about the relationship between body and soul, and they have come up with theories of parallelism, theories of interaction, and so on. Still, what we are dealing with there is not a true perception of the soul spiritual, on the one hand, which one reaches only in the way I have described today, and the physical body, on the other hand. The materialistically oriented worldview suffers from the tragic fate of not having mastered matter, Since the advent of materialism, we have not been able to look inside the material processes, because the inner part of the material processes is something spiritual. And so we must first understand and perceive the spirit in order to understand the material processes. Thus, I want to show you more as a sort of result what we arrive at regarding knowledge of a moment in human development when we approach it in accordance with spiritual science. We see how human beings grow into physical life through birth. We see then how there is a certain closure of something when children at the age of 6, 7, 8, or thereabouts have their secondary dentition. This secondary dentition, the growth of the adult teeth, right way only when we take the entire human body, spirit, soul being into consideration. That is, when we consider how that entire being changes in this important period of life. I can only hint at this here, but when we look at the soul element, we see first of all what I have often explained here in lectures given more for lay people. That is, we see how the child previously, before the loss of the baby teeth, developed by imitating, and now with the growth of the adult teeth, becomes someone who wants to develop under the influence of authority. That is, with the change in dentition, there is a change from the principle of imitation to that of authority. But aside from that, when we are able to really look at this human soul life, when we have learned to deepen our observation of this soul life and really learn how to deepen ourselves, when we develop within us everything I have described today as discipline of the will and the intellect, when we then look at everything that is happening with a person around the time of the secondary dentition, we will notice how what initially develops as a capacity for memory in the human being undergoes a specific change with the advent of the permanent dentition. It is striking how, beginning in this period of life, our imagination starts to have contours, starts to develop into successive mental pictures that we can remember. And I could point out many other things in this connection. But in that case, I would have to talk for a long time if I wanted to show you how the transformation of the entire intellectual soul element manifests itself purely empirically around the time when the permanent teeth are coming in. We can then go on to investigate further what can be studied in this area, and we must do so with the concrete empiricism that arises from the fact that we have sharpened the eyes of our soul through the methods I've described here. In that process, we will find that, in a sense, this process of the permanent teeth being pushed out reveals something that works within the child in the first 7 years of life, then pushes itself out and reaches its peak, culminates with the change in dentition. That is, at the time when the permanent teeth come in, the soul changes. Concepts gain contours. Our memory, which naturally already existed before this time, now changes. When we then apply the concepts of Goethe's theory of metamorphosis to these developments, we see that the soul spiritual life has emancipated itself from the physical body. We also see that what will later work in the imagination and in the intellect already worked in the body earlier, shaping and forming it, and reached its culmination at the time of the permanent dentition. Once the permanent teeth have come in, that same force manifests itself in the spiritual soul life. That is, we can follow this development concretely, no longer in abstractions, and not as speculation used otherwise about body and soul. We can see directly this shaping force at work. We can see it later when the person calls forth from memory those sharply contoured concepts and not figments of the imagination. There we can see how that force shapes the body and how it drives the forces into the change in dentition. By extending our observation through time, we can see how the spiritual soul element is working in the physical body. Now, when we observe human beings in the stage of life where they reach sexual maturity, we see that during the period between the appearance of the permanent teeth and puberty, it is above all the element of will that consolidates itself. There is still something active in the body, the effect of which we can notice in what manifests outwardly. In boys it will be evident in the voice change, and in girls it will manifest differently, but no less so. What is active there is the will. The will takes hold of the organism in the period between the beginning of secondary dentition and puberty. While the intellect emancipates itself, and with the permanent dentition is in a way set free and becomes autonomous, the will is liberated in the period leading up to puberty. I would like to put it like this. Something purely spiritual connects itself with the body. And in the change that happens in boys with the change of the voice, we can see clearly how the life of the will manifests itself as a formative force in the body. From just these two elements I have given here, you can see how we concretely observe the human being based on spiritual empiricism. What I have shown you there then leads us beyond the human being and out into the cosmos. And we come to know it just as we come to know the content of the sensory world through the senses. Through this direct spiritual perception, we come to know a deeper and also more essential element of the cosmos. For example, we see that the human being is embedded in cosmic forces, and we come to know what, in these forces, is at work in the human being, on the one hand, in the early years up to the secondary dentition, and on the other hand, in the years until puberty. That force initially works as an intellectual one, shaping us until the secondary dentition. Then it emancipates itself and works on the other side as a will element that intensively takes hold of the human body at the time of puberty. Now we realize that that which pushes the adult teeth out and thus works in our organism, moving on into the sharply contoured concepts of memory, is what we could call, but only figuratively, light. Actually, however, it is everything that relates to our sensory perception in the way light relates to the eyes. We come to know that it is actually light that works in the human organism, and that through the force of light, which is active in the eye's faculty of sight, we overcome what is otherwise experienced only as heaviness, as gravitational pull. Of course, this all applies only figuratively. We could find the same element for all the other senses too. Light and heaviness, light and gravity, are engaged in a battle. Cosmic light and cosmic gravity are at work in the human body until the secondary dentition. And then, from the time of the permanent dentition to puberty, gravity gains the upper hand. And that which is light-filled, which here again is only figurative, is the content of our sensory perceptions. But gravity achieves a victory, an inner victory over this light-like element. And in this way it forces the will into human nature, and thus configures human beings inwardly with what then makes them sexually mature. Gravity leads the human organization toward its center of gravity. Ladies and gentlemen, this learning to sight into human nature, this immediate, concrete, and empirical connecting of the spiritual with matter, that is what the anthroposophically oriented worldview offers. Truly, this is not a matter of some nebulous mysticism, but a matter of methodical study that is not only just as rigorous as what is customary in the sciences, but is indeed even more rigorous, because every individual phenomenon we approach in this way is also at the same time accompanied by what the soul has made of itself in order to become able to see something new in the old. What we see in human beings in the anthropocentric view is extended to encompass the entire cosmos without falling into anthropomorphism. And you will realize that we are dealing here with a rigorous scientific method, when we have developed ourselves in the way I have outlined in my book title, An Outline of Esoteric Science. Ladies and gentlemen, some people, of course, find it easy to laugh at such a book. They do not see or understand all the effort, all the paths pursued, and all the studies that went into writing such a work. But such things have to be said in our time. The materialistic orientation has brought us precisely to the point of no longer being able to know matter. Instead, we can engage only in speculations about the relationship between spirit or soul and body or matter. But anthroposophically oriented spiritual science is intended to teach us to really know the human being, to truly comprehend ourselves as we are as spirit, soul, and body, and from this to open the paths to knowing the cosmos. For the human being comprises everything that is also in the cosmos. For example, we can call forth, conjure up, as image within us, something that is long past, something we have experienced, and that we still carry within us as an image, even though the event is long over. Because I was once present in that experience with my senses, my reason, and my soul and feeling, that is why I can conjure it up again. As human beings, we were present in everything that has ever happened in the cosmos. And for that reason, once we grasp our full being, we can comprehend what is really cosmic. And we can do so in a different way than if we had to struggle for that comprehension outwardly. As I have described earlier, inner knowledge also provides a certain cosmology, so that anthroposophy expands into a true cosmology, as I've tried to explain in my book titled An Outline of Esoteric Science. This book may still seem laughable to many of our contemporaries, but it is based on a rigorous scientific method, one that originated, however, out of the essence of the anthroposophical orientation. What I have described here as the essence of anthroposophy can in a certain sense also be justified in philosophical terms. And those who have been reading my writings from the beginning will know this. I tried in the 1880s, commenting on Goethe's writings, to develop an epistemology, and I tried in my little book titled Truth and Knowledge to show the relationship between human inner life and what is out there in the cosmos. Then I tried in my book titled The Philosophy of Freedom to apply this to the entire worldview of the human being. Those who have read all of this will find that great effort was expended to justify, in philosophical terms, as far as is possible today, what is appearing now in higher spiritual empiricism, as spiritual science, as anthroposophy. And I must say that for decades I have had to fight a hard struggle against Kantianism. That is, it's been a tough struggle against Kantianism, which has misjudged the epistemological problem, and thus, what I am convinced, is the fundamental problem of philosophy. In the few minutes I still have this evening, I cannot go into detail regarding Kantian philosophy or epistemology, but with just a few words, I can indicate what is actually at stake here, philosophically speaking, if we really want to fully understand the human being. We can begin by looking empirically at how human beings come to the boundary of what can be known about nature and the world. That is, we come to a cornerstone at this boundary of knowledge of nature, in such concepts as matter, energy, and so on, when this knowledge is not yet extended anthroposophically. True, what matters here is that those who are able to experientially examine that boundary of knowledge of nature now understand why human beings are organized in such a way that at a certain point they must set up concepts that are, so to speak, dark and opaque for ordinary human consciousness. And, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please forgive my use of the word why in this connection. It is meant really only rhetorically, not teleologically. After all, if we could always look into things around us, transparent to us intellectually, and do the same where human beings are concerned, we would not be able to develop in our human nature something we need for our ordinary life, especially also for our ordinary social life, and must therefore absolutely develop in the time between birth and death. That is, we would otherwise not have what lives within us as the element of love. Those who have thoroughly studied the psychology of the connection between knowledge and love will notice that this separation from the things that have become intellectually opaque for us, that manifest for us in the boundaries of knowledge about nature, is necessary. This separation is necessary so that we in our entire human organization can develop the power of love. Not what Kant has brought up in his titled Critique of Pure Reason and the like, but what we develop within us as the power of love is what keeps us from making things intellectually transparent to ourselves. We arrive at this intellectual transparency only on the paths I have described today. We human beings are organized in such a way that we have to purchase the power of love for ourselves at the price of the limits of what we can know about the world. But as human beings, we are also those beings who through the power of their love receive their true value and their human dignity between birth and death. And again, on the other hand, we have the other cornerstone, the one that many people want to overcome so blithely by means of a nebulous mysticism. But it can be overcome only through that methodical self-discipline that I have described today. That is the cornerstone of self-knowledge. Indeed, if we were always able to look within ourselves, if we could attain the kind of knowledge that in a way turns time into space, that in an altered time perspective are sensibly perceptible in spiritual vision, that in a sense tears away the veil of memories and lets us look into the past, and thus also in a sense into the future. If we were always able to do this, then we would certainly see all of this, but we would not have the power of memory, the faculty of recall. This power of memory is what we also need to have, just as in ordinary human life, we need to have love. Those who know what it means to have a disturbed faculty of memory, and how that affects the continuity of the I, capital, who know that this I is based on the power of undisturbed memory, those are the people who will also be able to appreciate that this other cornerstone must be there. The force that makes us capable of memory in the period between birth and death, only this is what enables us to tear away this veil of memories in accordance with the method of anthroposophical spiritual science, and to look in self-knowledge into our own inner life. Those who understand this organization, who with true psychology compare what appears in memory with what self-knowledge is, they will know that we also must have this other cornerstone in our ordinary human life and ordinary knowledge. Accordingly, it is due to our organization to grow beyond what organizes us in ordinary life, in a way somewhat differently from how Kant described it. And only by means of growing beyond that will we be able to penetrate into the depths of nature that we aspire to and long to know. Ladies and gentlemen, this anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, once it undertakes this path in inner aliveness, finds what today is still very daring to say. But is it good to leave such things unspoken when they are what really matters? When today you look at how we have to conceive of the world based on the thoughts and ideas that have emerged in the past 3 or 4 centuries, you cannot establish the bridge between what arises in the soul as an ethical, moral, or social ideal, or even as a religious ideal, on the one hand, and what follows from the results of knowledge of nature, on the other hand. On the one side, we see the natural phenomena. They lead us, even if only hypothetically, or in the philosophy of, in quotes, as if, to a beginning, to an earlier condition of the physical universe. They lead us then to metamorphoses of this physical universe. And they show us how a law prevails in this physical universe, or let's say two laws, that are, however, actually only one. When these laws prevail the way current knowledge, then no bridge can be built to the other side, to the ethical, social, or religious ideal. And these two laws are the law of the conservation of mass and the law of the conservation of energy. If the world out there in the universe, in nature, changes in such a way that matter is indestructible and energy in its eternal conservation is only altered, then our ethical ideals, our religious ideals, are nothing more than a plume of smoke. Then they are our grand illusions. And when the world has long since transformed its matter and its energies in a certain way, the world experiences that are comprised in our moral, religious ideals, and so on, will be carried to their grave, sunk into oblivion. Usually, people do not point this out. But what inwardly splits so many souls in our time, what tears apart many souls in our time, is what arises more or less unconsciously as a mood of soul out of this total failure to build a bridge between the knowledge of nature and the spiritual understanding of ethics and religion. However, my dear ladies and gentlemen, when we experience our intellectual capacity at the boundaries of what we can know about nature, in the way I have described to you today, then we realize that our intellect really belongs only to a certain part of our outer existence. We should not think of the beginning of our existence on earth with our intellect, which we only really get to know in the experiences described. For this intellect belongs to what follows after that beginning and comes before the ending. When we apply this intellect to the entire course of events and use it to look forward or backward for millions of years, the way geologists and physicists do, then we are essentially doing the same thing as when we talk thoughtlessly, for example, of the metamorphosis of the heart taking place in a human being 300 years ago or 300 years hence. We must be clear about the nature of the intellect. It does not reach as far as the other powers of knowing that we have to attain in the way and by the methods I described today. With anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, we are not establishing a value theory along the lines of the ones propounded by Rickert or Windelband, and according to which values arise out of sheer invention, without reality. Instead, we are concerned here with what we can survey and grasp with our intellect. We feel obligated to integrate value in some way into the streams of being. This, however, will be entirely impossible as long as we do not overcome the deadening law of the conservation of matter and energy. We must come to think of matter and energy as transitory. It is only a world of illusion that has revealed itself out of our intellect and leads us wrongly to believe that matter is indestructible and that energy is conserved. It is obvious that the science of the 19th century could not lead to anything else but this. But if you can understand the world in the way I have presented today, then you will see that what we call matter and energy perish just as the plants of this year perish. And then what lives in you as ethical or religious ideal is something that you experience as seed, much like the seed in the blossom of the current plants. We look at this plant seed, which at this time may be no bigger than a tiny dot, and we know that it will be a plant next year, when the blossom and leaves around it that we see now will long since have disappeared. In spiritual perception, we look at this outer world to which we usually apply our intellect. And in this process, we come to know this world not based on the principle of the conservation of matter and energy, but as a world that dissolves. And we realize that the seeds in it are what rule in the human soul as moral or religious ideas. What our senses perceive around us now, it will be gone. what grows and thrives in our inner life, is what will become the world of the future, the cosmos of the future. I am convinced that the bridge to be established between spirit and nature can, given the world as it is today, only be found through anthroposophically oriented spiritual science. My dear ladies and gentlemen, thanks to an invitation from the Free Student Association, I have been allowed to say these few sentences that I hope you found inspiring. I know that they cannot serve as evidence or proof or be convincing. But after all, they don't aim to do more than just indicate and inspire. But because I had the opportunity today, an opportunity for which I am very grateful, to speak at the behest of the Student Association, I want particularly to point out that especially for someone who, like me, must see the world in this way, and who is himself at the end of his 6th decade, it is especially a matter close to my heart to look at today's young generation. And so I can indeed see in the heart and soul of those who are young real seeds, because I can look back at my own youth. And here I want to say to the young friends who have invited me today that 4 decades ago, people who are now my age were young. Back then we looked out into the world, but we could not help but look, in a certain sense, into a world of illusions. Back then we were dependent on this. There were many mighty achievements of outer life in the offing for people back then. But the civilized Europe of that time looked very different from today. A brilliant man, namely Oswald Spengler, writes today about the fall of Western civilization. Back then, that is, about 30 or 40 years ago, we lived in an era that was perhaps more than any other governed by the motto, quote, "We've come such a long way," close quote. We talked about how marvelously far we had come in a grand way. That was a time that deeply cherished its illusions. How strong those illusions were, how deeply they ran, became clear to some who were young back then only in 1914, when this modern civilization rolled into an awful catastrophe. Then an infinite pain descended on the souls of many thoughtful, awakened, older people, and they probably looked back to those days when they were not permitted to say, because the prevailing illusions were too great, "We need something that is not only a renaissance, but also a naissance, not only a resurgence, but also an emergence, the birth of a new spiritual life." Now that those painful years are behind us, ladies and gentlemen, the youth, I believe, live differently than was the case formerly. Now there is great need, and in all areas it is evident that we cannot give ourselves over to the illusion, namely the illusion that we've come such a wonderfully long way. No, I believe in those who are awake or can wake themselves up. There lives something of what leads them to the exhortation, "Use your will." In the outer objective world, everything argues for decline and downfall. But those like Spengler, who speak only about downfall, and even want to prove this downfall, will turn out to be wrong when the fire in the soul of the young generation makes itself felt. I mean the fire or power in the young people that wants to awaken the soul to action, to willing, because it is only out of the action and willing of people who are conscious of themselves that any improvement can come. Improvement comes only from that, not from speculating about forces we are supposed to believe in. No, it's only through activating powers within us that we can make a difference. Powers that lie in our own will, in our own capacities. That is why I want to conclude this talk, for which I am grateful to have been invited by the esteemed Student Association, with the following words of Fichte, quote, "A man can do what he ought to do, and when he says he cannot, it is because he does not want to." Close quote. When we become aware of the spirit that we see in our spiritual perception shining toward us out of the universe, and that fights within us in a struggle with gravity, then this spirit will motivate us to become active. And then there will come from our young generation what all people who are awake must now be hoping and longing for. Indeed, we do not just need a renaissance. We need a new birth of the Spirit. We will have this when the young generation of today understands and honors its task. The end of Lecture 3.
At Bob's Discount Furniture, you get more when you bundle and save. Like when you shop the gorgeous Spencer panel bed, available in 2 finishes for just $3.99, with a matching dresser and mirror for $5.99 and nightstand for only $1.99. They're great on their own, but when you bundle them, you can save almost $200. So stop in your nearest store or shop online, because you just get more when you bundle and save at Bob's.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 75 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Anthroposophy and the Natural Sciences. And it's got 8 lectures. Some are lectures, some are discussions. I've just called them all lectures. Translated by Sabine Seiler. This is Lecture 4, entitled Natural Science and Anthroposophy, given in Zurich on June 4th, 1921. Jakob Hugentobler. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you warmly to this lecture. With this lecture, we want to present to you again something positive from the field of anthroposophical spiritual science, in response to what has spread so widely these days as criticism, most often negative criticism. If you keep your eyes open these days and open yourself to the world around you with deeper understanding, you will see that in all areas of culture, in the sciences, religion, and the arts, new phenomena appear. You will see new beginnings that look like something wants to emerge, but has not yet found its true path for this. Anthroposophical spiritual science now tries to reveal the roots of everything that appears here as a healthy new development in its beginnings. Anthroposophical spiritual science wants to show how we can penetrate to a deeper spiritual sphere, and how out of this spiritual sphere something can grow in which all that makes itself felt nowadays in so many separate movements can be unified again. It is thanks to this possibility of a deeper knowledge that anthroposophical spiritual science claims to extend to all areas of life, to advance into all areas of life with its new knowledge. It is this spirit which wants to and must be active to stimulate the entire cultural life of our time that we want to talk about here today. Thus, the fact that anthroposophical spiritual science extends to all areas of life must no longer be met, as was so often the case in the past, with indignation, astonishment, or surprise, and with the allegation that it is presumptuous and arrogant. Indeed, it is true that anthroposophical spiritual science makes the claim to be a truly comprehensive worldview. Today will be presented to you on the basis of such a real inclusive worldview. We are also offering you here an opportunity to participate in eurythmy courses. Eurythmy is a new movement art inaugurated by Dr. Rudolf Steiner. It is based on anthroposophical spiritual science, and this new art of eurythmy will be taught in single individual courses. In addition, we are offering you the opportunity to enter more deeply into anthroposophical spiritual science in this way by attending introductory courses that will also be held here in Zurich. If you are interested, you can sign up with your name and address. You will find all other information in the programs that have been handed out. Rudolf Steiner. Ladies and gentlemen, the distorted picture of anthroposophy that is so often presented is then opposed in such a way that very little of what anthroposophy essentially represents is addressed. This is because many people today still think this anthroposophy is something that in a way stands in the middle between science, in the strict sense of the word, on the one hand, and the various religious views on the other. To point out how inaccurate these assessments are, which place the anthroposophy meant here in that shaky position, I want to talk in this introductory lecture today, above all, about the sources and actual origins of anthroposophical research. And in this regard, I must first of all point out the following. Much as it is indeed true that what emerges in anthroposophy touches the religious feelings and sentiments of people, this anthroposophy itself has not originally grown out of some religious impulse. Rather, it has developed out of the natural sciences of our time, out of a scientific worldview. From certain standpoints, this may sound paradoxical. However, precisely in order to characterize the scientific spirit of anthroposophy properly, the fact that it originated in the natural sciences must be explicitly and emphatically pointed out. In turning to anthroposophy, people are generally imbued with the realization that humanity owes its greatest achievements, its greatest powers, to what we call the insights of the natural sciences. And I want to admit that I myself am of the opinion that no other spirit should prevail in anthroposophy, except for the one that has been developed and schooled in the scientific research of our time. Above all, that is a spirit which has come to know the conscientious, exacting methods of observation and experimentation, and of the scientific thinking characteristic of our time. However, when we talk about a kind of scientific preparation for anthroposophy, we are not so much taking into consideration the results, the triumphant achievements of the modern natural sciences, but more the spirit of schooling and training we attain when we learn to work scientifically, that is, through experimentation and observation, and to gain in a serious way a scientific view of the beings of the world and the phenomena of the world. Now, as it has turned out, in the course of modern scientific development, there has increasingly arisen in this scientific research the sense for the exclusive significance of the sensory world of facts, for what is founded upon solid facts can be observed by the senses, this observation, in turn, being enhanced through the use of instruments. Only what is built on this foundation is considered a true basis of modern scientific research. And the further science has advanced, the more people have turned away from using their thinking, methodical thinking, to rise above that world of facts. Instead, people have increasingly shifted to viewing facts through experimentation, in such a way that these facts speak for themselves in their mutual connections, and in this way, of nature, as they are called. Of course, it was not so long ago that people, in dealing with facts, did not shy away from the path that leads from these facts to more or less bold hypotheses. In our time, these hypotheses have grown into conceptual systems, and this has led to insights regarding the universe, for example. Today, we are living in a time when people have begun to have doubts about these hypotheses that initially seemed so plausible. For example, people have doubts about the hypothesis regarding the origin of the world as set forth by Kant and Laplace. That hypothesis now is considered to be on shaky ground, even though, on the other hand, people concede that in order to come to any satisfying overview of the sensory world of phenomena, such hypotheses are to some degree indispensable. The above remarks more or less characterize the first point. Of course, I could only sketch out in a few sentences what people encounter today when they embark on researching the field of the natural sciences. But the second point is perhaps even more important today. We find today that as a result of the precision we expect from the natural sciences, a certain basic education in mathematics has become indispensable, even in the descriptive sciences. In the natural sciences, a definition has recently gained currency that seems a bit paradoxical and a bit extreme, but it shows, nevertheless, in what frame of mind people carry out their thinking in the natural sciences. The definition I am referring to is the following. That which exists is that which can be measured. Such a definition highlights the extent to which scientific thinkers are completely in their element when they have attained the art of geometry and the exact measuring that proceeds from geometry, arithmetic, and other branches of mathematics. This mathematical training is in a way something that people must bring with them as a prerequisite for successful scientific research. Now, what I want to say to you today about anthroposophy has less to do with the individual scientific results that can be achieved through measuring, counting, and so on, and more with the particular mood of soul experienced by researchers when equipped with the transparent fabric of ideas from arithmetic, geometry, and algebra, as well as with ideas from the world of differential or integral equations, and even of synthetic geometry and so on. When thus equipped with all those ideas and concepts, which are indeed produced in the human personality itself, the researcher then faces the outer world of phenomena and finds the following. With what I have developed basically out of my own inner being and put into formulas, into structures, with all of that, I can now delve into what my senses offer me. And one will also feel the following. With what I have, in a sense, spun out of my own being, I can comprehend and permeate everything that appears to me as an entirely foreign element in the outer world of facts. This confluence of the mathematical, which we attain in full clarity with free inner activity of the will that permeates everything, and then manifests as construct and form, as formula, this confluence of the mathematical with what we encounter in the outside world, and what in a sense comes to us from the outside, this is what makes up the special soul mood of those who approach the world in accordance with today's exact sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to point out here something that we learn in this way in working with mathematics, particularly in developing algebraic formulas or other formulas or geometric shapes. I want to point out that it is possible for us, in looking backward, to observe ourselves and see how we conduct ourselves in this working with mathematics, and how we can, first of all, come to a certainty, albeit only a formal one, of the inner truth of these formulas and shapes. This is what we can see, and in this way we arrive at a kind of insight into the psychological process that runs its course while we work with mathematics. True, in the ascendancy of the natural sciences, we have, as I'd like to say, become complacent about this application of mathematics. People have hardly ever considered the psychological process involved. But precisely, if we want to really advance to an understanding of nature, and want to move beyond purely natural scientific research, then it becomes necessary that we look more closely at the processes in our soul. That is, we must look at what happens in us as we develop our mathematical abilities. And why is that? Let us look at the process that takes place as we observe the outer world, or, through experiments, observe it systematically, and then understand it with mathematics. When we observe this process of scientific research in our own person, as the subject of investigation, so to speak, it is not only a matter of studying something scientifically, but rather at the same time, we also train ourselves consciously to comprehend the truth that is possible only through such research and study. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, anthroposophy, as we understand it here, had its starting point in such studies. Firstly, of this scientific research method as such, and secondly, of a perception of such inner research activity. And this view, this inner view, will be our standard for measuring everything that claims to be or wants to be anthroposophy. I freely and openly admit we have within us an original sense for the truth. Thus, many people, when they hear of the results that have been achieved in the field of anthroposophy, are to a certain extent inwardly convinced of anthroposophy. And yet, insofar as this really happens due to a certain elementary sense for truth, it is still the case, on the other hand, that those who are qualified to pronounce judgments and to do research in the field of anthroposophy are only those who have undergone the above-mentioned training and self-observation based on scientific research. After all, the appealing nature of the anthroposophical findings makes it very easy to fall into a certain dilettantism, which in turn attracts more dilettantes. But this dilettantism was not part of the origin of anthroposophy and is not inherent in it. It has nothing to do with anthroposophy, as it is to appear in the world in our time. This anthroposophy, as I have described it, takes care that any kind of dilettantism stays far away from it. Anthroposophy takes pains to make sure that it can give an account of how it arrives at its results that would stand up to even the strictest scientific scrutiny of our time. For that reason, I call what appears in anthroposophy not a belief of any kind, but something that can indeed stand next to contemporary science as an equal, and can imbue science. The mind that has been trained in what is demanded of science today, the spirit that underlies the recognized sciences, is the same scientific spirit as the one that underlies anthroposophy. However, precisely at the moment when we are imbued with this scientific spirit and look back from the purely mathematical exposition of outer facts to the living research, to what is developing when we leave the external facts behind and carry this science further in our soul, at that moment, when we look back in this way to what remains of this science for us as human beings, then we initially encounter a great central problem, one that in its gigantic size can actually be felt only by those who have schooled themselves in this scientific approach. The problem I am referring to is the problem of human freedom. Natural science and the philosophy dependent on it, at least it is dependent on it today, cannot help but start from what is so deeply interwoven with things that we have to call it necessity. With the frame of mind prevalent in the natural sciences these days, it is impossible to have any starting point other than necessity. And indeed, it is precisely the ideal of science to understand what we encounter in the world around us as a system of inwardly, necessarily connected beings and facts. By indulging in this way of doing scientific research, we do not come at all close to the immediate experience we encounter in the inner fact of human freedom. We just cannot come close to understanding it in that way. And so we face the significant question that leads us to a chasm in our knowledge, a knowledge abyss. Freedom as a direct experience is given to us. Thus, by casting our mathematical net of knowledge over the facts of the natural sciences, and thereby developing a picture of the world, we do not approach that experience which cannot be denied as a direct experience, freedom. If you will allow me to interweave something personal here, I want to point out that I myself already encountered, as early as the 1880s, precisely on the basis of my studies in spiritual science, that the scientific necessity and significance of objective research is not to be denied, but must be acknowledged. And I also encountered the problem of freedom. And in my book titled The Philosophy of Freedom, published in 1893, I tried to come to terms with philosophy in the way a person thinking along the lines of natural science needed to in those days. Now, if we already had a fully developed psychology or science of the soul set up in accordance with our scientific needs, something we do not have, it would be much easier for us to talk about what I have to say in this moment. Regarding the science of the soul, there have been peculiar developments in recent times. To characterize the fate of psychology, I usually have to point to an excellent thinker of our time who died here a year ago on the Zurichberg, namely Franz Brentano. Around the middle of the 19th century, Franz Brentano was completely immersed in scientific thinking. And when he first formed his theses in Würzburg, at the beginning of his lectureship, one of his main theses was the following, namely that in the study of the soul, no other method should be applied than the one that is also used in the outer natural sciences. In 1874, Franz Brentano then published the first volume of his title, Psychology from an Empirical Standpoint. And when that first volume of the series appeared in the spring of that year, he promised that the second volume would follow in the fall, and then 4 more volumes in quick succession in the subsequent years. In the meantime, Franz Brentano has died. No continuation of that first volume has ever appeared. When you read that first volume of Brentano's Psychology with an open mind, you will understand, just based on the way and manner in which that psychology appeared, why there was no sequel. As Franz Brentano explains in that first volume openly and honestly, if we stop where he stopped, we will have to concede that we actually know nothing. When we look at how concepts and mental pictures are interconnected, and how they are related to memory, when we look at the social nature of our ideas and mental pictures and so on, and apply the purely scientific method to all of this, then what we have is not a substitute for the kind of psychology that Plato and Aristotle had been hoping for. Indeed, such an approach could not substitute for a psychology that is also able to address what we have to call the eternal in the human being, or as Franz Brentano put it, quote, what remains after the dissolution of the body, close quote. Franz Brentano wanted to solve this problem. It is popularly called the immortality problem, by following the methods of the natural sciences and psychology. That is what he grappled with. He did not want to enter, and I want to say this emphatically, into that area I have described to you here as anthroposophy. He thought that was not sufficiently scientific. And because he was an honest researcher, he simply could not continue writing. Combining honesty in the realm of psychology with the spirit of scientific research is possible only if one is able to develop along the lines of that continuation of scientific thinking which anthroposophical spiritual science demands. The fact that Franz Brentano could not advance to a conclusion with his psychology is living proof that we do not have an actual psychology today. If we had a psychology, an actual psychology, we would already be able to see certain things differently than we usually do today. And in this connection, I want to point out above all the following. When we are active in the natural sciences, organizing scientific facts into laws, then integrating these laws into our intellect, so that in a sense we carry within us what we have discovered through outer observation and experimentation, then we will see that the more we move away from external facts and work only inwardly with our intellect, which has proven to be so excellent when guided by experiment and observation, the more we continue working with this intellect, the more we will realize that none of this satisfies us in the long term. In other words, the more we enter into the thinking that forms hypotheses, which works well in natural scientific research, the more strongly we will feel that in the long run we cannot be satisfied with any of this. That is, the more we freely engage in the thinking that can be applied very well and successfully in scientific research, the more we form such thought hypotheses, the more we will arrive at something unsatisfactory. And what is so dissatisfying shows itself essentially throughout the whole development of the sciences. Looking at how the various hypotheses were drawn up, such as hypotheses about the nature of light, electricity, gravity, and so on, we see that these hypotheses are again and again replaced by other, newer ones. And those who insist on not taking the standpoint that by now we are, quote, grand and have come so very far, close quote, will admit, on the basis of the feelings they have when constructing hypotheses, the hypotheses we have formed recently will be replaced by others in the course of time. We are now in the midst of replacing, to a certain extent, the old hypothesis concerning light with another one based on electric phenomena. Clearly, we are entering a realm where we form hypotheses based on what our intellect can attain in terms of natural laws from the observation of the external world and from outer experimentation. We are entering a realm where this intellect, in a sense, meets something fluid, something that does not evoke within us the feeling that we are arriving at something real with these intellectual constructs, which we formulate in hypotheses, and which, even though, if they were to have any value at all, they would need to point to something real, to something existent, cannot actually arrive at something existent. Now, drawing on this empirical perspective, and equipped with the impartial observation of the inner soul facts, namely, of the will, whoever studies that element in the soul which comprises the fact of freedom will find it in wonderful harmony with the impossibility of arriving at hypotheses that contain the same necessity we possess when we classify and systematize the phenomena of nature with our thinking. We will then feel, when we try with that kind of thinking to approach our soul life and to develop only hypotheses in that soul life, we are essentially swimming in a fluid. We find nothing solid to butt up against in our soul life. And that is wonderfully in line with the fact that the impulse that can be active without being ruled by necessity, the impulse that can truly move freely, is rooted in the soul life. I would like to say that through our external research in the natural sciences, we come to a region of our soul life that shows us, trying to extend necessity into that region, will fail also in theory, and we will not come to any satisfaction, not even in theory. We come up against something in our soul life where freedom is rooted, where we can indeed experience freedom. To correctly delimit this area of freedom from the other areas of the surveyable world, we must understand that as long as we remain in the necessity of the surveyable world, we cannot actually approach with this necessity what we experience inwardly when we are in the region of freedom. I think that precisely a psychology that is able to hold up under the current scientific requirement for exactness would have to point to the special kind of inner satisfaction that we have when playing with hypotheses and when harmonizing with what we now experience inwardly, in the soul, when we experience the fact of inner freedom. I want to draw your attention particularly to the following. I am not talking here about any methods or any theories regarding freedom, but about the fact of freedom, which we simply encounter when we delve impartially into the very life of the soul itself. And then when we are able to do this, when, equipped with the spirit of true science, we approach ourselves, not going outward, but going toward ourselves, we come to the limit of where the scientific way of thinking still suffices, and where we can transition to what can be experienced in ourselves as freedom. This is where we come to the point of feeling the justification of anthroposophy. Initially, by demonstrating its scientific character, anthroposophy must begin with that experience of the not being able to approach freedom, with what has led to such great theoretical and practical triumphs in the external world, namely with the natural sciences. Now we are standing in this experience of freedom. If we meet this experience not with abstract concepts, but inwardly as an inner fact, if we can experience it ever more intimately, then in our inner experience of the soul that is flooded, pulsing with the experience of freedom, we know the following. Indeed, we cannot get in there with the thoughts the external natural laws give us. But if we as human beings really want to meet life, stand in life, for example, if we have ideals, if we know the true demands life makes on us, so that we take hold of it in this or that endeavor, then we know we do not stand in this sphere of freedom without thoughts. We take our position in this sphere of freedom by developing a free thinking that is initially only an inner activity of the soul that is not led by external observation or experiment. Instead, as a progressing inner impulse, it begins as a self-creative process in the soul. This is the kind of thinking I have called pure thinking in my title, Philosophy of Freedom. In a sense, that kind of thinking forms the contents of consciousness, when we have trained this consciousness in the way I have outlined just now. But when we move within this kind of thinking, we can remember the concept of being, the concept of reality, which we have acquired in the outer world, in particular in the outer world that has been scientifically investigated, that is, the outer world that the natural sciences offer us. Let's take this concept of reality. Initially, it need not be particularly clear, but just the notion that settles in us, in our immediate outer contact, and also in scientific contact with the outer world. Let's take that concept, that notion of reality, on the one hand. And on the other hand, let's take what we experience consciously in free thinking, and you will see that then something arises in the soul, something I could call basic law or experience. Something arises of which we have to confess. I think, but in thinking, I am not. That is, in thinking, I am not the way I have come to know existence in the outer world. And we are faced with the significant sentence, I think, therefore I am not. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we must attain first for our consciousness. It is so difficult to explain for our times what the actual starting point is for the scientific character of anthroposophy. For as most of you know, the modern philosophy is still more or less consciously based on the proposition of Descartes, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. That is, modern philosophy is still based on the great error of believing that in thinking we grasp anything of reality, as we have pictured to ourselves initially in the imagination. Instead, we have to admit that what arises when we are thinking is the realization that we are thinking in freedom. That is the experience of non-reality, an experience that at the same time is an experience of thinking and also of willing, a pure experience of willing, an experience of wanting and seeking. Ladies and gentlemen, this experience is of tremendous significance for the life of the soul. The fact is that we should actually dwell for some time meditatively in this experience until we feel, in a way, that the I, capital, is hollowed out. And we admit, I think, and in my thinking, that's where my I lives. It is as though I were looking in the midst of which there is a black circle. There is darkness there, no light. Still, I see the black circle. I see the black circle within the light. I reach self-awareness in my ordinary life, and in my self-awareness have to admit to myself that when I am thinking, I am not looking into a reality, but rather, if I may put it this way, I am looking into the black circle. That is, I am looking, which is darkness. And as I look there, I believe that I actually see myself, because within the contents of my awareness there is a gap, a recess left for an I, capital. It is precisely because there is a nothing in the contents of my consciousness, and because I see this non-existence in existence, that in my ordinary thinking, I believe myself in. This is a basic fact of psychology and philosophy. Of course, much water will flow under the bridge before philosophers will take the plunge and enter into this analysis that is necessary. Well, I can only hint at the matter here, can only sketch out what is there. Much will still be explained in very long psychological, philosophical treatises before such an analysis will be undertaken. We have arrived at the understanding that in the I think, we are initially looking into the emptiness of the inner world. Then we also come to realize that something is active there, something that is of the nature of the will. And then we have finally reached the correct starting point for inner methodical anthroposophical research. And this inner methodical anthroposophy consists in this: beginning with what we have experienced within ourselves of the nature of thinking in the sphere of freedom, having then studied the I think, therefore I am not, in the sense of the existence of beings of the letting this work on us by inwardly grasping, as I would like to put it, this atom of the being of the will, we can then enter the soul mood from which there begins the meditation we need in order to arrive at a true inner perception. People may brand as heresy what takes its place in the world as anthroposophical method, and may misrepresent it by portraying it as something people often call things in experiments, pragmatism, and so on. In all the fields of various superstitions, people may misrepresent, as I said, what the spiritual scientist develops by starting from a solid philosophical foundation. But what is being developed there, in terms of meditative methods, is nothing less than a further development of those inner forces of the soul that are present when we engage in mathematics, to such great and significant results when applied in the external natural sciences. When we have learned this, then what lives in our soul as activity when we engage in mathematics, that is, when we have immersed ourselves in this peculiar, scientifically developed form of creativity, then we can further develop it by, in a sense, reproducing what appears in our memory, so that this memory initially is for us a kind of guiding impulse for our life. We have such guiding because what appeared as external events at a certain point in life, namely during our transformed into inner experiences. In a sense, we can always draw up from the unfathomable depths of our soul parts of what we experienced in the form of images. But we can also distinguish between standing directly within an experience, as we lived through it 10 years ago, for example, and recalling in the present moment what we experienced back then. No matter how vivid those pictures are, the essential thing in this life of memory is that through our inner picturing, we make what we experienced fleetingly into something permanent, however, such that we cannot at first determine what is happening in the depths of the soul, or perhaps also in the depths of the living organ. But we can determine again what we are dealing with when, in inner pictures, we bring up from the depths the very event we have experienced. If we find our way into how we have the memory picture, how we have a rather vivid memory picture within us, when we remember for a longer period of time something we have experienced, then we learn from having this memory picture what is necessary for meditation, for the foundational meditation of the anthroposophical method of research. For this, what is necessary is that we place an easily understandable and simple mental picture at the center of our consciousness. It does not matter whether that mental picture relates to something external, or whether it is formed exclusively internally, perhaps even just from fantasy. Initially, the truth content of what we imagine does not matter. What matters is rather that we can easily understand it. I described all of these things regarding the anthroposophical method of research in my book's title, Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, and title, An Outline of Esoteric Science, as well as in other books. There I described how one can enter into this form of meditative imagining in the soul, much as one delves into mathematics. You will think it absurd, then, when people compare this soul activity, which goes beyond the realm of mathematics and is still pervaded through and through by the will, with something hallucinatory or something subconscious. That is precisely the reason why so much is given by way of a mathematical preparation for anthroposophy. For this is how we come to realize that we have a free hand in creating mental pictures and holding on to them in our consciousness. And people who say that what anthroposophy seeks regarding the inner will could be an hallucination clearly do not go, either deliberately or because of their inability, into the whole way in which this meditative life is actually conducted. That is, people don't address how we make sure to focus our consciousness initially on simple mental pictures, so as not to draw up some reminiscences from our subconscious. By doing this, however, we engage in an activity by means of inner strength and with an effort of the will that we otherwise only engage in because external facts prompt us to. After all, usually based on external facts and experiences, we go on and let the life of mental pictures run its course. But now, in anthroposophical meditation, we free ourselves from those external facts and experiences. Of course, I can only indicate this in principle, and you can find the details in the books I mentioned. What matters now is that we hold on to those mental pictures by means of our inner will, and thus call forth lastingly a soul activity that is usually sparked only by external facts, and bound to our outer life, runs its course within us. By continuing to develop this kind of meditation increasingly, by practicing for years to hold on to simple mental pictures and to make them permanent, by thus coming to know that soul activity which tears loose our thinking that is now elevated beyond ordinary existence, from the bodily nature, we rise to what I described in the books I mentioned as imaginative cognition. These are not fanciful notions, no fantasies. Imaginative cognition is a condition in which our consciousness is filled with images that are present in our soul in the same way as mathematical constructions and formulas are present. And in the free handling, beyond the senses, a reality we can distinguish from any physical reality, just as easily as we distinguish between the triangle we can draw with full inner consciousness on the blackboard as a mere symbol, and the purely spiritual concept of the triangle. If we can then persevere with this imaginative life of the soul for a while, we come to know the life of the soul as something that can indeed break free from the body. As we will only fully realize when we engage in such exercises, our ordinary life is bound to our nervous system and the rest of our organism. We come to realize that our soul spiritual life runs its course independently of the organism, and that this soul spiritual life can be filled with images. Only in this way do we come to know the meditative life. These images filling our soul spiritual life are much like memory images. They are not hallucinations. It is not true that we are filled with hallucinations or visions when we engage in anthroposophical research. Rather, it is precisely through the presence of memory that we learn the new type of contents in which the images of imaginative cognition or imaginative consciousness emerge. At the same time, we then also know that when those images appear, we can no longer say, quote, "I imagine, therefore I am not," close quote, which is what we can say when we are thinking. Now, when I have advanced to imaginative cognition, I encounter in a strange way what I had initially come to know in the external world, namely necessity. I can form my images in imaginative cognition, but relative to the new world that now emerges, I cannot jumble the images and move them around this way and that arbitrarily. Rather, I gradually find myself compelled to relate the images that emerge for me in my imaginative life to a new world I am coming to know, to a spiritual world. In the process, I am learning this image that I have initially prepared, I must then place as a question in connection to some fact of the spiritual world. And through this image that I built up myself, I thus enter into a relationship with this spiritual world. Through the consciously created images of imaginative cognition, I come into a spiritual world much like I come into an interrelationship with the outer world of the senses, by way of the images that my eyes create or the sound images that my ears produce. These latter images that are created in eyes and ears are produced without any arbitrary input on my part. But the world of images that is produced in the imagination is attained only after such an intensive schooling as I have described it in the books I mentioned, namely titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, among others. Through this schooling, we gain the opportunity to offer something, to offer an inner activity to the spiritual world. Just as our senses, in the activity of the eyes and of the ears, can offer something to the external natural world, so that we receive images of that world. In other words, what is to give us insights into the spiritual world must first be developed in us, must first be drawn up from the depths of the soul. And that happens in the first stage of suprasensory knowledge, in imaginative consciousness. But it is important that we then enter into a sort of necessity. And we now really come to know what freedom actually is. You see, people who have hallucinations or visions are creating images out of their physical body. They only follow an inner necessity, an inner compulsion. But people who live in their fantasy produce images out of their soul. And they are more or less conscious of how they create these images. And when they are healthy and are not insane, they know full well that they are living in an unreal fantasy world. We always know regarding what we produce in our imaginative consciousness that these images are what we ourselves have created. Because after all, our ordinary normal consciousness, the consciousness that experiences itself in freedom, is still there. We know that those images are our own creations, just as we know this about the formulas we have created in mathematics in order to comprehend reality. At the same time, however, we also know that as we enter into the spiritual world, we grasp that world with those images. That is, we see that as human beings we can understand this process with our usual outer consciousness. We have in our ordinary life and in the traditional sciences the possibility of gaining freedom for ourselves. And because we realize that mere mental picturing is not in reality, we have to say, I think, therefore I am not. Cogito ergo non sum. When we develop our freedom with this kind of thinking and then look back into the spiritual world, we look back into a world in which that necessity prevails, which we have first come to know in the outer world. In the outer world, we take the necessity of facts for granted. From there, we advance into a kind of thinking, where, in a sense, freedom pushes back the certainty of inner thinking. From this free kind of thinking, we move on to imagining, which also lays claim to having an existence. And so we arrive again in a world of necessity. But we arrive in this world of necessity in an inner way, and in this way we learn above all to see through that about which people often speak, but which we encounter always only in a certain nebulous, negative, mystical way. For it is only when we come to know the imaginative consciousness I have described that self-observation first becomes possible. I want to put it like this. What used to give us a foothold in the I, capital, while we were looking into the not I, that foothold now begins to become brighter. The will enters into it and begins to take hold of it, and we feel ourselves once again in a world of necessity. This is how we arrive at self-awareness. If you then continue with your exercises, you will arrive at an exercise where you can make the images disappear just as much as you can make them arise within you. Indeed, it is essential to be able to do this. Without this, we cannot become masters over what is happening, and instead become visionaries, not spiritual researchers. When we reach the point where we are able to make those images disappear again, we will have reached the level where our will is fully active within us in this world of images. And we can then erase the very image whose becoming we have experienced in our soul. And that is the moment in which we enter what I've called the second stage, namely inspired consciousness. Please don't take offense at the expression. After all, we have to use terms as technical aids, so to speak. I have used that term following old expressions, but the fact is that it is indeed a new one. That is, the old term now refers to a fact I have researched myself, namely the new inspired consciousness. That's what I mean by that term. It is with this inspired consciousness that we then stand within spiritual reality. Once we stand in this spiritual reality truly in such a way that it fully envelops us as a world of spiritual beings, then we also see the soul in its true being. And then what Anthroposophy describes becomes an immediate fact for us, namely the fact of repeated earthly lives. We see the soul as it moves from one life to the next, and through the life in between. That is, the life between death and a new birth. In other words, we can see the path of the soul. By that point, we have in a sense expanded our mental picturing so that it can essentially turn inward and move in the opposite direction from that of our memory images. Let us ask how memory-based mental picturing moves. As I mentioned, first of all, we have the experience that we are in relationship to the outer world. We live within it with our whole being, enter with our whole being into some event in the outer world. This then speaks to our will impulses, or better said, it speaks to our feeling. It also speaks to our mental picturing. We live with our whole being in that experience. Perhaps we even exert physical effort in having the experience. In short, we live in the experience with our whole being. Our soul, thereby, descends. In that we have our mental pictures into the depths, and then we can call it forth again in the image. In other words, we can say that in our ordinary experience of events, we move from the outer experience to the ordinary memory, because the outer images undergo a certain inner metamorphosis. But in meditating, which is what we are dealing with in anthroposophical research, we proceed in the opposite direction. We first learn to have the image that must not be connected directly to an outer experience or subconscious reminiscence of one. Instead, we learn to advance not to an outer experience, but to a suprasensory experience, and also to experiences that precede our birth or our conception. In this way, we come to know the pre-existence of the soul, the spiritual essence of our soul, in the same way we ordinarily come to know what our outer experiences have offered us, at least up to a certain point in our childhood. But it is the opposite experience which leads us to spiritual experience, where we begin from the image and ascend to the experience. If at the same time we exercise a certain self-discipline, namely the kind of self-discipline that works into our outer actions more and more out of what we know in ordinary life as the feeling of love, then we can objectively come to know how, in the tasks the outer world presents to us, we can develop our actions in love. When we come to know that life in the outer world, then our progress from the image to reality will gradually be such that from the imaginative consciousness we move on through the inspired consciousness to intuitive consciousness. That is, we learn to stand within the inner objectivity, within the inner necessity of the spiritual world. Ladies and gentlemen, in the natural sciences, you see, necessity is our starting point. In the natural sciences, we approach the human being in such a way that we can only contribute something in our thinking if we have kept within us what we have researched in the way of the outer natural sciences, and if we can say to ourselves that in order to be truly human, we carry something within us that is connected to the being of the world as a whole. But in the attempt to approach human beings with the kind of thinking that can be applied extraordinarily well out there in the natural sciences, out there in our outer life, we now enter into a region, I have characterized it in more detail in my title, Philosophy of Freedom, and you can read about it there, where we cannot get any further. The hypotheses become uncertain. However, when we further develop what can be experienced in the area of freedom, then we come into the objectivity of the spirit in the opposite direction. And in that process, it can be very helpful if, in the Goethean sense, as Goethe explained this in his natural scientific writings, we do not use thinking to conjure up hypotheses, but simply to bring the phenomena together. When we arrange phenomena, we learn how we are to approach this world. With this approach, we do not arrive at the realm of atoms. We do not get to atoms or electrons and so on, elements that are justified to a certain extent insofar as the outer appearance of things is concerned. And with the approach of physical science in general, we arrive only at the outer appearance of things. But if we consider these purely as phenomena, then we can advance to what stands behind the phenomena, namely that to which we and the eternal core of our being also belong. That is, we can then advance to the realm of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. In this way, we also come to gain a certain self-knowledge and to implement what we demand in self-observation. Thus, by developing our imaginative consciousness, we learn how to look into ourselves. After all, what is our memory based on? Essentially, the basis of our memory is that we capture, in images, what we experience in the outer world. Not as is the case, for example, in the first days of our childhood, when what we experience is sent down into our bodily organization, but in such a way that what we experience is mirrored, in a certain way reflected, as though our organization were a mirror on which we capture, insofar as we recall our experiences, the memory images of those experiences. As we thus develop our memory, which we need for a healthy social and scientific life, we also overcome, through anthroposophical research, the restriction to our physical organization. But in this process, our ordinary consciousness must always be present. That is, we must not proceed as in hallucinations. Rather, as we advance to imaginative consciousness, we must also always remain sensible people, always have our ordinary consciousness involved in the process. That is what makes this imaginative or inspired mental picturing completely different from hallucination. Hallucinations and visions live in what comes forth from the body. As a result, when we develop bodily images based on our body, we are dealing with visions and hallucinations. When we compose images out of our soul, we are dealing with forms of our fantasy. But once we learn to compose pictures out of the spirit, having learned to be active, purely soul spiritually, free from the body, then this is a spiritual reality. Thus you see that it is the body that generates images through hallucinations and visions. The soul composes images by arriving not at visionary images, but fantasies. The spirit within us is what composes images by approaching spiritual realities. When we now look backward within ourselves, so to speak, we look through the mirror, just as though we were piercing through or removing the back layer from a real mirror, and looking through the mirror to what lies behind it. And as we do this, what we encounter within ourselves is not what the nebulous mystics chatter about. Rather, something very different comes toward us there. For our soul has experienced much before it believes itself to be uniting with some kind of deity within us. People talk about divine manifestations in the human eye, capital. They chatter about all kinds of things they dream up. But those who approach their inner life with real spiritual science find something very different. They are able to see materially what is otherwise given in their soul. Usually what is given to us, known to us in our soul, is our thinking, our feeling, our willing, our wishes, our desires. Now, we can look through everything that we generally feel to be more or less connected with our memory, and we see into the actual inner lawfulness of our organism. We truly get to know our organism. This means that we will not ramble on and on the way nebulous mystics do, but instead we will talk about the actual nature of our liver, lungs, and stomach, whose actual nature we come to know through this inner perception. We can add our inner perception to what we know from conscientious, ordinary physical anatomy. As you see, this gives us the opportunity to advance to a real science of pathology. There you see that the spiritual science that does not turn toward nebulous, rambling mysticism, but rather proceeds on the basis of exact methods, can actually enter into the entire realm of the sciences. Indeed, we learn quite a bit more. Above all, we come to realize that even in the case of mystics that seem so great, such as St. Teresa or Mechthild of Magdeburg, there were abnormal bodily conditions involved. In other words, we learn that there can be abnormal functioning of the liver, for example, or of the spleen, or other organs. And out of this incomplete and disharmonious functioning, there can then arise those images that we usually admire so much in mysticism. Ladies and gentlemen, knowledge is something we cannot grasp with prejudices, however beautiful they may be. I believe that those who can make themselves at home in an unprejudiced way will experience a deeper insight into the ground of being, because they know how the human organism concocts such beautiful things as we encounter in the most noble figures, such as St. Teresa or Mechthild of Magdeburg. when they mystically and nebulously rhapsodize and dream of this and that, which supposedly emerges in a purely soul-spiritual way from within. This is the strange thing here. Through self-observation, we advance to the materiality of the human organism. This is what will increasingly distinguish exact anthroposophy from all the blather and chatter of inner mysticism. Anthroposophy will not lead us into some nebulous realm, but into realities. Exact anthroposophy teaches what cannot be attained through outer anatomy, because what we can know from outer physiology and anatomy is only one side of things. What exact anthroposophy can show is how the soul is pre-existent, and how this soul, out of its more comprehensive being, works into what is being formed in the mother's womb in order to shape that body out of the spiritual realm. In this way, the real develops out of the spiritual world. As we advance with our meditative method, we thus immerse ourselves in the realm of reality. In the fact that the natural sciences approach the human being from the outside world, and the spiritual anthroposophical science, as a complete knowledge of the human being, moves toward the natural realm, we find what allows us to experience that harmony of spirit and matter, which we must experience if we want to be fully human in the complete sense of the word. We reach a point there where, out of an inner urge, actually out of inner feeling and willing, we step directly into knowledge. It follows that without this knowledge, we always feel the need to appeal to an atomistic world, and thus cannot truly grasp the inner nature of the material realm. The more we come to know the real material, the more we come to know the nature of the spiritual from the outside. That is, we actually learn to build a bridge on which we move from knowledge of the spirit to that of matter, and from knowing matter to knowing spirit. Of course, we should not believe that in this way it will be possible to solve all of the world's mysteries at once. Weak-minded people may say that human life today must be tragic, because human beings inevitably run up against the limits of knowledge, limits that make the world's mysteries seem unsolvable to them. This is not the case. When we advance as I have described, and come to know spiritual life as it really is, as it shoots into us like a bolt of lightning, and when we then, on the other hand, encounter the material world, that is, as we meet the world with a true capacity for knowledge, then by ascending to this knowledge, we basically learn to experience something that will not make us lazy where knowledge is concerned. Rather, from what we will experience, we will come to know the struggle in which we as human beings are interwoven. We see then how we live out there in the struggles of spiritual worlds and beings, how we participate in these struggles through the ethical and the religious realms, and how we build our social life out of this struggle. We come to learn something that does not make the condition of the soul more superficial when it comes to solving the world's riddles, but on the contrary deepens it. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is essentially what anthroposophy wants. It is the way to meet the natural sciences. Those who want to oppose anthroposophy from the standpoint of the natural sciences, or following on from the natural sciences from the standpoint of philosophy, are tilting at windmills. For anthroposophy addresses everything that can legitimately be put forth by the natural sciences. Indeed, anthroposophy can accommodate what can be gained from such natural sciences and such philosophy only through its own full knowledge. But this full knowledge was not wanted. As a result of a long time of development, the spiritual life, civilized life as it is nowadays, has attained what is now known as agnosticism. Again and again, thinkers who did not want to advance and develop thinking, who did not want to enter the imaginative, inspired, and intuitive world have instead spoken of the ignorabimus, or the unbreachable limits of our knowledge. Typically, they have presented something that must be regarded as unknowable, incomprehensible. But since as human beings we always know that we are spirit, that we are soul, we would actually have to be able to distinguish our spiritual origin from nebulous mysticism and the like. Everything that amounts to superstition in the true sense of the word in the various areas of life does not originate in Anthroposophy, which strives for clarity and transparency and strives to emulate the exact natural sciences. Instead, the origin of superstitions is to be found in the notion that we cannot and will not know, that is, in agnosticism. This is what created the mysticism with all its blather. It is precisely the notion that we cannot and will not know that leads to agnosticism, because human beings always must seek the Spirit. All nebulous fads and movements have their origin in the notion that we cannot know, in agnosticism. Anthroposophy, however, does not want anything nebulous. Anthroposophy wants to be light, to be the continuation of that light, which it recognizes as a light that carries humanity forward, a real spiritual light that Anthroposophy also sees in the modern natural sciences. This is how Anthroposophy sees the relationships between modern natural sciences, modern philosophy, and itself. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 75 by Rudolf Steiner. I'm calling them 11 lectures. They are lectures and discussions mixed together, titled Anthroposophy and the Natural Sciences, translated by Sabine Seiler. This is Lecture 5, which is a disputation evening on natural scientific questions, given in Zurich on June 4th, 1921. Jakob Hugentobler opens the disputation evening. A student. A young enthusiastic man would like to study astronomy. He wants to find out what Kepler, Newton, and all the others up to Einstein have come up with. He wants to have a clear picture of what is going on in that field. This person wants to enter into things objectively. He is directed to the field of mathematics, and either must take the trouble of entering into the very complicated states of consciousness of higher mathematics in order to penetrate what scholars such as Gauss and Bayer have produced, or he must stop halfway. Someone in our time can have worked his way through everything. He can have read Plato, Feuerbach, Averroes, for example, and yet still lack certain dispositions of soul that could make a certain knowledge accessible to him. Thus he will have to admit that he has not yet learned anything about those spiritual worlds that Anthroposophy talks about. If he is then told that he must prepare himself in a certain way, he is either motivated or not, as from epistemological and purely psychological standpoints, many different variations and regularities of life are possible. Now, this person thinks he has no right to doubt this or that. He does not mean to offend anyone present, but an aesthetic outlook on life is hardly suited for the perception of something essential. One has to struggle through hardships, and so on, is much closer to the entire movement than those who take up these things merely to pass the time, because they have nothing else to do. Rudolf Steiner. I would like to comment on what the previous speaker has said. It has been emphasized just now, and rightly so, that hardship and suffering indeed mark the path that is to lead into the world characterized by Anthroposophy. Now I want to begin by taking up that last comment. In the course of my lectures, I have often made a similar comment, but always I'd like to point out, based on some particular context. That is, human beings live our lives alternating between joy and pleasure on the one hand, and pain, suffering, and hardship on the other. With all due humility, if we believe that we have achieved a certain higher knowledge, then we still always have to admit that we highlight, perhaps for a very understandable reason, with too broad a brush stroke, what we have experienced of joy and pleasure in life, and for which we are, of course, grateful to the powers of the world. But we do not owe our knowledge to this. We owe our knowledge, actually, only to the sum of pain we have undergone. We speak of knowledge in the true sense of the word. It is indeed something that originates from the sum of pain. But in our outer life, we can in fact undergo the most diverse pains and hardships. Hardships that depress us, and that can at times take away our soul's breath, so to speak. Still, there are also true world-view pains, that is, pains that, I want to say without meaning to hurt any large part of humanity does not know much about. The experiences we can have on the path to knowledge are such that they can, at times, take more away than the breath of our soul. For nothing that in ages past, and I want to call those people by the name they themselves used, the ancient initiates, the ancient sages, were trained on paths that we can no longer tread. Back then they were indeed guided through pain and suffering, because that was needed to prepare them properly for knowledge. In fact, the hopelessness that assails those who tread the path of knowledge leads to pain and hardship that people can perhaps, with a measure of indifference, handle within themselves. Nevertheless, it is then still necessary that people take their place in life in the way the times demand. In the past few years, I have already emphasized in lectures here in Zurich that the suffering of the times, the hardships of the times, are ultimately connected with what people in recent times have omitted to do in the realm of knowledge. The knowledge that has celebrated the greatest victories recently and from already has and can still develop. This knowledge, as far as it insists on limiting itself to the realm of necessities, and does not approach the realm of freedom, of which I spoke in general outline, is not suited to generate social thinking. That is the great task of our times, that we are faced with. We must become able not only to think about nature, which by virtue of its solid structure of necessities guides our thinking about it, but we must also develop the ability to think free thoughts, which have strength because they once again submerge themselves in necessities. For without such free thoughts, our modern civilization will embark upon its decline. We cannot find social ideas if our epistemological foundation is nothing more than what we have in our modern times. It is indeed true that we enter into certain complicated developments of consciousness when we follow the naturalistic strivings of Kepler, Galileo, Copernicus, Newton, on to Einstein. But we must not forget that through all of this, only one-sided paths are opened for us, even though Gauss, for example, already pushed the mathematical beyond the realm of mathematics. In all of this, we do not find those indications pointing us to ideas that can address social hardships. The same is true for the epistemological positions advanced by the likes of Descartes, Mach, and Avenarius. There is still a completely different way that is opened up for us through what anthroposophical spiritual science wants. And indeed the latter is closely connected with what is significant as precisely the sort of knowledge that has recently celebrated great victories in the natural sciences, and that, as I have tried to show today, flows into what the anthroposophical research and view is. What the esteemed previous speaker said about the aesthetic worldview is correct. but perhaps we should consider the term, quote, aesthetic worldview, close quote, more historically. When we look at the thinking that has developed out of the efforts of the natural sciences, then we have to say that it does not sink any roots into the social necessities, that it does not penetrate to the spiritual foundations of existence. This has resulted in a certain mood that has gone extraordinarily deep, especially in the last third of the 19th century and the first decades of the 20th century. Those who have observed how people have begun to be interested in certain higher questions could see people in the widest circles have begun to be interested in higher questions. I just want to point out how very widespread the discussions were that followed Bjornson's title, Beyond Our Power, for example. And I could mention many more examples like this. Thus we can say that a certain interest in the suprasensory world began to take hold, especially in this era. But how? People liked it best to accept things when they were presented in aesthetic form, one could say. That is, people preferred to accept knowledge when they did not have to engage their own capacity for knowing, if I may put it thus, but could receive knowledge as they do in drama or novellas. This means that they could convince themselves that they can get involved in something with their fantasy, just for once. But they did not feel compelled to reconcile things with reality. Indeed, people were glad that they did not have to reconcile anything with reality. Instead, they had a certain desire for sensation, indeed a rather extensive one. This sensationalism developed in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, but people did not want such things to be in any way related to real life. This fleeing from real life has gained more and more ground. This non-connection and not taking entirely seriously in which one is actually interested, but regarding which one has only a certain hunger for the sensational. This is the very thing that must be taken away from humanity if civilization is to continue, and if we do not want to end up in conditions such as described by Oswald Spengler in his title Decline of Western Civilization. This must happen. Ultimately, it is only a fleeing from the painful aspects of existence, in a certain sense, a flouting of the painful aspect of existence. Clearly, what has emerged in the last third of the 19th century in Friedrich Nietzsche is a tragic phenomenon, as I would like to call it. We do not even have to look closely at what Friedrich Nietzsche said or what his significance is. We need only look at his life. Ladies and gentlemen, just think of the suffering that this soul underwent in 3 sequential developmental phases, and then connect that with contemporary history as a whole. You see, Nietzsche grew up leading a true philologist's life. But unlike other philologists, he did not devote himself to philology out of an outer sense of duty. Rather, he felt the constricting nature of the philological method early on. And out of this sense, he then chose what flowered initially in the 1860s, and then from the early 1870s until well into that decade in the circles in which Nietzsche lived. He lived into what had originated with Schopenhauer, and what in broad circles in society back then was nothing more than pessimistic talk about the misery in order to dull, to some extent, one's perception of the mystery of life. And Nietzsche suffered from all of this. And it was actually only a yearning to inwardly overcome the unidealistic mood of the times with a certain kind of knowledge. But around the year 1866, Nietzsche suffered from what was back then direct scholarly education. He wanted to set something against this scholarly education in his book titled The Birth of Tragedy and his title Untimely Meditations. These works were written out of deep pain. But by about 1876, Nietzsche had reached the point where he had to admit that this too was merely a covering up, and that he had to go deeper into human nature. And at that point, he had to realize also that human beings actually indulge in many thoughts, in much that is untruthful. And then he wanted to overcome this untruthfulness, first of all, through knowledge. After all, people have preserved ideals for themselves from the ancient past. In the early days of his work, Nietzsche also still believed in these ideals, but ultimately he saw the instincts behind the ideals. And that is what made him write something like title Human, All Too Human. There was then a second form of the development of the times, from which Nietzsche suffered, only to finally arrive at the third form, where he endured the deepest suffering in his soul and felt the emergence of the human out of subordinate natural beings as a burden weighing on his soul. Because he was unable to advance to the spirit, the problem continued to face him. Human beings are only a transition from worms to the superhuman, Übermensch. And that is why Nietzsche, in his book titled Thus Spoke Zarathustra, could express this soul path of human beings only lyrically in his grand conception of the eternal recurrence, in which he could only get a glimpse from afar of what Anthroposophy is to advocate: the repeated earthly lives and also the sequential metamorphoses of the world system. Nietzsche was the person who suffered most deeply from the education of modern times and who was broken by that modern education. Doubtlessly, at least for me there is no doubt, Nietzsche has provided the proof that the body can be broken by the soul. For it is in any case significant that a famous psychiatrist could say about Nietzsche's illness only that it was an atypical case of paralysis. And the yarns that have since been spun about Nietzsche's illness on the basis of the usual schemas of medicine, well, for people who can really see what was suffered there, what was suffered in the tension of striving to come to a comprehension of the supranatural, for people who look at this objectively, there's no doubt that this tension could break the body. I'd like to say that it can be seen directly how this organism was destroyed in a process that started in the soul, and the external symptoms are also in line with that. Just think of that tragic situation that had developed there. Let me describe it to you. Together with Paul Deussen, who later studied ancient India and philosophy, Nietzsche was a pupil at the secondary school, Gymnasium, in Schulpforta in Thuringia, and the two were good friends. In the 1890s, when Nietzsche was already quite ill, Deussen went to visit him, and as he stood before his friend and talked with him, Nietzsche did not engage in the conversation. Then Deussen spoke of their past, about this and that event from the past. And to this Nietzsche replied, "You know, regarding all this I can tell you that a man was involved in this whom you do not know at all, namely my good friend, dear old Deussen, took part in those events." That is what Nietzsche said to Deussen, who was actually standing there in front of him. What Nietzsche had experienced in his youth was still present to him, but what was going on in his surroundings, in the immediate present, was extinguished. I mention this one scene, there are many more I could add, in order to point something out to you. What was expressed in Nietzsche's pathology could already be detected much earlier in his life. For example, 20 years ago I wrote a treatise entitled, quote, "The Psychopathological Element in Nietzsche's Work," close quote. And there I examined even his earliest writings, which are brilliant and magnificent, but in which one can already detect the dissociation of ideas. Those were ideas that grew entirely out of the fragmenting effect the culture of the time had on those who, out of the center of the human being, wanted to reconcile that culture with the suprasensory realm. And we can say that we see particularly in people who are shattered on the rocks of this culture, and this is what Nietzsche's real problem was, what struggle, inner struggle with inner hardship and suffering really is. actually the path to knowledge, lies in overcoming such suffering. This path was already difficult to tread in the old days, because the aesthetic worldview, which although it is very much and fully justified in its own realm, nevertheless insists on not taking seriously the reality of that for which it has a certain sense, a certain sensationalism. That aesthetic worldview was so widespread in the time when people were fully prepared to work their way from Newton to Einstein, from Descartes to Mach or Avenarius. But for our time it has now become necessary that we work our way to something else, and that is what the path of Anthroposophy offers, namely to something that can be arrived at by everyone. People claim that not everyone can make their way on this path, but we have to take that with a grain of salt. After all, not everyone can make their way into higher mathematics either. And I believe that anyone who not only makes his or her way into higher mathematics, but also to a certain inner understanding of the transition from ordinary geometry and mathematics to synthetic geometry, for example, is also, where his soul situation is concerned, well on the way toward imaginative cognition. We must find our way there, much as we also must find our way into the theory of functions. Of course, we could proceed faster on this path if the prejudices of the times were not always working so much against our progress. For instance, the belief that one needs very special talents and capacities of the spirit in order to advance in anthroposophy is much more widespread than it deserves. After all, the truth is that every person can advance along this path just as much and as well as he or she can make headway on the other scientific path. And I want to emphasize the following, because it is absolutely true. Hardships and misery lead human beings to the portal of knowledge. But what matters is that they find there not just a certain inner mood, as I'd like to put it, but rather the real spiritual world. Only by knowing this real spiritual world will we become capable of bringing to the social aspect of material life what is needed so much in our time, provided that we are met with understanding, because that is important above all. That is why, on the one hand, we must have understanding for the meaning of pain and suffering, and on the other hand, we must gain understanding for the concrete application of spiritual knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had enough of the general talk about something spiritual in the pantheistic sense. Really, that does not get us anywhere. People who talk only in general terms of a spiritual world and want to give it an epistemological basis are much like those who walk across a meadow and say that they don't care if others point out that this here is an autumn crocus, that over there is a lily, and there's a tulip beyond that, and so on. None of that interests them, because as far as they are concerned, it is all uniformly life. All they see are plants. Likewise, people whose thinking tends toward pantheism always want to exclaim, "Spirit, Spirit, Spirit." We can be satisfied that at any rate the Spirit is acknowledged. People can satisfy a certain inner sensuality with this pantheism, with what I call, in quotes, modern mysticism. However, what the world needs today is concrete knowledge about the suprasensory worlds, and that is precisely what anthroposophy is most often resented for, even today. Namely, that it strives to attain this concrete knowledge. And for that reason, some people try to vilify it as being much like the movements of mysticism. Those who want to look at anthroposophy more closely will soon see that it really follows paths, albeit ones that we must first open up for ourselves, that allow it to give an account of itself to even the most rigorous sciences. That is what I wanted to say in connection with the very interesting comments of the previous speaker. Another speaker speaks. When I first heard about spiritual science, I took it serious in its entirety, I would say. In the lecture today, I had the feeling that I was hearing a scientific lecture. Such a scientific lecture could have been attended by scientists. But what if I am a painter or musician and must work productively in my field? The lecture could have been attended by someone who wants to attain knowledge of the natural sciences in the higher scientific sense. My question now is, shouldn't anthroposophy be understood in a much wider, more comprehensive sense? And I would also like to know how we should relate to anthroposophy in practical terms. Is it sufficient if one has some kind of profession, some mission in life? Is it sufficient if one acquires this knowledge? Or is it necessary that one pursues also that path into the spiritual worlds for oneself? The path Dr. Steiner has described. I would like to ask how we should conduct ourselves in this regard. Rudolf Steiner. Allow me to make a preliminary remark. In the last lecture that has been announced here, I will be speaking about the building in Dornach, not just in terms of the outer building, but in such a way that the lecture will surely be especially interesting for painters and sculptors, and of course also for all people in general. It is indeed an appropriate analogy to compare what we can attain in anthroposophy with climbing a mountain. We can start from many different points at the bottom, but we will still always reach the same summit. Likewise, in our development, each of us can start from a different point. And we still like to do so even if we have already started from one starting point. We have built that building in Dornach because we wanted to put something there, something artistic, that is the expression of our anthroposophical worldview, just as the nutshell is the expression of the nut. If you have any sense for morphology, you will realize that the nut cannot have any other shell than the one it actually has. The same formative forces are contained in the shell as in the edible part of the nut itself. Now, when the anthroposophical worldview is represented in our Goetheanum in Dornach, then to me the former is the actual nut, the other is only the shell. That means that we had to build out of the same impulse, out of which we speak inside the building, for example. It is indeed true that one can start from any of the many, very different points. For example, we can follow up further on what Dr. Kalisko presented here today about the threefold nature of the human being. The peculiar thing here is that when you pursue that matter further, after all, as Dr. Kalisko said, in a lecture these things can only be mentioned briefly, you will see that you basically enter a condition of soul that is very different from the one you started with. The principles that are explained there are so deeply rooted in real life that in their logical progression, they not only lead people to certain conclusions, but also really work in their soul. And when we put these things that are real principles into practice, we find that real forces come alive in our soul. Ultimately, this is how we attain a vision of the human form. What at first seems to be a theory, then changes all by itself into a sculptural view of the human form. And that is how we come to know and understand the human form from the inside. This is how we tried to work in the sculptures at the Goetheanum in Dornach, in order to comprehend the human form from the inside. Yes, and there is still more to it. For instance, we have also tried to deal with the material. In the process, we come to realize the principles of spatial design. Thus, it is particularly interesting to discover, through working with one's hands, that when sculpting a human head, for example when sculpting an eye, there is a great difference between one material, such as clay or marble, and another material, such as wood. That is, we understand clearly that you have to shape or scrape wood. What matters is that you work into the concave. When working with clay, however, you must work into the convex. As you sculpt or work with a solid material, you must always focus on working into the convex. In contrast, when working with soft wood, what matters is that you scrape things out of the wood. In this way, something that looked at first like a theory changes, I would say all by itself, into a certain artistic design, into an immersion in those formative forces of which we want to say they are the formative forces of nature itself. And that is the inner transition between what we have as a starting point and the point we ultimately arrive at. For example, the transition to the artistic realm. What is typical of anthroposophy is that it does not stop at a particular soul situation, but instead leads us into quite different soul situations. And in understanding the human being, we initially find the transition starting from anatomy and physiology, which work abstractly or at most in a sensory and illustrative way, and arriving at the human being's inner creative forces. That is, science becomes artistic vision. That transition indeed exists, and then we encounter something grand, and we can have the feeling that nature itself is an artist, not just metaphorically speaking, but in the true and real sense of the word. That is how we find our way into the artistic realm. People, the epistemologists, will say, fine, but knowledge must be gained in a logical progression. Knowledge must not operate in some eidetic way, using images as described here. Instead, knowledge must progress by conclusions. It must progress along the guided thread of logic. Well, fine, but that is only a subjective demand. If nature does not work in the way we dictate to it, then thanks to our logic we completely miss and fail to grasp the deeper meaning of nature. Thus we can only get close to nature by entering in complete impartiality into this metamorphosis of the soul situation. That is one thing to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind is the transition to the practical realm. You see, I wrote the book entitled Toward Social Renewal, and it is indeed widely read these days. However, the understanding has not progressed very far yet. Otherwise, people would realize that the book was not written for reading. Forgive me for putting it so paradoxically. Rather, the book was written so that people would do what is set forth there, that they would do it in some way, each in his or her own way, depending on his or her situation. The book was actually written based only on observation and experience, with the focus entirely on the practical. Of course, you have to express yourself with words and sentences, but these are used only to point at what is actually meant. And that is where the transition to direct practice is. And that is what anthroposophy actually wants to be. Anthroposophy leads into all the practical areas of life just as naturally as it leads us into the realm of the artistic. It leads us into dexterity and agility, and ultimately in this way we arrive at things that some people consider quite open to question and contestation. Some people believe certain truths must be expressed differently. But as I have often said in my lectures, I cannot imagine that anyone who is a good philosopher would not also be a good chemist or a good sorter of potatoes. It is actually not possible for anyone to discourse logically on concepts and ideas without also being able to chop wood when it counts, or perhaps even when it doesn't count. I believe that if we are fully present with our whole being, when we are chopping wood or digging potatoes, for example, then we do the job perhaps more skillfully, or at least learn just as much logic as we do in logical college seminars. That may seem paradoxical to you, but nevertheless, that's how it is. And that is, above all, what anthroposophy wants to assert. There is something unified, something concretely and consistently unified in everything. Therefore, I want to answer your question positively by saying that when you look around among what we already have nowadays in the various fields of knowledge, you will certainly find points of contact somewhere, and starting from there, you can arrive anywhere. Anthroposophy does not want to be one-sided. It is possible to begin at the wrong end, but through human beings, we still eventually end up with the right things, even though initially we may have felt that none of this concerned us at all. The main thing is that the will to keep going from where we are, if starting out is to have any meaning at all. And that is where the window opens for me to come to my point. Because anthroposophy is far from any pedantry, it should be understood in such a way that one can start with it at any point, wherever one wants, and still reach a goal. For example, you could start from reflections, such as the ones provided in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. And if you go far enough along on that path, you can reach any area from there. Or you can start from a more scientific perspective. For example, one like that presented by Dr. Kalisko in his lecture earlier. And when you start there, you can still arrive at what you need. The previous speaker explains that he had something very specific in mind. He thinks it is logical that we can reach the summit from any point. He wants to take an example from the artistic community. For instance, a person could be a sculptor or a painter. Both could give rise to the deep art we already have today, for example, Expressionism and Futurism. But he found that no universal human being, such as Goethe, emerges even when we work our way into anthroposophy and live in what anthroposophists and even the genuine Rosicrucians have, namely the ascent to the level of Devachan. Now the speaker wonders whether it is necessary to follow specifically this path, to work one's way up to those realms, purely with one's soul, intellectually, or if one could also start from another philosophical direction. Rudolf Steiner. If we use the examples you have mentioned, namely Expressionism, Futurism, and so on, I would like to say that all of this can sometimes appear to us today as a bit childish, paradoxical, and so on. Nevertheless, I want to point out that in all of this there is an impulse. I don't want to say that it is always healthy, but rather that it is a justified impulse. And this is an impulse for a turning back from the materialistic perception of the world and toward the spiritual realm. I don't want to speak now only about the theoretical materialism, but what I mean is the materialistic feeling or perception of the world. And even starting from this perspective, through many attempts that compared to Goethe's universal genius may appear very one-sided, we can still find something that has a future. But it takes time, and we must allow ourselves that time. In my view, these things have a future. You see, I have to look at it in this way. An expressionist painter of today, for example, may paint a picture in such a way that you won't be able to tell whether it is a picture of a house or a tree stump or perhaps an elephant or something like that. But you see, if I may express this paradoxically, this is basically never an artistic question. To ask what the picture is supposed to represent is indeed not an artistic question. At least, it is not the first question to be asked. Rather, the question should be why we have this color on this background, and so on. And with that, we then come to questions where we see that we are dealing here with something that is, of course, not as universal as Goethe was, but that still has a future. Perhaps you'll allow me to draw your attention to the following. If I may make a personal comment, I have studied Goethe thoroughly for 40 years, and my first writing endeavor was focused on Goethe, and since then I have never left that field of study. Now, at a certain time, in quotes, Goethe problems began to interest me. Those are the problems where Goethe did not finish something, and there are actually many things he did not complete. For example, just think of his drama titled Pandora, or his verse drama titled The Natural Daughter, and also something like his drama titled Nausicaa, and so on. Clearly, there are many things Goethe did not finish. Goethe had an inwardly honest nature, and not finishing something for him meant wriggling or winding his way up to a certain point at which he then had to let things stand. He could not find his way through. He could not break through. It is very interesting to see how he came to a certain point with title Pandora. What followed after that, for the most part, were only sketches. He had wanted to continue with Pandora, had wanted to carry out what we find indicated in the sketches. We can say that he could have let the poem stand and then later developed the sketches further, but that would not have worked. For if he had written it even 8 days later, it would have become something completely different. And there is no reason to say Goethe should have worked following such a sketch. He would only have changed the whole thing again. Yes, he reached a point where he could not go on, and we can well understand why this was so. It was in fact because Goethe had advanced greatly in the contemplation of a certain outer metamorphosis. It is indeed magnificent to see how Goethe developed this concept of metamorphosis on his Italian journey, and how he applies it to the human being. But he was not able to actually enter into the formation of the spiritual. And why was that? Why could he not advance to the point where the spiritual works on and shapes matter? This, after all, lies in the direct line of Goethe's thoughts on metamorphosis. I don't hesitate to express these things, for they are part and parcel of what I call not only my conviction, but indeed my knowledge, no matter what people may make of this. If we follow that metamorphosis thought in a straight line, it will lead us directly to the realization that the formative forces underlying the human head today are the metamorphosed formative forces of the organism, with the exception of the head, from a former earthly life. Thus we can understand the strange shape of the skull in relation to the rest of the human organism as resulting from an extensive, far-reaching metamorphosis. But Goethe was not able to break through to the spiritual realm. This is evident from the fact that he had to stop at the very point where he should have become spiritual. He was very honest. He stopped there. Just look at the second part of title Faust. It too is simply not fully finished. This is really how it is. The drama is not fully finished because in the final scenes, Goethe took the Catholic concepts and terms and wedged all that in there. The drama became something magnificent in this way, but it still is something outwardly added on, grafted on. And when we compare the ending of Faust with certain other things, we'll see the effort Goethe made there, the power he exerted there in order to finish the drama. And yet this most contestable, abstract end phase is the moment where we come to the breakthrough to the spiritual. Even though people cannot yet do it, it is in any case a beginning, and that is why we are justified in saying these things. And that is why I believe I can say that if people were honest with themselves, they would be able to do something today from the various starting points in their immediate vicinity. For example, I believe the most natural way would be for people to start from where they stand at the moment and then join together for productive purposes. People should start from whatever field they are involved in. They will then eventually come together. It is not that important if at first people don't understand each other. From a certain point on, they will understand. It is a matter then of watching for the right moment, and destiny surely watches for those moments. But though I have experienced much in this regard, I cannot find that these abstract contortions, please forgive me for saying this so bluntly, that these acrobatics of springing from one plane to the next are particularly promising for human beings. Really, in most cases, these acrobatics do not come from complete inner honesty. Granted, it is possible to achieve something in this way, but generally people end up becoming estranged from the world in the process. And that is something that is least needed in our times, in these current difficult times. I don't mean this at all in a frivolous sense, but this is how it is. I want to put it like this. These acrobatics from one plane to the next are so intermixed with coquetry, with so much inner untruthfulness, that I think we must strive for everyone to start from the point where he or she is standing firmly, on solid ground, and then people will also find each other. In a way, this approach has proven itself in practice. You see, some of us are artists or doctors, like, for example, Dr. Kalisko, and others are philologists, and perhaps you will hear one of them during this course, and others are mathematicians, and yet others are through and through practical people. We have practical people among us, who are simply striving to set up the most practical arrangements possible in which the anthroposophical spirit can live. For example, Kommerzienrat, business counselor Molt, is with us today, and he, above all, has made efforts in this direction. You'll agree, I believe, that what we are dealing with today is actually a problem of the and that is why it is necessary that we start from the point where we are standing today and then seek understanding with others. That is indeed something that has already proven to be practical and that I consider to be promising. But in an unworldly striving to ascend to the higher worlds, I cannot see anything that is truly honest. It is indeed true that we can understand the world only if we strive for this understanding. But it is also true that those who start from some definite area of life are more certain to achieve that higher view. Above all, they will achieve it much more concretely. They can then tell us something about the higher worlds, because they will know what things look like in those worlds. It is to their benefit to have started from a definite sphere of life. But the unworldly ascent does not lead to anything really good, at least not for humanity as a whole, though it may lead to something for the individual. I am saying this based on what corresponds to evolution through time. I am most definitely not opposed to anyone pursuing higher development and capacities for suprasensory knowledge. Indeed, I have described how this should take place. But I think that in that process, people should not neglect the sphere of life in which they are placed. This is true everywhere. Another participant in the discussion. Mr. Heisler mentioned in his lecture that Dr. Steiner presumes to have had insights into the higher worlds, and that he possibly even used Goethe as proof of this. I want to say first that I have not yet read any of Steiner's writings, and I would now like to ask whether having knowledge of a deceased person, for example, whether the deceased is in agony, is not also a certain proof for the existence of God. Those who have studied Nietzsche and who have perhaps lost their faith in God for a long time might inwardly have an easier time of it if they could reclaim their faith through the way in which Dr. Steiner speaks about God. This occult issue has been taken up again by many different people. For example, by Schrenk-Notzing in Munich, as well as by others. Rudolf Steiner. In my lecture today, I could only hint at certain things, but I want to say the following in response to that comment. You see, we are now living in an era in which some people strive to open up a veritable chasm between knowledge and faith. Some of them consider only those sciences healthy that deal with the purely factual, with registering, systematizing, establishing laws. That is, the purely factual. In contrast, others in the sphere of religion believe they must demand faith to uphold their sphere. Still, all this is just a characteristic of a temporary era. Just as in earlier ages, people subdivided the soul into many different soul forces, so people in our times split it into a sphere of knowing and another one of faith. But when our soul is totally honest with itself, it cannot really bear this split. We'll understand what we're dealing with here when we see the reason for this split. You see, these days you can still talk with many people about life after death or about divine cosmology if you are talking on the basis of faith. That is, you can do so as long as you are not appealing in any way, and this sort of appeal is found least of all in religions, to those inner powers of persuasion that lead to proof. By talking about life after death, you naturally appeal to people's wishes, their feelings of fear, and so on. Things are very different when you talk about what I spoke about today. namely about pre-existence, about human life, our soul spiritual life before birth, or let's say before conception. This is what Anthroposophy talks about most extensively. In Anthroposophy, we focus more on prenatal life, that is, on human life before conception, on pre-existing life, from which follows, as a matter of course, life after death. We focus more on this life before birth because human egotism is less involved there. It is not a matter of indifference to people whether they go on living after death or not, but out of their egotism, they are less interested in whether they have already lived before they came to life on earth. Of course, once we open the sources of knowledge about that life on the other side of birth, the life we lived before we came into earthly life, then the other life, the one after death, follows logically. When you read my writings, you will find this described in detail. Indeed, in Anthroposophy, we consider the reality of this life before birth as more or less a matter of course. But at the same time, something else emerges. Based on a certain belief, we can talk about the life after death. But as I said, this plays to people's egotism and is based on egotistical knowledge. When you talk to people about their pre-existent life, they will be led at the same time on the path of knowledge into the spiritual suprasensory world. And that is why turning our attention to the pre-existent life overcomes the chasm between faith and knowledge, the chasm that is so damaging to the human soul. You see, ancient worldviews indeed give us a certain instinctive knowledge of these things, one which we can no longer strive for. Instead, we must strive for conscious knowledge. I have to emphasize again and again that Anthroposophy concerns itself intensively with our pre-existent life and even talks of repeated lives on earth. And when Lessing, in his treatise titled The Education of the Human Race, took up the idea of repeated earthly lives, he asked, though this idea of repeated lives on earth emerged in the earliest times of history, is it for this reason any less valuable? Is it less valuable just because it appeared in the most ancient times before it was corrupted by all kinds of schools? You see, the literary researchers and the like of our time take this, let's say, aesthetically. They do not hold this idea in high regard and do not want to see it as a reality. And so they say that Lessing was a great writer, but that his Education of the Human Race is clearly a work of his declining years. Lessing was indeed a great man, and when we read between the lines, we find that he has always held to the idea of repeated lives on earth. It is true, we develop knowledge of the suprasensory world and also concrete knowledge of the spiritual realm, of the spiritual leadership of the world in general, by concerning ourselves with the life before birth, and not just with the life after death. But this fact has gradually been completely lost in recent times, and we can see this clearly in an external phenomenon I will point out to you. You see, we have the word immortal, and with the proper preparation, we speak of immortality. We have the term immortality, but we do not have a word unbornness or unbornity. For just as truly as we live on after death and are immortal, so also are we truly unborn. We need to have a separate term for this unbornness that is just as common as the term immortality. But we do not have such a word. For in our civilization, people have completely turned away from understanding immortality, and it will only be understood again if we can look at being unborn in the same way we consider being immortal. For just as at one pole of life the soul at death is released into the spiritual world, so at the other pole, namely birth, or rather conception, the soul comes again into the physical world. And just as the soul does not die, so it also is not born. Belief only becomes actual knowledge when we come to see this pre-existent life. That is how we make progress. Our suprasensory life must concern itself with pre-existence, and thus lead us on to the path that really brings us to our goal. Regarding the comment that anthroposophy is allegedly presumptuous, well, that depends on how one sees things, doesn't it? For example, until 1827, the Catholic Church considered it highly inappropriate to admit that there once was a man called Copernicus who said that the earth moves around the sun. In other words, it was not until 1827 that Catholics were allowed to believe that. Today, the mainstream sciences have not yet given us permission to believe in repeated earthly lives, just as back then people were not allowed to believe in the earth's movement around the sun. Of course, we can bide our time and wait until these people permit us to believe and hold to those things that are given to us, in particular through anthroposophy. Until then, we have to bear the allegation of presumptuousness. That's just the way of the world. Question on vaccinations against epidemics. Rudolf Steiner. In terms of content, this question does not fit really well with what was said earlier, but I will try to comment on it anyway. After all, this is how it is. We must, of course, as has already been said, by no means believe that anthroposophy disparages the successes that have been achieved in modern natural sciences and in medicine. There are many cases proving that the success that was to be achieved by means of vaccination, for example by means of smallpox vaccination, been achieved. It is a fact that the number of cases of infectious diseases has been greatly reduced thanks to more or less necessary external measures, such as hygiene, as well as through vaccinations. But many vaccinations have not been what we could call successful against other diseases. Still, we have to admit the overall efficacy of the principle of vaccination. On the other hand, this question is also something that could be looked at more in terms of psychology. There are many opponents to vaccination these days. These opponents to immunization are generally parties not psychologically accessible by means of a rational approach. These are people who act out of an inner resistance against the way medicine tries to be effective here. Based on their knowledge, they cannot say that immunization methods are ineffective and those who fight against vaccinations fight out of a certain unconscious motivation against these immunization methods. Anthroposophy, however, must start from deeper, much more profound considerations. When we think of the nature of illness in connection with what has been presented to you here today, especially regarding repeated earthly lives, and when we are convinced that we have repeated lives on earth, then we also have to connect the illnesses people undergo in the present life with what they have experienced in a previous life on earth. Once we have grasped this, once we are willing to realize this, regardless of what epidemiology is saying about infectious diseases, then we have to understand that there is a certain connection between what people have undergone in an earlier earthly life and what is happening now when those same people are exposed to a certain infection. We usually say that something happens by chance. People do not want to admit that out of their subconscious they are driven to where they then come into contact with an infectious disease. Aside from what people can experience because of this, we can still come to many other views of all that is connected with the disease. For one thing, we realize that certain illnesses have something to do with the peculiarities of a particular human soul, that the illnesses are in a certain sense an overcoming or conquest of what that person could not achieve in a previous life. That is, the physical processes of the illness that must be endured are a compensation, a balancing. After all, the illness also comes with soul or psychological symptoms. Then we can also understand why some people, out of unconscious instinctive motivations, resist this panacea. Unconsciously, their argument is that as far as the illness is concerned, healing of the external symptoms should be paralleled by an inner further development of the soul toward the spiritual. And even if the vaccination used makes it possible for things to work out just as intended, we would still have to say that even if through the appropriate measures all epidemics were extinguished and the number of illnesses reduced, the question is nevertheless whether something else is not also necessary, that in a way must come to meet this process. Namely, that an inner development of the soul toward the spiritual must take place at the same time. People would have to understand that such a method is possible. We can acknowledge and respect everything the sciences say, but we must be clear about the necessity that in addition to the external healing methods we have, there must be something else that moves the soul forward on its inner path and points to earlier spiritual connections, to earlier lives. Anthroposophy will never say anything against what the natural sciences bring us. Question: how can we develop an imagination? Where can we find its content if we are not to link it to a sensory conception or a memory? Rudolf Steiner: that is based on a misunderstanding. I said that what is to be used to meditate and what then leads to imagination should be clear and easily understandable. It should be straightforward and be manageable so that no reminiscences come up and so our subconscious does not get involved in the relevant process of the soul. You see, if you recall a past experience and then meditate, you will find that many elements you have more or less disregarded are living in the image of such an experience. These elements emerge from the subconscious, and as a result you no longer move fully in what you intended. What matters is whether it is all under control and manageable. For example, you can meditate by calling up before your soul a circle with a triangle inscribed in it. What matters is that your soul does the exercises with something that is straightforward and easy to comprehend. You can also meditate on something qualitative. If we let such straightforward, understandable things rest in our soul in order to meditate on them, then we do not run the risk of having reminiscences rise up from our subconscious. The point is not that we should not use something plausible to our senses, or some recollection or reminiscence for our meditation. Indeed, we can use either, but only as long as it remains understandable and straightforward. We should not use anything that then evokes all kinds of conscious or unconscious processes. What matters is the straightforwardness, not whether we imagine this or that arbitrary thing that could represent or mean anything. For example, if you meditate on the concept in quotes, city, you have experienced so much in life, have so many associations with the concept city, that you cannot easily know beforehand what will emerge in your meditation. Another example has also been reported in the relevant literature. A nature researcher crosses the street in a city and comes to stand in front of a shop window. He stands there and gazes into the shop window, and there sees the title page of a treatise on earthworms, a subject that surely must be of interest to him, no? But while he stands there gazing and sees the book on the anatomy of earthworms, he suddenly has to smile. A naturalist who suddenly smiles while looking at a book on earthworms. He himself finds it very unlikely that he should be smiling at this moment, and he wants to know how that happened. He turns away, completely away, closes his eyes, and then tries, in the dark, to understand why he was smiling. And, lo and behold, he hears the sounds of a barrel organ in the far. He had completely ignored the sound earlier, both unconsciously as he was walking along, and even consciously and deliberately when he was looking at the book. But the sounds have nevertheless reached his ears, lived in a way within him and brought a smile to his lips. Conscious one. So now he hears the barrel organ and finds it plays the same melody to which he had learned to dance 30 years ago. Since then, he had never thought again of that important event, of having learned to dance to this melody. Still, that event continued to live in his soul, in such a way that now he had to smile, even as the researcher of nature that he now is. You see, there's much that lies in our subconscious, and I could tell you that there are mystics who hear angels, and this can indeed be true and real. But for many a mystic who thinks he hears something in the world of angels, what is actually happening, because these things remain in the subconscious, not only as reminiscence, but also undergo metamorphoses, is that the supposed angel voices are metamorphosed sounds of a barrel organ. Indeed, many things that seem to us significant revelations are actually only metamorphosed sounds of a barrel organ. This is what we must know above all. The anthroposophical method is an absolutely safe and certain method. The more we ascend into the spiritual world, the more will we fight off anything that arising from the things themselves can mislead and confuse us. Thus, it is not a matter of meditating on things that are not straightforward or understandable, and that we cannot manage. What matters is that we meditate on things that have been put together for us by someone who understands these things, or that we ourselves have chosen a content we can manage or control. What matters is how we look at a triangle, for example, of which we know that it has 3 sides and 3 angles, is 180 degrees. We can contemplate this without much of anything emerging from our subconscious. This is how straightforward and clear our meditations must be, so that we avoid descending from what we have willingly chosen into the involuntary and automatic, into the unconscious. We want to avoid something coming up that is merely memory, or that was at one time a sensory perception, as in our example of the faraway sounds of a barrel organ. Instead, what has to be present in our consciousness must be something that is as straightforward and as readily comprehensible as a mathematical concept. That is, what we can use to practice imaginative cognition. Of course, we have to think in a materialistic way of everything that arises out of our memory. What matters is not so much that it has developed out of memory, but more that whatever we meditate on must be readily comprehensible. A participant in the discussion. Dr. Kalisko mentioned something today that greatly interests me. When he spoke of the 3 centers, he said, in a way, that the head consumes everything that rises up as vital life force from the lower organs. That is, the organs in our lower body always produce something living, something that the head then, so to speak, devours. I would like to know how Anthroposophy thinks of the actual physical body. In talking about Nietzsche, Dr. Steiner mentioned today that the physical body broke Nietzsche's soul. That is, his soul was not strong enough to overcome the body. From a general standpoint, without having the physical body, I have heard about this from one direction. I have learned about the method of Dr. Hanisch. What use is it for me if I attain knowledge of higher worlds and have a toothache? If I cannot help myself when I have a toothache, what good is it to me then to know something of the spiritual world? Should we approach mastery over the physical body from the material or from the spiritual direction? Eugen Kalisko. First of all, we have to be clear about the nature of the human being, because only then can we understand what human health and sickness really consist of. When you ask what good it is for you to know something of the overall world context while you still have a toothache and are prone to all kinds of other illnesses, well, then we have to say that this is a very one-sided way to look at this. We can apply to this view what we have talked about earlier, namely that human egotism is present in great measure when people say They do not want anything to do with the spiritual realm because such knowledge does not free them from their toothache. Knowledge is something that we have to experience, that drives us not to let go, something we have to continue with even while overcoming a toothache. Therefore, such a point of view that is completely saturated with a kind of materialistic, egotistic striving, even when talking about suprasensory worlds, cannot really be recognized or accepted. But what is important is that we first of all grasp the nature of the human being in order to get beyond the materialistic conceptions about how to care for the body. We cannot take care of our body and we cannot work therapeutically if we do not have any insights into the interconnections of forces that make up the nature of the human body. Rudolf Steiner. I would like to add a few comments to this and illustrate them with examples. You probably know the widely used saying that there are countless illnesses, but only one health. I think there is nothing more wrong than this saying. Indeed, there are countless illnesses, but there are also countless healths. Each person, however healthy, has his or her own health, and such blustering circumstances. It is indeed correct to say, even from the most spiritual standpoint, that human beings must in every way look after the health of their organism. I myself, as a result of my research, have come to the point of looking at the life of the imagination, for example, in such a way that I consider it a radical error to believe that the activity of the brain as such can in any way be the basis for the activity of the spirit. The way I see it, this is an error I would like to characterize in more detail with the following example. Let us assume that there is a street that is all soggy and sodden from rain. People have walked on this street, and their footsteps left marks in the softened road surface. And then someone says that this road is configured in a certain way, as you can see in the various lines, tracks, and so on. All of this must have been caused by forces that come up from below. It is all caused by something that is down there, inside the earth. When you hear this, you will of course readily reply that this is nonsense. The tracks have been embedded in the road from the outside and not from below. Likewise, spiritual science naturally leads me to see the brain configuration and the configurations of the nerves, which have been shown to us by physiologists, as indeed truly existing. But those configurations have been engraved there by the Spirit, which leave their imprint in the brain. But at the same time, it is a matter of then understanding that this entire bodily existence, between birth and death, is the solid ground on which consciousness develops. That it is, for that development, a solid substrate, offering a sort of resistance or counter-support. Otherwise, we could not develop the life of the imagination. In order to be able to reflect back, the imagination needs that substrate. A mirror needs a backing board. Clearly then, even from the most spiritual standpoint, it is important to keep our physical organization as healthy as possible. And here it is a question of developing true views of what a healthy physical constitution really is. And only this is what we mean when we have attained a more comprehensive way of looking at this through spiritual science. I want to give you a few examples for this, not to show off, but just to indicate what the foundation is for my view of life, which I developed based on spiritual knowledge. About 36 years ago, I was recommended to a family as a private teacher for a young boy. Among the 4 sons in that family, there was one, back then about 11 years old, who in everyone's view was especially unfortunate, also in the family's prejudiced view. The family was unhappy about the boy because at the age of 11, when he had to take an exam in school, he could produce nothing but a great hole in the paper from using his eraser so much. And that's what this 11-year-old boy's knowledge in all school subjects was like. His mother was deeply unhappy, his father was somewhat skeptical and wary. The family doctor, who was one of the most excellent practical doctors I have ever met, he was indeed a great man, had already given up on the boy. Well, I was hired to teach the other 3 boys in the family. I observed the 11-year-old and then told his mother, the only one in the whole family who out of her motherly heart still had some understanding for the boy, that although I could not promise anything, I would like to use all my skills, to the extent I had any, to make something of him. The other family members said the doctor had already given up on the boy, and they looked at me as though they were not sure I could be entrusted with the education of the other 3 boys after all, now that they had heard my view of the 4th boy. But the boy's mother prevailed. It really took some doing and persevering on her part before the boy was then given into my care. I had told them that I would have to have absolutely free rein to do as I saw fit. The boy suffered from very severe hydrocephalus. He was really in poor shape. Now, I basically applied only spiritual hygiene in a methodical way. In fact, I applied only what I would like to call economy in teaching concepts, skills, and so on. I stipulated that the boy should be allowed to listen to as much piano music as I determined, that he was allowed to have other things to the extent I decided. Indeed, I can say that sometimes I studied for 3 hours to prepare to work for 15 minutes with the boy. And it is through such a spiritual and pedagogical hygiene that after 2 years, the boy was able to transition to the gymnasium, high school. His head had actually become smaller. Now, you may say that his condition might have improved on its own anyway. But really, that is not the point. The point is not that zone. The boy really had a severe case of hydrocephalus, and in all the years before, his head just would not get smaller. Even if he had survived for those 2 years, despite the hydrocephalus, without the intervention, he would certainly not have been able to go to high school after those 2 years, especially considering the results that had been achieved with him up to that point. The important thing really was that through 2 years of intensive work, specifically such individual care with hygienic, attentive care for the boy's organism that was in total disarray and had to be treated, the boy was brought to that level of achievement. This is not a matter of general rules, even though some may be quite correct, but of intimate knowledge of the nature of the human being as such. Regarding the claim that only a healthy body can be the expression of a healthy soul, now, if we were to translate this claim into real life, it would not be true at all. Here's another example. A renowned physician came to me one day and told me about a case he was treating that interested him very much. He said a patient had consulted him who had had a fall quite some time ago. In that fall he had broken his nasal bone, and as a result his nose was somewhat crooked. This doctor wanted to operate on the patient, but first wanted to talk about this with me. After all, with a certain deeper insight into the nature of the human being, one does see things differently than people necessarily see them who look at health only from the outside. All I could say to that doctor was to advise him not to operate, for here is a rare stroke of luck. The man now gets just the amount of air that his lungs can tolerate. His nasal passages now have just the right width he needs for his special case, for his constitution. And this must be left as it is for him. After all, the man obviously was basically doing well with the slightly crooked nose. There are many other examples I could list here, but the general principle is entirely correct. We must work toward health for our body, but we must do so in quite different ways in individual cases. This may seem strange, but I have often noticed this among naturopaths. They will often claim that this or that individual has something, for example, that there is something irregular in the movement of the person's heart and that this must be treated and cured. But if we look more closely, we often have to say in such cases, leave it alone. Let the man have his heart abnormality. That may be just right for him. and if you try to cure him of this, he will surely get all the sicker. Because people have a certain pattern or template in mind, much that is unnecessary is done in this way. We often see that people use general methods that are not much different, at least not as far as the logic of the matter, the logic of facts, is concerned, than those applied in the case of a woman who was a faith healer. That was awful. She said all kinds of things that people were supposed to imagine and believe in order to become strong and healthy. She said people would become hardy and toughened up that way. But I have never met anyone who looked so pitiful and miserable as that faith healer, despite the fact that she always took great care that not even the slightest breeze would touch her, because the least bit of a draught caused her the most horrible symptoms, she said. You see, these are things that we should look at as they really are, and not just based on a certain predefined notion, a template, let's say. It is entirely true, on the one hand, that we must work toward physical health as much as possible, but insight into what health really is must come from spiritual knowledge. That is, we not only have to look after our own health ourselves, but even more importantly, we also must be aware that we are a part of the cosmos. As you know, the air that is now inside us was out there in the cosmos just a short time ago. And this applies to everything else also. We as human beings must look at the world from the perspective of what we are, a part of the cosmos. Of course, these general things can only be interpreted in this way, and I just wanted to point out a few things with these explanations. Jakob Hugentobler thanks the audience and lecturers and closes the meeting. The end of lecture/discussion 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 75 by Rudolf Steiner. I think it's 8 lectures and discussions. I'm calling them all lectures for the sake of easiness, I guess, called Anthroposophy and the Natural Sciences, translated by Sabine Seiler. Forgive me for her pronunciation of her name. This is Lecture 6, entitled Anthroposophy and Science, given in Basel on November 2nd, 1921. Ladies and gentlemen, anthroposophy, as we intend to cultivate it in the Goetheanum in Dornach, still has many different opponents these days, many opponents whose religious and clerical thinking. And we find some opponents even among artists. The opposition to anthroposophy is not always based on factual grounds, but emerges from various party views and from different areas of society. Today I will not concern myself with all those opponents in more detail, but will instead focus only on a way to deal with the misunderstandings and antagonism that anthroposophical research encounters in the natural sciences. I'm convinced that, though it seems necessary to defend ourselves against those other opponents, they will gradually disappear on their own when the controversy between anthroposophy and science has been brought into the forms necessary for the 2 sides to really understand each other. At the moment, the situation is such that particularly the natural sciences meet anthroposophy with the greatest misunderstandings. As an introduction, I want to emphasize that what I advocate as the method of anthroposophical research, for this is what I want to call it, definitely wants to stand on a scientific basis, and it wants to arrange its examinations in such a way that this scientific basis becomes possible and excludes any kind of dilettantism or the like. From the outset, the development of the anthroposophical method of research has taken into account scientific requirements and the entire scientific attitude of our times. Indeed, anthroposophy does not of its own accord place itself in some kind of opposition to modern science. On the contrary, Anthroposophy wants to take up what has developed in the course of modern civilization in the past 3 or 4 centuries, especially in the 19th century until today, in terms of scientific precision and exact scientific methods, as they have emerged particularly in the natural sciences. Although anthroposophy must everywhere go beyond the results, and even beyond the realm of the natural sciences as they are understood today, anthroposophy wants to apply the underlying scientific discipline and scientific methods to inner schooling in the anthroposophical method. I will not be able today to present a talk on the fundamentals, but can only touch on certain points and then indicate the connecting lines to the recognized areas of present-day science. What anthroposophy initially claims are special methods of acquiring knowledge. That is, methods that differ from the ones usually considered methods of acquiring knowledge, even though the former grow quite organically out of the latter. Today, people assume that to do scientific research, one must begin on the basis of the kind of knowledge that develops in ordinary life after one has been educated in schools, and then begins to explore the various areas of outer nature, including the human being, by means of experiments and observation and materialistic thinking. Anthroposophy cannot stand on such a basis. Instead, its basis is the certainty that just as we can develop our soul faculties from early childhood to an adult's normal soul condition, or to what is considered to be a normal condition of the soul today, so too is it possible to develop further capacities for knowledge by starting from the normal soul condition, and then, if I may say so, taking the life of our soul into our own hands. These capacities for knowledge then enable us to gain deeper insights into the life of nature and the human being, into the phenomena around us, than we could without such specially developed capacities. Such capacities are not developed in some arbitrary way of managing the life of our soul. Rather, they are developed systematically, not in dealing with developing skills for external operations, not with the application of the rules of thinking, logic, but rather through the development of our deepest soul life. Today, I can only give you a general indication of the methods applied in the development of these suprasensory faculties of the soul in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, and in the second part of titled An Outline of Esoteric Science. I have provided detailed descriptions of how we can proceed to develop such capacities out of the depths of our soul life. Capacities, if I may put it in such trivial terms, that enable us to see more than we can explore with our ordinary intellectual thinking, with experimentation and observation. I have called the first stage of such knowledge imaginative cognition, and by this term I do not mean that we should develop the ability to cultivate illusions and fantasies in our soul. Rather, what I mean is a cognition that, in contrast to ordinary abstract cognition, is pictorial or imaginative, which is what we need to explore the actual mysteries of being. This pictorial cognition, as I said, I can only point out the fundamentals here, is attained after lengthy work on our soul, in which we apply meditation to such an extent as to develop and enhance our inner soul capacities. Of course, this depends on a person's individual abilities, and some need more time to achieve this, others less. In any case, this meditative inner life consists, for example, in forming easily comprehensible, clearly structured mental pictures, and allowing them to be fully present in our ordinary consciousness, focusing, in a sense, all the strength of our soul on these clear mental pictures. As I said, you can find the details in the above-mentioned books. And of course, we can also use mental pictures that someone knowledgeable about these things provides. What matters is that these mental pictures are clear, readily and that we can easily understand as we focus on them. What is achieved in this way? I want to explain to you what is thus achieved by way of a comparison. If you continuously use the muscles in your arm, especially if you do so in a specific and systematic way, your muscles will become stronger. Now, if you use the capacities of your soul similarly by concentrating them on a goal you have chosen yourself, on a soul content of your choice, then those capacities will grow. You will gain strength. And as a result, you will become able, purely inwardly, without taking into consideration any outer sensory impressions, to develop a strength of soul that is usually applied only to impressions of our senses, coming from the outside world. The sensory impressions from the outside world are concrete and pictorial. If you have ever reflected on your soul, you know that you develop a more intense soul life when you immerse yourself in sense impressions from the outside world than when you focus on abstract ideas or memories that are left behind, when you turn your perception away from the outer senses and restrict it to your soul life as such. Your soul life as it resonates and reverberates in the aftermath of lively, rich sensory impressions. What matters above all, ladies and gentlemen, is to strengthen our inner soul life to such an extent that in this greater strength we can have something that we can otherwise have in this life between birth and death only when we abandon ourselves to the power and intensity of sensory impressions coming from the outside. In this way we attain a pictorial imagination that is indeed different from our usual abstract imagination. To put it in more scientific terms, it differs from that ordinary kind of imagination through which we visualize natural laws on the basis of observation and experiments. That is, we become inwardly so strengthened that we have not only the kind of thinking and the kind of inner soul life we normally have, for example, when we comprehend the laws of nature, but rather the kind that is present when we grasp the pictorial quality in external perception. In other words, our thinking becomes more inwardly pictorial. We no longer think only in abstract thoughts, but learn to live in inner pictures. As soon as we characterize such a developed inner contemplative capacity of perception, people say right away that Anthroposophy wants to develop something that is actually already known as subordinate soul capacities, as capacities that partially or entirely, depending on how you look at it, fall into the category of the pathological. Moreover, people say that when one strengthens one's inner contemplative capacities of perception to the point of attaining the capacity to arrive at inner pictures, without having taken those pictures from the external world of the senses, then one gives oneself over to a capacity that is pretty much hallucinatory, namely a capacity to imagine all kinds of phantasms and the like. Indeed, scientists in our day have repeatedly argued that what Anthroposophy claims to be inner contemplation in pictures must be traced back to suppressed forces of the nerves, that then, at opportune moments, arise from within due to the person's intensified inner life. In other words, they contend that these inner pictures are nothing other than the manifestation of a suppressed life of the nerves. But scientists who confuse in this way anthroposophical contemplation with hallucinations, as they are called in daily life, clearly have not looked thoroughly at what anthroposophical contemplation really is. First of all, we could respond to such arguments by drawing people's attention to the fact that, above all, Anthroposophy takes care everywhere to proceed with the same strictness as the natural sciences themselves in all matters that these external natural sciences are concerned with. And Anthroposophy considers the most important preparation to be the recognized methods of the natural sciences. It only moves on from there beyond the natural sciences. Therefore, one should really not say that people grounded solidly in anthroposophy show any signs of indulging in visions like any psychic medium or visionary does. You will never see psychics or visionaries of any kind base themselves firmly on the natural sciences and take them as their starting point, so that what they claim are their visions would then arise directly out of these strict scientific methods. But that is not even what I wanted to talk about. Rather, I want to point out that anthroposophy requires a more thorough and more precise method of thinking than is usually evident or applied in such objections directed against it. What we see here above all is that those arguments are still not based on a truly thorough understanding of the soul or psychology. Modern psychology, indeed, still leaves much to be desired. It is clearly not at all on a par with the exact methods of the natural sciences. In fact, in many ways, modern psychology is a welter of old traditional concepts distilled down to mere words and all sorts of abstractions. It is not based on a real observation of the life of the soul, on an exact empirical understanding of soul life. Such an exact empirical psychology would, above all, have to ask what is going on with our external sensory perception, what is active in our sensory perception. In our soul life as a whole, thinking, feeling, and willing are involved. But our soul life is not structured in such a way that we can separate thinking, feeling, and willing from each other, except abstractly. Instead, everything our soul can do in any way involves thinking, feeling, and willing. All we can really say is that feeling and willing are also at play in the life of thought when we are thinking. When we pass an affirming or dissenting judgment in the life of thought, then our soul life is oriented toward the outside, but the affirmation or dissent is carried out through an impulse of the will. That impulse of the will definitely plays a role in the life of thought. And the only way to get an exact idea of the soul life and its various expressions is to be entirely clear everywhere about how great a part feeling plays in willing, or conversely, what part thinking plays in willing, and so on. Of course, it is relatively easy to understand that willing plays a part in the life of our thinking. I've just spoken about passing judgments. And if we really study what happens in judging, we will readily see how willing plays its part in thinking. And this is important, ladies and gentlemen. Our will also plays a part in our sensory perception. And here I must draw your attention to something that the psychology of our time seems not to know at all, or at least not to characterize sufficiently. And that is the fact that in our sensory perception, in our seeing, hearing, and all other sensory perceptions, the will definitely plays a role. What is actually happening in our sensory perception? When we perceive anything, we are inwardly active in each act of our soul, even when we are facing the outer world, seemingly passively. In what we bring to our encounters with the outer world, that is, when we thus expose ourselves to any sensory perception, our will is alive, albeit in a diluted, filtered way. Our will lives in this. Though I could spend hours telling you in detail what is happening here, today I can only give you an indication. The essential thing about sensory perception is that this will that we expose, in a way, from the side, is beaten back by various agents. We can understand the nature of the stimulus and of our sensory perception overall only when we can look closely at this play of the will, moving from the inside to the outside, and then the counterblow from the natural agents that comes from the outside to the inside. That is, we must become aware that every act of sensory perception involves a beating back of the will, and everything that remains of the sensory perception as a memory or other mental picture is actually a will impulse that has been pulled back, withdrawn. And thus, by exposing our senses in this way, we can distinguish between what plays a role originating in the will and what, starting from the entire act of perception, then continues in the life of thought. Thus, as I indicated, the will lives also in the life of thought, and it lives there in such a way that our inner being plays a much greater role in the unfolding of the will into the life of thinking than in its unfolding into the life of the senses. Initially, our will remains, above all, far more active, subjective, and personal in thinking than in sensory perception. You see, ladies and gentlemen, everything I described in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds regarding the development of suprasensory cognitive capacities was aimed at making you fully aware of this will that plays a role in sensory perceptions. Indeed, this will must also be applied even by the most precise natural sciences. And then we must organize the life of thought within us in such a way that what is living there is not the subjective, arbitrary will, if I may put it that way, but rather the same objective will that lives in sensory perception. Anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, the way I mean it, does not aim to draw up all sorts of things from the depths of soul life in a nebulous and mystical way, so as to perhaps press a subjective will into the life of thinking. This subjective will is already present in ordinary life, but through the exercises for the attainment of higher knowledge, this will must be detached from the life of thought. And instead, the will that we train ourselves to understand and that lives in sensory perception, and really only in sensory perception, that will must penetrate the life of thinking in a disciplined way. And if I may say so, with this we achieve something tremendous. Our entire life of thinking takes on the character that usually is only inherent in sensory perception. This is something every individual must discover personally for him or herself. We all know that we can think all kinds of things, and our will can play a role in this by turning our judgment this way or that. What does not live in this thinking? But when we use our senses, the outer world forces us to discipline our will in the way in which we can apply our will in sensory perception, and then it is impossible to arbitrarily assert our inner subjectivity. I want to remind you that anthropological psychology has already explained from another perspective how the will lives in our sensory perceptions. Here I just want to mention Lotze's local signs and the like. We must bring this will, which is leaping over into objectivity, into our thinking. For only then can we shape the life of thought in such a way that it becomes imaginative cognition and has as much of a share in objectivity as our sensory perception usually does. You see, compared to what I could only roughly sketch for you now, and what is absolutely meant in the most precise sense, not in the sense that we can now indulge in all sorts of fantastic imaginations about inner soul development, as nebulous mystics do. Compared to all of this, even the arguments coming these days from the established sciences are basically extremely amateurish for those of us who know something about the matter. In contrast to everything that can show up in hallucinations, dreams, and what arises subjectively out of our physical organization, that is, in contrast to every instance in which we live without any objective orientation, totally given over to our inner life, we now develop a life of the imagination that replicates the objectivity of outer sensory life. Thus, in a way, the objectivity of sensory perception is extended inward to include the life of the imagination. In contrast, what we find in mediumship and in pathological clairvoyance is that what leads to pictorial images, to hallucinatory life, is drawn up from within the person. that is not at all the case with the methods we apply in anthroposophical studies and research. There we do not proceed from the inside outward, as basically all mysticism has been doing up to now, but rather we proceed from the outside inward. There it is not inner mystical feeling, but outer sensory perception that teaches us how to adopt an objective stance toward the world. And then we will discover that because we have been taught in this way by sensory perception, we will become capable of shaping our life of imagination into something as concrete, as inwardly rich, as what we otherwise only find in sensory perception. And when we have achieved such an inwardly rich imagining, which now, just like sensory perception, flows into something objective, for it is thus no longer merely subjectively focused, that is, when we have developed such an imaginative thinking, as I like to call it, then and only then will we be able to advance from a certain level in the knowledge of nature to another level, which I will characterize shortly. But before I do that, I first want to say that anthroposophical spiritual science, as I mean it, has sincerely tried to clarify in every direction the position of such an imaginative cognition. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me, as I am, after all, the main representative of this anthroposophical spiritual science, to interpolate something personal, which is not meant to be personal, but is actually objectively connected with how I arrived at not only developing the anthroposophical methods, but, undeterred by any difficulties or hardships, believing in these anthroposophical methods and seeing them as legitimate paths to knowledge. For, ladies and gentlemen, please do not think that one who takes these things seriously is uncritical and simply does not want to grapple with the most thorough epistemological methods of today. When I was about 13 years old, I happened upon a treatise that was written along the lines of the predominant thinking of the 1870s. That is, the treatise aimed at exploring the outer phenomena of nature in an exact way through calculations. It accepted as laws of nature only what could be calculated. That treatise sought to throw out every last mystical concept from the knowledge of nature. One of those mystical concepts, according to that treatise, was gravity, the gravitational force as identified by Newton. The treatise was entitled, "The Force of Gravity as an Effect of Motion." The treatise opposed the mystical concept of gravity, according to which two material bodies attract each other in some way through space. Instead, in an extraordinarily mathematically exact way, the treatise sought to explain gravitational force thus: ponderable matter is inside a cosmic gas, and therefore a certain number of colliding impacts between neighboring material bodies can be calculated. If the number of impacts coming from the inside is compared with the number of impacts coming from the outside, the result will be a pure explanation of gravity that is free of all mysticism. I mention this because the encounter with that treatise, as I said, came in my 13th year. In order to understand that treatise, which you can well imagine was not an easy thing for a 13-year-old, I had to attempt to master differential and integral calculus at that age, because only then can those ideas really be mastered. And this gave me the opportunity to come upon a starting point for everything that was then necessary in order to deal epistemologically with the notions and ideas that have always lived in me with a sort of general certainty. We must really get a clear view of how we apply mathematical laws or laws of kinematics in all our sensory perception. We must get a clear picture of what is actually going on there, what we ourselves bring to the encounter with the outside world, and so on. In short, for me, that treatise provided the starting point for exploring the question of the extent to which that curious region of the soul we call mathematics can actually master outer reality. Heinrich Schramm, the author of that treatise, which I still consider extremely important, was thoroughly convinced that mathematics could take us everywhere. According to him, if we presuppose matter, space, and motion, then mathematics would get us everywhere. Schramm was sure that all the various characteristics of nature in ordinary mechanics, thermodynamics, optics, magnetism, and electricity could be grasped ultimately by way of mathematics. In Schramm's view, we can really gain insight into those various phenomena in the right way if we correctly apply mathematics. Thus, when we apply mathematics to a hypothetical material process, magnetism jumps out at us. And when we apply mathematics to another process, electrical applications jump out at us. In short, all natural phenomena are explained as an effect of motion. This explanation is entirely free of mysticism and restricts itself to the world of perception. It can be comprehended by way of purely mathematical ideas. This grappling with a kind of knowledge that approaches the outer world mathematically and wants to comprehend sensory perceptions mathematically is not easy. It must be gone through. After all, the outer world must be grasped in some way, even if one proceeds ever so mathematically. There was another thing that followed for me from all this. I immersed myself in what in mathematics is called probability theory, in which one seeks to calculate the probability, for example, of rolling a certain number with 2 dice, let's say a 1 and a 2. This area of mathematics, probability calculus, plays a very big role in the insurance industry. There, probability theory finds real application. Based on the number of deaths among a larger population, insurers calculate the probability that some person, for example a 30-year-old man, will still be alive at the age of 60. And based on that result, the person's insurability and his insurance premium are assessed. In this way, we enter in a strange way into reality with our calculations. You will easily see that this is the case from the fact that in theory everyone can calculate his or her lifespan in such a way that it is sufficiently long for the insurance industry. For example, at the age of 30, I could have decided to take out life insurance. It would then have been necessary to calculate how long I would probably live, and thus how much I would have to pay over that time span. Of course, nobody believes that a person really has to die when the probable lifespan has expired. What we have here is a realm where the application of mathematics is valid for what it wants to achieve, but where the individual life as such does not at all fit into the mathematical formulas, where life as such remains outside the mathematical formulas. In some areas of the natural sciences, we have a certain inner cognitive satisfaction when we assume that what we understand mathematically is commensurate with what we encounter in the outer sensory world. But particularly in the areas where probability calculus plays a role, something else is present. And we have to admit that while mathematics is sufficient for outer life, for what happens in the observation of the outside world, we can never be convinced that the inner life can also be mastered with mathematics. I would really have to tell you about many more intermediate lengths to show you how, from those ideas, I arrived at the chapter about the value of human life in my book titled The Philosophy of Freedom, the first edition of which was published in 1893. In that chapter I was concerned above all with fighting pessimism as such. Back then, pessimism dominated the philosophical views in certain circles to a much greater extent than has been the case since then. Basically, that pessimism originated with Schopenhauer, but was systematically established by Edward von Hartmann. Hartmann approached ethics, social ethics, on the basis of calculation and numbers. Still highly interesting if you look them up. He tried to calculate and post in the credit column, as it were, everything that brings people pleasure, joy, happiness, and so on. And in the negative column he put everything that causes people suffering, pain, unhappiness, and so on. And then he subtracted one column from the other, and indeed came up with the plausible result that for most people the unhappy and painful things outweigh the others, that the negatives outweigh the positives. You can think whatever you like about such philosophical trifles, but for those who want to advance to the foundations of knowledge, these are not trifles at all. And indeed, they must not be so if we wish to emerge from the miserable state of our contemporary intellectual life. For me, that became a very important problem, because I said to myself, people do not feel the way this calculation would have us believe. Indeed, it is nonsense, as you will see the moment you tell people that if they were to add up their happiness and their unhappiness, the number in the negative column would be greater than that in the positive column. And then ask them whether that would be a reason for them to consider their life a failure. Would this be a reason for considering suicide, as Edward von Hartmann believes it should be, if only people were rational? For Edward von Hartmann, his calculations said yes to suicide. But life never says yes to this. Why not? Now, I showed in my title, Philosophy of Freedom, that von Hartmann's subtraction is not generally carried out. Instead, if we want to apply any mathematical operation at all, we must apply an entirely different one, namely a fraction or division. The numerator or dividend would contain all happiness, everything pleasurable, everything that satisfies us. The denominator or divisor would contain everything that causes us suffering, unhappiness, pain, and so on. When you apply this division operation, you would have to have an infinite denominator in order to get a result of 0 as the outcome of a life. If you have only a finite number of suffering and pain with which you can divide, you will never get 0 as the sum total of a life. That is, human beings do not kill themselves as a result of a subtraction. And by showing that we must not subtract here, but at most must divide or work with fractions, I could also show at the same time that for mathematics one has to start in a certain case from life. That is, we must first gain access to life, have a direct perception of life, before we can apply the mathematical approach. Here I have gathered the 3 important points. First, there is the mathematical approach of the natural sciences, which, with its probability calculus, can be commensurate with outer facts, but which is still not sufficient for reality. Then we have reality as we grasp it in its real individual configuration. And finally, we have reality itself, which we see directly as what masters the mathematical approach. There we come to the limits of what is mathematically possible if we start from mathematics itself. And when we have realized in this way that it is necessary to go beyond mathematics and to grapple with this problem, and when, on the other hand, we have attained the kind of imagining I spoke of today, then we find that we have, in reality, made the leap that takes us beyond the abstract thinking we encounter in the purest forms of mathematics and brings us into immediate reality. And only then did it become possible to understand in an epistemological manner what Goethe himself could not yet give, and then deepen and elaborate Goethe's morphology. For what matters now is that upon attaining that imaginative conception, we begin to understand what Goethe meant when he developed his archetypal plant. That is, a form perceived and grasped inwardly, spiritually, that underlies all the various and widely differing plants. Goethe said that once we have grasped this archetypal plant, we will theoretically be able to invent many different plants that have the ability to grow. That is, we will be able to replicate the nature process within us. Our inner soul process, ahead of the natural process, can let many different plant forms arise out of the one archetypal plant. It can replicate how nature creates all its various plant forms out of the one archetypal plant. There, Goethe had already achieved the transition from purely abstract thinking to what I want to call, in quotes, thinking in forms. And this is how Goethe arrived at a true morphology. Let me characterize this thinking in forms a bit more. What are we actually doing in geometry? In geometry, we are dealing with geometrical forms, particularly in plane geometry, but also in solid geometry. In geometry, we are essentially trying to master the forms through numbers, for measuring is ultimately also a matter of numbers. In other words, we are trying to squeeze the forms into abstract numbers. But as I have just explained, mathematics has its limits. If we really want to get out into reality, we have to leave mathematics behind. And then we can find the path from merely reducing geometrical forms to numbers to the direct grasping of geometrical forms themselves. Once we have followed through earnestly with this inner grasping of geometry, then we can also find the way to other forms, to those forms Goethe meant when he spoke about the archetypal plant that can then inwardly, in the most varied ways, take the form of a great many different plants. Just as in a triangle, one angle can be smaller and another larger, and thus we have the different kinds of triangles, so out of the archetypal plant, once its law has been grasped, all sorts of plants can develop that we can then grasp in our soul. In a sense, Goethe arrived at his morphology in a subjective way and developed it only to a certain point. But when we drive the will, which usually lives only in our sensory perception, into the life of the imagination, we systematically develop imaginative concepts, and that is thinking in forms. Now we have an overview of the level in the knowledge of nature where we have natural laws that can be grasped in abstract thoughts. We can apply this thinking to the inorganic, inanimate world. But as soon as we want to advance to the organic world of plants, we need what I have called thinking in forms. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, people may rant and rave against this kind of thinking in forms, and insist that true science can advance only in a discursive way, and must move from one thought to the next. That is, in what is nowadays called the logical method. And they may vociferously claim that this alone is what makes a science true science. Yes, people can decree that this is true science, all they want. But if nature, if the plant kingdom, for example, does not open itself to this science, does not allow itself to this science, then we clearly need another science. When purely discursive thinking, purely abstract thinking, is not sufficient, then we clearly need what I have called thinking in forms, in inner pictures. And this thinking in inner pictures will, in terms of the outer world, make the plant kingdom comprehensible for us. And in terms of our inner life, it will make the unity of all life between birth and death comprehensible. In my books and lectures, I have often shown that from the moment we first really develop that imaginative thinking, our entire life, from the first use of the pronoun I, to refer to ourselves, which is also the moment when memory begins, all the way to the current moment, our entire life presents itself as occurring in one single tableau. Just as we usually consider our outer physical body as belonging to us anytime we happen to look at it, so we also look at the course of our entire life on earth, up until the present moment, all at once, as in a panoramic picture. This is the first achievement of genuine anthroposophical science, to view the inner life as a tableau reaching back all the way to birth, so that we have a real overview of ourselves as an organism in time. What I have called in many of my books the human etheric body, or the body of formative forces, what is it but that which we achieve through imaginative thinking? We become capable of experiencing an overview of our life between birth and the present moment as a unity in the present moment. And at the same time, we can see it with the impulses that carry us beyond the present moment into our further earthly life. And once we have reached this point, the second stage of suprasensory knowledge and perception begins, a stage for which it is difficult to even find a name these days. Inwardly, as a method, I've called it inspired cognition. Please, don't mind the name. It is not meant to designate something old or traditional, but only what I have indicated in my books, and what I want to give an indication of here in principle. I said that we achieve imaginative thinking by placing certain easily comprehensible, straightforward mental pictures at the center of our awareness, and that in the process, our awareness becomes stronger. Just as we thus emulate recollection by placing such pictures at the center of our awareness, so we must also develop forgetting as an act of will. Just as we can concentrate all the forces of our soul on certain mental pictures that we place into our awareness in the way I have described, so we must also become capable of driving these mental pictures out of our awareness through an inner voluntary act of will whenever we choose to do so. That is, we must emulate forgetting, just as we artificially, if I may put it that way, emulate recollection. When you do these exercises, you will indeed see that such mental pictures placed at the center of your awareness initially attract all sorts of other mental pictures or thoughts. Indeed, they swarm in like bees from all sides. We must pictures. Indeed, we must learn to exclude all mental pictures. In a sense, once we have developed such mental pictures, we must learn to empty, but without falling asleep. Simply try it and you'll see what this means. This is something you have to practice, because if your consciousness is only as strong as is typical in most people, then your efforts to empty your consciousness will inevitably cause you to fall asleep. This is especially true if you make the attempt after just having exerted yourself in concentrating on a specific mental picture. That is precisely what must be brought about. An empty consciousness, following upon imaginative conceptions. That is, without any subjective content. And the moment you achieve this, that is when the spiritual world flows into the soul life that has been prepared for it in this way. And in that moment you become capable of seeing a world that does not exist for your outer sensory perception. This is the world you see as belonging not only to your earthly life, unlike in imaginative cognition, where you can see all the way back to your birth, but now you see the world in which you existed before you descended to life on earth. That is, we come to know ourselves as spiritual soul beings in a purely spiritual world. We come to know that element within us which has created this organism that lives here in this earthly world. Through cognition, we thus come to know what is immortal in the human being. And I just want to point out briefly that from there it is then another step to the next level, that of intuitive cognition, where we arrive at the insight that our earthly lives repeat. From what I could only outline for you today, you can already gather that what matters here is to prepare your consciousness through a rigorous, systematic inner schooling, not in order to create out of our inner life some arbitrary world, but on the contrary, after the imagination has been active, to liberate our consciousness so that it can behold the spiritual world. We encounter the outer world through our outer senses, in which our will lives, and the latter enters into a relationship with objectivity. Likewise, after we have completely freed our inner soul life from everything related to the physical body, we prepare the soul to view the spiritual world, just as by means of the senses it views the physical world. Then we have the possibility of seeing which being has built us up, insofar as we are built out of individuality and not out of the cosmos, and how that pre-existent being lived in the spiritual world before we took on the physical body that stems from generations of ancestry. And at the same time we come to know what crosses the threshold of death and presses out into the spiritual world when we cast off the physical body. We come to know what builds up this physical body, undergoes a certain transformation in this physical body through birth, is ignited anew through life's experiences, and then once again enters the spiritual soul world through death. What we are striving for by developing certain soul forces is not some fantasy, not some philosophizing or speculating about the immortality of the human being. Instead, what we are striving for is a true vision of what is immortal in us. Once we deepen our spiritual life in this way, we attain spiritual objectivity. And no one can argue that our standing there in spiritual objectivity is in any way comparable to hallucinations or any other subjective creations of fantasy that merely arise from within. Now, by way of comparison, I want to show how we can arrive in this way not only at knowledge of human nature, at an anthropology, but also at cosmology. Time is short, so I can only outline this briefly. What happens in our ordinary life between birth and death? Ladies and gentlemen, in this life we have outer experiences through our senses, and our sensory experiences trigger mental images. And after we have developed these images, we can recall them through the powers of memory. When we look at our soul life, we see that in a way we carry within us the pictures of what we have experienced in the outside world. When I look into the depths of my inner life for a particular mental image, that image then brings before my soul, in the present moment, something that I actually experienced some time ago, let's say 15 years ago, something objective that happened and that I experienced entirely subjectively. If my entire soul life is healthy, and if the memory picture I have called to mind is connected to the rest of my soul life in a healthy way, particularly if I am able to orient myself properly in the outer world at any time through my senses, then on the basis of the mental picture I have before me in the present moment, and by calling on everything connected to it, I am able to reconstruct the outer objective experience of 15 years ago as it was then. We carry in our soul the world of our experiences in our life between birth and death. But we also carry something else within us. When we inwardly survey our life in the usual way, then we have before us only what I have just described. But we have something else within us. And through the suprasensory cognition I described to you, we can look deeper into ourselves, not through nebulous mysticism, but through exact methods akin to those of mathematics. There we see that we have within us organs, the organs of our inner being. They are built up out of our pre-existent being. They are constructed from out of the spiritual world. When we apply such exact anthroposophy as I've described it, not only to survey our soul life, which we have accumulated between birth and the present moment, but also to recognize the essence of the forces that rule in our inner organs, then, based on this spiritual understanding of our organs, we come to know the world in its development. This process is much like that of coming to know the world of our experiences through the subjective memory pictures in our soul. When Anthroposophy speaks of the development of the world, this is not some remnant of superstition, of ancient astrology, or the like. Rather, it is based on a knowledge of the human being that grasps the inner human being in the same way we grasp mere soul life as a reflection of the events that we've experienced since birth and that stand in connection with us. Thus we experience our connection with the world as a whole. Our memories are images of our experiences since birth, and our entire inner being, once we come to understand it, is a reflection of the entire development of the world. This is what it means to, quote, read in the Akashic Chronicle, close quote, not all the confused notions that are held against anthroposophy. This is what it means to gain knowledge of the world based on true knowledge of the human being. But we must not make it too easy for ourselves, which is what so many people do today, who think that with some concepts and terms that they casually throw around, they can grasp what can only be understood through a rigorous struggle for knowledge. Today, nobody would presume to claim to understand, or worse, criticize the system of mathematics with a few concepts or terms thrown around haphazardly. But people don't hesitate to characterize with a few offhanded remarks what has been developed in a much more complicated way and through a genuine struggle for knowledge. These days, those of us who seek to follow all inner precautions in order not to fall into something subjective, but to immerse ourselves fully in objectivity, are nevertheless slandered or libeled. We have prepared our consciousness to immerse itself in spiritual objectivity. And yet people claim that in the relevant moments we are only pulling up suppressed nerve forces, and in the process develop all sorts of hallucinatory images. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to stoop to counter-criticism here, but I still want to characterize briefly how people think and argue these days. And at the end, I want to give you a small example of this. Not long ago, a little book was published that claimed to show how what anthroposophists discover can be readily admitted simply because other sciences in our time have found that the strangest soul experiences can rise up out of our subconscious. As the author of that book explains, one can readily concede to anthroposophists that they experience all sorts of things of that nature, just as these things are also experienced by psychics and people who are under hypnosis, or who are talked into believing suggestions, or indeed create suggestions themselves. Namely, that book reduces what is most essential about anthroposophy to autosuggestion. And now, the author does something odd. He shows how it is possible to draw the most marvelous effects out of the soul, and how even strangely far-reaching healing processes, for example, for tuberculosis, metritis, fibroma, and so on, can be developed out of the life of the soul. Indeed, the author describes that even deformations caused by spinal tuberculosis can be set right again through the life of the soul. And thus, why should one not concede that anthroposophists indeed pull up much out of their soul life, especially if they have first engaged in autosuggestion? And then the author shows that there is actually such a subjective life, and that anthroposophists give themselves over to such a subjective life, namely that of autosuggestion. Among other things, the author claims the following, quote, "By means of this," that is, by means of the soul spiritual development I have described, continue, quote, "acting with self-awareness, self-contemplation, while in trance becomes possible," close quote. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I did not say anything about trance. I only told you that the awareness reaches clearer, brighter levels, not that it will be led back into darkness and gloom as in a trance. He continues, quote, "And self-awareness in turn is the prerequisite for suprasensory perception." In other words, the so-called transcendental experiences are products of a methodically produced self-awareness in the trance state, with a simultaneous effect of a systematic suggestion. The actual agent here is the autosuggestion. The proof of this is, among others, the explicit assurance by Rudolf Steiner that to attain higher knowledge, one must drive the will powerfully into the imagination. Close quote. As you see, the author claims that in a lecture in Bern on July 8th, I said that in order to attain higher knowledge, one must drive the will by force into the imagination. First of all, this shows you the strangely precise approach applied in scientific treatises these days. For example, on the same page, the author talks about how such suggestions can really be carried out, how someone can be talked into believing something, so that an idea is instilled in a person, who then as a result becomes fully absorbed in that idea, and can even make all sorts of things out of himself as a consequence of this absorption in the idea. And then the author continues, quote, "These successes are in the main due to Q, having, for one thing, understood suggestion as an autonomous, ideodynamic force that is independent of the will," close quote. It is very important that ideodynamic is in parentheses. Quote, "and that he has recognized the significance of this subconscious force," close quote. Readers aside, there's a name here, I believe. It's Coup, C-O-U-E, with a grav over the top of it. End of readers aside. So, what we have here is an ideodynamic force that is independent of the will. Nevertheless, this ideodynamic force that is independent of the will is allegedly what I invoked when I said that we have to drive our will into our imagination. Now, let's take that sentence as the author claims I uttered it in Berne. Quote, "One must drive the will powerfully into the imagination," close quote. I have told you today that we must develop our will, which we first come to know through our sensory perception, into the life. In this way we combat any merely suggestive influences. That is, we work precisely in the opposite direction from that of suggestion. This application of the will thwarts all possibilities of suggestive influences. What I have described runs its course in the opposite direction. This is already clear from the fact that these suggestive influences are here called ideodynamic impulses. That is, not impulses of the will, but rather ideodynamic impulses. And yet the author vaguely senses something that is true, but that he cannot yet properly express. Namely, that we indeed have to summon our will if we want to bring subjective ideas into our imagination. But this happens without involving the will of the person to whom it happens, the person who experiences the suggestion. As I have always said everywhere, anyone who wants ethical research applies his or her will and precisely avoids suggestions. Therefore, I could not have said what this author claims. I read what he says here in this brochure and then asked myself whether in Berne on July 8, 1920, I had in some moment allowed something to paralyze my tongue. Did I really say that to attain higher knowledge, one must drive the will powerfully into the imagination? That, after all, is something everyone can do, for suggestion can also happen without any activity or involvement on the part of the person to whom something is being suggested. Now, I went to the effort to look up the shorthand report of my Berne lecture of July 8, 1920, a report I luckily found today. And now you can see what I really said at that time in Berne. I have always taken great pains to show that the path we are to take runs in the opposite direction from that of suggestion. And back then I said in my lecture, quote, "We must therefore exert more and more force to maintain our focus. And this exertion of force, this effort, is what is important. What matters is that we drive the will with all our might ever deeper into the life of our imagination, into our mental pictures, so that we actually become stronger as we exert this effort of driving the will into the life of the imagination." Close quote. Clearly, this is something different. We can only drive ideas into our mental images, into our imagination. When we talk about driving the will into the life of the imagination, that means precisely not to let our mental pictures be influenced by suggestions. It means to take the free life of the imagination that is ruled by the will into our own hands. As you see, the author quoted my words in quotation marks, and inside those quotation marks, he said the opposite of what I actually said. But that is only one example, ladies and gentlemen, of the way in which these days, particularly, the sciences argue against anthroposophy, how anthroposophy is misunderstood. For this booklet I mentioned is really quite typical, and it shows that tendency throughout. Ladies and gentlemen, I have always rigorously expelled from the realm of anthroposophy all phenomena of mediumship, hallucinations, and visions that arise from within us. I have always explained that I consider all such phenomena pathological, and that they represent a descent below the life of the senses, not an ascent above it. I have explained everywhere, and often in detail, that what anthroposophy aims to be, what it offers us in descriptions of soul-spiritual worlds, comes from very different foundations than what this author asserts here. And now we see the strange tendency to claim that the very things I reject and consider pathological are regarded as what is justified in anthroposophy. Thus the facts are turned upside down, reversed. This author and other opponents of anthroposophy are trying to make people believe that what I describe are hallucinations and the like. Now, hallucinations and phenomena like that really exist, says this author, and therefore he wants to concede that to the anthroposophists. But according to this author, anthroposophists should not talk about the higher worlds, because if they do, they will enter an area of philosophy, and such talk is really only an outgrowth of theosophical teaching, a fantasy contingent on theosophical belief and teaching. And here we see something highly typical. The man who here initially distilled what he is willing to accept of anthroposophy, even though it is the exact opposite of what anthroposophy really offers, ends up saying that what he is willing to grant anthroposophy is already known these days and is called telepathy, clairvoyance, materialization of psychic phenomena, and so on. But all these things really belong to the realm of the pathological, or perhaps also to that of therapy. After all, those realms are connected. Here I would have to address in more detail what I have said repeatedly in the courses for doctors. Namely, that out of anthroposophy we can indeed develop a pathology and a therapy that go in a legitimate way beyond what the current merely materialistic view provides. But when people start by turning what anthroposophy offers on its head and then accepting that wrong view, they are actually saying that one can talk people into believing all sorts of things. But it has never before happened that people in trance experience such things as astral or fairy tale lands, but that is exactly the point. That author claims it a fairy tale land, because he passes it off as fantasy. He claims one cannot experience such things by means of suggestion, and yet it is being experienced, a strange polemic. First he pulls out of the many anthroposophical results the ones he believes he can understand, even though he actually does not understand them at all. Then he presents this as hallucinations, and so on. All this is accepted. The remaining part of anthroposophy is turned into fairyland, which that author claims could not be the result of suggestion. And indeed, that is true. It is not the result of suggestion. It must be gained through precise inner methods as inner knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't blame anyone for so grotesquely misunderstanding what anthroposophy has to offer. I do not even blame that reputable and deservedly renowned collection of scientific, medical, and other treatises published in Munich and Wiesbaden by J.F. Bergman for taking up such grotesque criticism of anthroposophy. For the entire little book by Albert Ziegler is actually well-intentioned. Ziegler wants to do justice to the matter, but he cannot, because there is still a chasm gaping between what is acknowledged today as official, established science and what is actually needed to really make progress. For ultimately, there is an inner connection in spiritual life between the life in our civilization as a whole and the life of the sciences in our time. And we must build a bridge to ethics, to social life. The science that remains stuck in the material realm, or at most offers hypotheses about the non-material realm, will not be able to build that bridge. Only a science that truly enters into the spiritual realm will be up to that task, because the spiritual is active in the social realm, and social laws can be found only by those who also find the laws, forms, and transformations of the spiritual in nature. Now, in the short time available to me today, I could only highlight a few aspects. I wanted to show you that anthroposophy makes an effort to work entirely along the lines of true science. Indeed, anthroposophy is concerned with arriving at a method that emulates that of mathematics. It wants to work seriously and conscientiously in its scientific and epistemological approach. But anthroposophy still meets with a lot of prejudices today, even though it is something our civilization urgently needs. For only anthroposophy is able to provide human beings with true and satisfying knowledge and clarification about their own nature. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I believe that the opposition against anthroposophy will disappear once objective ground has been gained to establish harmony and mutual understanding between the current sciences and the anthroposophical research methods. That is something we have to wait for. As long as such an understanding has not yet been established, all sorts of partisan, religious, theological, or other opponents will appear, none of them moving on objective ground. But those who are actively involved in this anthroposophy and who are serious about it, serious about all that comes from Dornach, they will know how serious and rigorous our research in this realm of anthroposophy is. And they will, therefore, understand that no matter how great the misunderstandings may be now, ultimately, thanks to the rigor of the modern scientific methods and attitudes, a balance and harmony will be found. And we are right to keep this in mind, as long as we ourselves hold firm to the foundation of testing everything we seek in anthroposophy by applying the same requirements that are applied today in the sciences. And that is what ultimately lets us expect the outer balance and harmony. If we proceed with seriousness and sincerity, we can be convinced that from contemporary science and from what anthroposophy has been able to achieve thus far, this is true at least for those who are familiar with both the sciences and anthroposophy, that balance and harmony can already be found now. And this awareness gives us the confidence that scientific understanding will arise, and then anthroposophy's other opponents will disappear on their own. There were no requests to speak. Rudolf Steiner again. Ladies and gentlemen, in a lecture that is to serve as an introduction to a series of lectures on anthroposophy, it is of course only possible to take into account a few principles. In particular, today I could not consider what is especially dear to my heart, namely, to show you the bridge that leads from the knowledge side of anthroposophy to its social, practical, ethical, and religious side. Please allow me to say a very few words on this topic, as we have only until 10 a.m. Look at the worldview of the natural sciences today. Note that I am not talking about the natural sciences, but about the worldview of the natural sciences. That worldview lives perhaps in many lay people, and also in people who believe themselves not to be lay people, but who, nevertheless, as members of various monist or other associations, still concoct a religious confession out of the scientific ideas of 30 years ago. You see that this worldview has developed more or less into a materialistic construct. And you will realize that from what many people now consider the only possible way of scientific research, there is no bridge leading to the reality of ethical and social ideals. As we now look at everything the natural sciences offer us, we are faced with the necessity of forming mental pictures. For example, about the Earth's beginning and ending, to develop a worldview. I can only briefly mention these things. For example, we have the theory developed by Kant and Laplace, according to which the Earth originated in the nebula, which is described in terms of the laws of aerodynamics and aeromechanics. The theory describes how the solar system and the planets formed out of the primordial mist, and how the Earth broke off. The theory also deals with the critical question of how living beings could have originated, a question with which we will soon come to the limits of knowledge. And the theory addresses how organic life originated from what was initially present only in the primordial mist, how human beings then emerged from this, and how they experience themselves now in their self-conscious I, capital. Life is the greatest teacher if we look at it in the right way. And in my life, I have met people who took that world view of the natural sciences seriously. In particular, I remember one person who is typical and representative for countless others. Other people are often not aware of this, but they are building for themselves an altar of belief, an altar of knowledge. But those who take the ideas of the natural sciences seriously cannot do this. Instead, they arrive at such hypothetical concepts about the Earth's beginning and ending. They arrive at such ideas on the basis of, for example, thermodynamics or the theory of entropy, which leads to the idea that everything will ultimately die in the heat death of the universe. It is not often that one encounters people who have the inner courage to admit from the depths of their fully human nature what situation human beings are now in regarding their inner life, when they take these things seriously as the only correct and valid ideas. For example, based on his feelings, Hermann Grimm says the following, and please excuse the rather drastic statement I quote, about what he realizes is to develop on Earth between the primordial mist, according to Kant and Laplace, and the condition to which the entropy theory is to lead us. Quote, a carrion bone that a dog would avoid is a more appetizing image than that picture of the world that is presented to people now even already in the schools. Close quote. And, according to Hermann Grimm, future ages will have a hard time explaining how and why a pathological age could at one time have developed such ideas about the Earth's beginning and end. He thinks that people will not be able to fathom that such things could have been taken seriously. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the sciences that present themselves to us these days as the natural sciences, and I want to repeat that Anthroposophy does not at all want to find fault with them, are fully acknowledged and respected in their sphere. Anthroposophy stands firmly on the foundation of a scientific outlook, for we must take the scientifically precise methods and the inner discipline that the sciences have developed as an example to follow. But they have to be developed further in the sense I have characterized today. This is how we arrive at a true knowledge of the human being. This knowledge, however, is not as easy to attain as what we know based on physiological and biological perspectives. Ultimately, that knowledge shows us that the human being is organized inwardly quite differently in the head and in the metabolic limb system. Those are essentially the two poles of the human being. I can only sketch this here now in broad outlines, but I have explained it in great detail in long lecture cycles. I want to show you first how wrong it is to claim, for example, that our thinking originates in processes taking place in our brain. If that were true, it would be as if a cart had moved along on a road made soft by rain and left imprints behind. You could trace where the cart had gone with the help of the imprints made in the soft road surface. But now suppose someone tells you that you have to explain those imprints by saying they were generated by the forces that are down there in the earth. This person demands that you explain them as configurations caused by underground forces. It's no different with the methods people apply nowadays to explain the nervous structure and the convolutions of the brain on the basis of empty organ forces. The nerve structure must be explained as stemming from the workings of the soul spiritual element, just as the ruts in a softened road surface stem from the cart that drove on the road. This is only an image, of course. Still, with its completely precise scientific methods, Anthroposophy leads us to the realization that thinking and imagining are soul spiritual processes, for which the brain is only a substrate. The brain is only a substrate for these processes because they are not based on the growth of the brain, on organic processes in the brain, but rather on the brain's slow dying processes. The nervous system actually does not have a life of its own, but rather the opposite of life, a decline or withdrawal of life. First of all, room must be made for the thoughts. Parts of the nervous system must die, and there must be a continuous dying, a clearing away of material processes, so that the spiritual soul processes can gain ground. All this must be balanced again and again by the metabolic limb system, usually during sleep or other processes. The processes that arise in the metabolic limb system, with which physiology concerns itself today, dull our consciousness. They quash our imagining and indeed extinguish it. Especially when these processes are toned down to a kind of partial dying, that is when imagining and thinking develop. Thus we carry within us a continuous living and dying, birth and death. The moment when we die is thus only the integral of the differentials that make up life, the differentials of continuous dying that make up the life of the human being. If we continue this train of thought, we come to realize something that the established sciences these days really must practically deny, even though it is the logical result of the continuation of those same sciences. What I mean is the realization that human beings have real, continuously ongoing breakdown processes, death processes within them. Our ethical ideals develop in the midst of these death processes. Thus, the ethical ideals do not depend on continuing organic processes, but rather on repressed and regressing organic processes. The consequence of this is the following. When at some distant future time our Earth will have arrived at a mineral, biological condition of some kind, let's say we accept the hypothesis of its heat death as valid, which of course it isn't, at least not entirely and only in a certain sense. Now, let's say then that at some future time the Earth will have arrived at its heat death, and thus no other processes will be possible anymore. For after all, according to the second law of thermodynamics, there is always heat loss, a remainder, when heat is transferred or converted. When this condition occurs, then the ethical ideals that have lived in human beings will have developed their greatest power, and that will carry Earth existence onward to a new planetary formation. We discover in our moral ideals the seeds for future worlds that are founded upon our current morality. This is how our ideals acquire their real value. Modern philosophy is compelled to speak of mere values, but what possibility can it offer us when it speaks of values that arise within us as mere ideas that are not seeds for future realities? How is that perspective any different from believing that we originated in the primordial mist, as Kant and Laplace described, and that somehow moral ideals then emerge in our consciousness, but only live within us like a mist or fog? That is the view of the person I alluded to earlier, the person who took the modern natural sciences as a law and conceded that in the world the human being is shortchanged. This is how far the natural sciences took him, where moral ideals arise like foam, dissolve again, and everything moves toward heat death, the grand cemetery. Because though the moral ideals are experienced, they have no way of becoming reality. Anthroposophy traces the declining, regressing processes into which the moral ideals have worked. And it shows us that although these moral ideals have only a non-material existence within us, by developing within us, they become the seeds for the future. Thus, Anthroposophy shows us that we must regard moral ideals as realities that are the first seeds of future worlds that will arise from ideality. Just as we see in a seed the very plant that will develop in the course of the following year, so Anthroposophy allows us to see moral ideals as seeds of future worlds. Behind the primordial mist described by Kant and Laplace, we thus see the idealities of the past as seeds of the present world. Our present world is thus the realization, the fulfillment of what at one time had been only thought, much like the plants of today are the realization of last year's seeds. And what is currently experienced merely as moral value is actually the real seed of future worlds. As you see, we participate in the cosmos, not only with our natural organic processes, but also with what we experience within us as moral and social values. We arrive at a cosmology that reckons not only with natural processes and natural laws as agents, but also one in which our entire moral world takes its place as a real world. Through Anthroposophy, we build the bridge from the natural to the ethical and religious world. That is what is especially close to my heart, and so I wanted at least to give you an indication of it in my concluding remarks, as it was not possible to address this earlier in the lecture. The end of Lecture 6.
So good, so good, so good. I got what I need and it feels so good. So good, so good, so good.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 75 by Rudolf Steiner, 8 lectures/discussions, entitled Anthroposophy and the Natural Sciences, translated by Sabine Seiler. This is Lecture 7, entitled Agnosticism in Science, given in Leipzig on May 11, 1922. Rudolf Steiner. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me first of all to express my heartfelt thanks to the Association for Anthroposophical Academic Work for giving me the opportunity to give an introductory lecture here about the relationship of certain present-day characteristics of science to anthroposophy. In addition, I have to ask you, especially today, to keep in mind that in such a first introductory lecture, there is a certain difficulty, because much of what needs to be said about such a comprehensive topic can only be indicated in broad outlines, and thus I can only provide suggestions today that then have to be elaborated and explained in detail later. I will naturally not be able to address many of the questions that will pile up. In terms of relevance, today's topic also poses certain difficulties. The first one is that in large circles of the public today, a prejudice rears its head right away when people talk about any relationship between the sciences and anthroposophy. That widespread prejudice is that anthroposophy, as we mean it here, intends to take a stance in opposition to the sciences as they have developed historically in the course of the last few centuries, until they reached their peak in the last third of the 19th century, at least as far as their way of thinking and their methods are concerned. But it is not at all the case that anthroposophy is taking any such opposing position. For anthroposophy, as I mean it, strives instead to accentuate the best principles and foundations of modern scientific aims. Anthroposophy tries hard to further develop and expand what must be presupposed in terms of human views, scientific outlook, in order to bring about the recognition of precisely the established sciences. And in this further development, we will see that precisely from the sure foundations of the scientific way of thinking, as long as it is understood correctly and pursued for its living consequences and not just its logical ones, a way can be discovered that leads to those suprasensory realms of the world to which our being must feel connected in its eternal foundations. That is how, in a certain way, simply through the continuation of the principles of science, the path to the suprasensory realms is to be found by means of anthroposophy. Of course, when I speak in your circle about the relationship of anthroposophy to the sciences, I will, to an extent, have to speak in such a way that you do not have to step out of what you are used to recognizing as scientific conscientiousness and the scientific way of thinking. But I will not talk about individual areas of science, but rather about the entire edifice of the sciences of our time. And because I must assume that some of you, dear students, are members of various areas of science, I will not be able to do justice to individual needs, and some things will have to remain at a level that looks abstract, even though it is not meant to be abstract. That is, from what I have to say, you will each have to draw the appropriate conclusions for yourself. Agnosticism is a word that, though not used much these days, designates something that is definitely connected with the fundamentals of our scientific way of thinking. This agnosticism as a justifiable scientific way of thinking, or better, philosophical way of thinking, was established by such persons as, for example, Herbert Spencer. He preferred to use that term, and if you are looking for a definition of agnosticism, you will have to look for it in his work. This agnosticism as a foundation, as a fundamental tone, in a manner of speaking, of scientific thinking, is prevalent in our time in the broadest areas of knowledge. If we want to express, at first quite abstractly, what is meant by agnosticism, we could say the following. The scientific methods that have developed and proven themselves as certain in the past several centuries are generally recognized. We apply these methods necessarily in the sciences to pursue them properly in certain areas today, namely through observation, through experiments, and through the conceptual processing of observation and experiment. By practicing science in this way, and I want to point out that in certain areas this is absolutely justified today, we arrive at the realization that we certainly can achieve much with science regarding knowledge of the laws that underlie the world. We then take pains to extend these laws, with which we have imbued ourselves in this way, to human beings, in order to attain what everyone with healthy thinking wants to acquire from knowledge: a view of the human being's position in the universe, of human destiny in the universe. And if we practice science in this way, we will come simply in the course of this scientific practice itself to the realization that indeed there are regularities and laws, but they actually relate only to the summary of external phenomena as they are given to the senses, or as they can be deduced if they are not evident to the senses, that is, deduced based on the material gathered through sensory observation. But what has been discovered in this way about nature and the human being can never extend to those realms that in older forms of human knowledge were considered the suprasensory foundation of the world, a foundation with which the deepest nature of the human being's eternal essence, if I may call it that, must also stand in a certain connection. It is precisely through the scientific point of view that we come to a recognition of what is unknowable to science, namely to certain limits or boundaries of scientific research. At best, we must realize that the human soul, our inner spiritual being, must be connected with something that cannot be accessed by science alone. That with which this inner being is connected simply cannot be researched scientifically. It belongs to the realm of the unknowable. What we are facing here is not Gnosticism, but agnosticism. And with this, contemporary intellectual life has set itself in opposition to what was still present at the time when Gnosticism was the prevailing attitude toward knowledge and was called gnosis. Contrary to what some people believe, Anthroposophy, as we define it here, does not offer rekindled gnosis. The latter cannot be resurrected. It was born out of the mindset of its time, in a sense, out of the science of its era. We are now in a new era, and if we want to establish a suprasensory basis for science, we must take into account what the activities of spirits such as Copernicus and Galileo, among many others whom I won't name now, have contributed to the development of humanity. Saying this also says implicitly that it is impossible to take the standpoint of gnosis, which of course has nothing in common with modern science. But I still want to point out that this Gnostic standpoint, in a certain sense, was the opposite of what presents itself today as the keynote of science. According to the Gnostic standpoint, it was in fact very possible for people to move up to suprasensory realms if they turned to their inner powers of knowledge, which they were not using in ordinary life. What people would find in this way was not religion, but knowledge that could serve as a basis for religious life. Now, you will most readily understand what I have to say in this introductory lecture if I first remind you of something that you already know, and that can point to the transformation undergone by the human cognitive process in the course of humanity's development. You all know about the changes that philosophy has undergone, just in regard to outer scientific life. Even in our era, philosophy still comprises the entire extent of what was scientific knowledge. Simply as a human activity, philosophy was something that was already and rightly indicated in its very name. Philosophy was not merely a product of the human intellect or merely based on observation and experiment, even though philosophy also extended, of course, to the results that could be attained by the intellect, observation, and even primitive experiments. Rather, philosophy was, to a much greater extent than our modern science, and again this is rightly so, something that came forth out of the whole human being. Philosophy grew out of a certain inner soul life and feeling relationship of human beings to the world. And in the era in which philosophy received its name, people had no doubt that they could achieve a certain objectivity in knowledge when they sought knowledge not solely through experiment, observation, and intellect, but applied other forces instead. We can give expression to these other forces with the same word we use to designate the love, in quotes, of something. And philosophy in the time of the ancient Greeks comprised everything we now include in the knowledge of nature. In the course of many centuries, what we now call the knowledge of nature developed out of philosophy. And this knowledge of nature has undergone an enormous transformation in recent times. Indeed, a transformation that has made it the foundation of practical life as we now experience it in the domain of technology. Impartial overview of the life of the sciences in our time will show us that what has made the sciences so extraordinarily great in recent times is what now underlies our practical life as technology. Our natural sciences have finally become what was said by Kant. As you know, I refer to Kant when he has said something I can acknowledge and agree with, even though I admit freely and everywhere that in many areas I am an opponent of Kant. Now, Kant said that real science can be found in the sciences only to the extent that mathematics can be found in them. This dictum has been acknowledged and accepted more and more in scientific practice, particularly in the natural sciences. We currently practice science by being aware of how we connect what we find in space and time through observation and experiment with what mathematics leads us to recognize through purely inner perception. And we feel especially certain and assured in our practice of science precisely because we are able to connect entirely inner knowledge, inner experience, such as we have in mathematics, with what we attain through observation and experiment. As we encompass what comes to us from the outside with the mathematical certainty we have in purely inner experience, we feel that in this cognitive process we stand in a connection with the external world that allows us to experience sufficient scientific certainty. And starting precisely from the basis of the natural sciences, this is how we have increasingly come to see the exactness of science in the fact that we can justify our scientific work mathematically. Why are we doing this? Dear students, the answer is already contained in what I have just said. The answer is that in doing mathematics, we are active only within our own soul experience. That is, we remain entirely within ourselves. I think those who have especially dedicated themselves to studying mathematics will agree with me when I say that in regard to our inner experience, mathematics, or mathematizing, can give those who do it out of inner ability and talent, out of inner enthusiasm, if I may put it that way, much more satisfaction than all other knowledge of the external world. This is so simply because in doing mathematics, we are at every step of the way directly connected with what we attain as a scientific result. And when we are able to connect what we encounter from the outside with what we have entirely constructed ourselves, then in this interweaving of what comes from the outside with the mathematical constructions we have developed, we feel something that we can be certain stands securely on a solid foundation. Because our science now allows us to connect the external with the inner experience through mathematics, we consider it a science, in the Kantian sense, as long as there is mathematics in that science. Now, at the same time, this opens up the way for a specific understanding of the world view we find in the natural sciences. This understanding, with all its consequences, is what anthroposophical research pursues. For what does it mean that we have come to such a view of our scientific knowledge? Having come to this understanding already implies the acknowledgement that we want to develop our thinking inwardly, and by doing so, we achieve a kind of certainty that allows us to apply our thinking to study the laws of outer phenomena, outer facts. This is the same principle that anthroposophy applies in the area where this principle is appropriate. By turning to what I want to call pure phenomenalism in regard to certain fields of the natural sciences, such as mechanics, physics, and chemistry. That is, in regard to everything that does not yet advance to life itself. And in an extreme sense, anthroposophy also holds to that phenomenalism for all areas above the level of the inanimate. But we will soon see the extent to which this phenomenalism must be supplemented in those areas with something fundamentally different. By considering the mathematical relationship to the outside world, we gradually realize that in the sciences of the inorganic realm, our thinking initially can have only a supporting character. We are not justified in contributing something to the world ourselves from our thoughts if we want to have pure science. This, however, leads to what is called phenomenalism. Even though this can be criticized in some details, it was implemented in its purest form by Goethe. Now, what is this phenomenalism? Phenomenalism consists in simply and purely grasping phenomena, whether by means of observation or experiment, just as they present themselves to our senses, and then applying thinking only to put the phenomena into a certain context or relation. That is, to line them up in such a way that they explain themselves. But this initially eliminates from the pure natural sciences everything that grasps hypotheses, not only as helpful constructions, but grasps them as if they could provide us with reality. When we stop at pure phenomenalism, we are justified in assuming, on the basis of our observations and experiments, that there is an atomistic structure, whether in the material world or in the world of forces. But this tendency to assume an atomistic structure must not be accepted when it can no longer be traced phenomenologically and can no longer be described by means of the phenomena. This principle is violated by the scientific worldview that constructs an atomism, which then postulates something factual behind the sense-perceptible phenomena, something that is itself not part of the world of phenomena. For example, this occurs when we do not examine the world of colors spread out before us by lining up the colors next to each other in order to arrive at the law of the connection between the colors. Instead, we move on from the phenomenon to something lying behind it that is not regarded as just an auxiliary structure, but as something real. For example, people move beyond the phenomena by assuming that there are vibrations or the like in the ether, and in this way, thinking is extended beyond the phenomena. Here, out of a certain lethargy in thinking, people pierce the tapestry of the sensory world and postulate a world of whirling atoms or the like behind it. There is no reason to do this with the kind of thinking that wants to be only a servant or aid in lining up the phenomena in order to find the immanent, lawful connections between phenomena. A kind of thinking that cannot say anything about what is imagined to lie behind this world of the senses. It is anthroposophy that takes the tendency of modern natural science to its ultimate consequence. Indeed, the modern natural sciences have recently arrived at a development of this phenomenalism, which, while not yet widely admitted theoretically, has found practical application. This development results when the sciences ignore the hypothetical worlds of atoms and instead stop with the phenomena themselves and do not go beyond them. But stopping with the phenomena has a specific result, namely the consequence is that we then really come to agnosticism. When we use our thinking merely to line up phenomena, to arrange them in an orderly fashion, we will never arrive at the human being as such. Merely sorting and arranging phenomena and identifying their laws will not lead us to the human being. And that is the peculiar thing we have to admit. When we follow the path of the natural sciences to its logical, justified conclusion and arrive at pure phenomenalism, without postulating unfounded hypotheses about what is behind the tapestry of the sensory world, we come inevitably, without fail, to agnosticism. But where knowledge is concerned, this agnosticism is now something quite different from what humanity, in the course of its development, of its history, has actually hoped for from knowledge and sought through knowledge. Well, I don't want to lead you right away into remote suprasensory regions, though I will indicate them later. But I would like to point out something here to show you that even in ancient times the understanding of knowledge was quite different from what knowledge can become when we continue to work conscientiously on the basis of the natural sciences. Allow me to refer again to Greek antiquity, a time when all sciences were still combined in philosophy. Surely we all share a deep reverence for Greek art, for example, for what lives in Greek tragedy, just to mention one thing. Regarding Greek tragedy, much has been said about its catharsis, which has been called its most important component, about the crisis, the crucial element that lives in tragedy. When we build on what the ancient Greeks experienced in tragedy, an important question arises, a question that leads us deep into the essence of the process of knowing. In the abstract definition of catharsis that is based on Aristotle, tragedy is said to evoke fear and pity in the audience so that the human soul, by having these or similar passions arise within it, can be cleansed of such passions. Though I can only point this out here, evidence for this fact can readily be found through the ordinary sciences. That is, the fact that everything we have in Greek tragedy, including the thinking about the artistic crisis of catharsis, was closely connected with the medical thinking of the time. What happened in the human soul during a tragedy was considered a healing process that had been raised to the level of dramatic art in order to heal something pathological in the human being. That is, from knowing how the ancient Greeks understood their art, we can infer how they understood the healing process, therapeutic treatment. The way the ancient Greeks understood healing is that they assumed that something pathological had formed in the diseased organism, and the organism then waged a battle. In this introductory talk, I can, of course, only describe this in abstract terms, against what had formed there. Through its excretions, the human organism overcame the disease process. That is how what is pathological in the organism was vanquished. This is what the ancient Greeks thought regarding pathology and therapeutic treatment. And this is also how they thought regarding the artistic process, only on a higher level. What the tragedy was doing to the spectators was considered a sort of healing process for the soul. Just as in the case of a catarrh, the residue of the illness must come out of the organism, so by watching a tragedy, the soul was to develop fear and pity within itself, and then take up the struggle against these excreted products and experience a healing process by suppressing them. We understand the fundamentals of this way of thinking only when we know that already in ancient Greece, in Hellenism, a Hellenism that was in certain ways a healthy one, the view already existed that if human beings are left to follow only their own nature regarding their soul development, then this will always lead to a sort of illness, and that the spiritual life in human beings must be a continual healing process. Those who are more intimately familiar with this aspect of Hellenism will not hesitate at all to agree that the ancient Greeks envisioned their highest spiritual life as a remedy against the perpetual tendency of the soul toward withering away. That is, the ancient Greeks saw their spiritual life as a way of counteracting death. For the Greeks, spiritual life consisted in reviving the soul in the direction of its essence. Thus, for them, their sciences were not just abstract knowledge, but something that stimulated a healing process within them. With a somewhat different nuance, the same view was also held by the worldviews that were based primarily on Judaism, and that talked of the fall and of original sin. The ancient Greeks also had the view, only with slightly different nuances, that it is necessary for the human soul to devote itself in life to a continuous healing process. Indeed, in the spiritual and cultural life of ancient Greece, people did not separate the activities they devoted themselves to and the way of thinking they cultivated into two distinct spheres. Rather, all these flowed together and merged. Therefore, for the ancient Greeks, the art of healing was indeed an art, but one that did not extend beyond nature. And it was precisely art that the ancient Greeks, who were eminently artistic people, considered as something that was not profaned or dragged down to a lower sphere by being compared with the process of healing the nature and essence of the human being. So, we see that in those ancient times, knowledge was not separate from human nature as a whole, and included all human activities. Just as philosophy back then also encompassed the knowledge of nature, as well as everything that is now emerging from the sciences, as they have been increasingly developed, so philosophy also included the artistic life. And people saw their religious life as the comprehensive, grand, healing process of humanity. Thus, when we look at knowledge in the way people did in ancient times, we have to say that knowledge back then was seen as something that comes out of the entire human being, the human being as a whole. Thinking already existed, of course, but humanity could not stop at that phase of cognitive development. What was it that was necessarily connected with that phase in the development of cognition? The answer is very clear. When equipped as we are with the scientific spirit of today, we delve, I would say as an experiment, into any work that, let's say, in the 13th or 14th century, was considered scientific, insofar as the natural sciences are concerned. If we want to understand such a work, we must not only familiarize ourselves with the terminology, but also must immerse ourselves in its spirit as a whole. I don't hesitate to claim that if we are imbued with today's spirit of science, and have not first engaged in sincere and intimate historical studies, then we will unavoidably misunderstand works on the natural sciences dating from the 13th and 14th centuries AD, simply because even at that time, and the further back we go in human history, the more it is the case. People did not only bring mathematics to bear in the outside world, but also a whole host of inner experiences, in which they believed as much as we believe in our mathematics. For example, nowadays, when we speak as chemists of sulfur, phosphorus, or salt, we address nature quite differently than people did in the past, when they talked about sulfur or salt. When we use our contemporary concepts, we do not in any way express the meaning that was intended back then in scientific books. For in the past, more than just mathematics was brought to bear on the results obtained from the observation of the external world. People back then carried a whole host of inner experiences, not only quantitatively, but also qualitatively, into the external world. Just as in the natural sciences we express a result in a mathematical formula and seemingly connect subject with object, so people back then also connected subject with object. But in those days the subject was filled with a richness we cannot even imagine today. And even if we still possessed this richness, we would not be permitted to carry it in the same way into nature. In those past times, people saw in nature much of what they themselves had put into it, just as we now put mathematics into nature. In antiquity, people did not think in any way differently about nature than we do, but they read much into it. And with that, they also read into nature what is moral. People saw what is moral in nature, so that in the course of 4 millennia, moral laws came into being for them in the same way as the laws of nature did. People who projected out into nature what in ancient times was understood by the terms salt, sulfur, phosphorus, and so on, could also project into nature what they experienced as moral impulses, and they could do so because inwardly they were doing the same thing in both cases. Now, we have broken away from this view of the external world, through which we project into it all those things I indicated. And that break was right, because this development had to happen. Now we introduce only mathematics into the external world, and as a result our sciences have become a sound basis for technical practice. But because we introduce only mathematics into the external world, we have no right anymore to place what is moral into the realm of objectivity by means of our sciences. In fact, precisely if we proceed scientifically in the sense that has developed in the course of the past several centuries, we must necessarily lapse into a moral agnosticism. For we have no alternative but to see moral principles as only a matter of the subject, as something of which we cannot claim that it arises from nature, in the same objective way as the natural processes themselves. And so, we must of necessity ask ourselves what foundation we have for moral science, and thus also for spiritual science and the social sciences, in a time when we legitimately must acknowledge phenomenalism, where external nature is concerned. That was the big question I faced at the time when I was writing titled The Philosophy of Freedom. Concerning what can be explored of the external sensory world, through the process of knowledge, I stood firmly, through and through, on the foundations of modern natural science, indeed on phenomenalism. Now, if we follow that line of thought in all honesty to its logical conclusion, we have to admit that if we are to find an objective basis for morality, we must be able to place next to the knowledge that leads to phenomenalism, and thus to agnosticism, another kind of knowledge. That other knowledge must be one that does not use thinking to concoct hypothetical worlds behind the sensory phenomena. Instead, it must be the kind of knowledge that can grasp the spiritual directly in contemplation, now that the spiritual is no longer introduced into the outside world in the former way. It is precisely agnosticism that compels us, on the one hand, to acknowledge it in its own sphere, and on the other hand to rouse our spirit to activity, so that we can grasp a spiritual world where, if we want to go beyond the subjective element, we can find the moral principles through objective spiritual observation. My book, titled The Philosophy of Spiritual Activity, has been labeled Ethical Individualism, and to some extent rightly so. But this only captures one aspect of it. Readers aside, those are two different titlings of the same book. One is The Philosophy of Freedom, and the other is The Philosophy of Spiritual Activity. End of readers aside. We must naturally arrive at an ethical individualism, because what we now see as moral principles must be perceived by each individual in freedom. Just as mathematics is developed as pure knowledge in an inwardly active intellectual process, and still proves itself objectively solid, so the content of our moral impulses can also be grasped in purely spiritual contemplation, not just through faith, but through purely spiritual contemplation. And that is why we have to say, as I did in my title, Philosophy of Freedom, that moral science must be established on the basis of moral intuition. As I said back then, we can come to true moral intuition in the modern way only if we realize that just as we isolate the individual natural phenomena out of the totality of nature, we must likewise isolate out of a directly perceived spiritual world, out of a supra-sensory spiritual world, objectively grasped moral principles. Principles that we perceive only spiritually, but that are nevertheless independent of us. Thus I initially spoke about moral intuition. This gives the process of knowledge a certain direction. Especially when the process of knowledge is to remain truly scientific, The soul is compelled to gather all its forces and to carry this inner strengthening so far that the perception of a spiritual world becomes possible. The question then arises, is that which we grasp in the form of moral impulses the only thing that can be perceived in the spiritual world? Or is that which leads us to our moral intuitions only one region among many? The answer follows when we understand the inner experiences of our soul as moral intuitions, and then continue accordingly. What the soul experiences in gathering its forces for the purely spiritual apprehension of morality, something that has only become necessary in modern times because of the natural sciences, those same experiences can now also be undergone in other spheres. Thus, when we have achieved self-observation of this inner experience that leads to moral intuition, we can in fact develop this inner experience further. The exercises you find in my book, titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, help with this further development. With these exercises, we do not stop at thinking, using it to form hypotheses, but instead we can look at this thinking in its vitality and develop it further into what I will explain in more detail during the second part of my lecture, and what can be called exact perception of the suprasensory world. What I mean here is not the mystical vision of ancient times. That sort of vision has been lost. Rather, what I mean is an exact perception of the suprasensory world in accordance with the sciences, what may be called an exact clairvoyance. In this way, we then advance step by step to those forms of cognition I characterized here recently in a public lecture, namely to imagination, inspiration, and higher intuition, forms of cognition that light up our inner being. As regards the question of how we can establish a moral science, and thus also social sciences, on an objective foundation, especially when we are firmly rooted in the natural sciences, I wanted to show you with my introductory remarks, first of all, that if we are firmly anchored in modern science, and yet are to turn toward life, the life that simply must be there for human beings who want to achieve inner wholeness, then we are impelled toward spiritual research. This research differs from ordinary research in that the latter simply uses those soul forces that are already at its disposal in order to extend its reach over the wide field of observations and experiments. In contrast, anthroposophical research first of all turns to human beings with the goal of developing within them higher soul forces, which, when developed exactly, lead us to a higher perception. This perception is then added in the suprasensory realm to what we find in the sensory realm by way of the exact methods of the natural sciences. How this higher seeing is developed, and how we can advance from the sensory to the suprasensory realm outside the sphere of morality, all this will be the subject of my talk after the break. And then there is a short break, and again, Rudolf Steiner. Ladies and gentlemen, the first stage of suprasensory cognition is achieved through what we may call meditation in connection with a certain concentration of our thought life. I explained the essential point in my previous public lecture here in Leipzig from one perspective. Today I want to characterize this from another perspective in such a way that we also find the way to a scientific comprehension of the world. The essential nature of this meditation, combined with the concentration or focus of our thinking, is precisely that we do not stop at that use of thinking which has developed through heredity, the usual upbringing, and so on. Instead, at a certain point in our mature life, we must take this thinking that we have acquired as the starting point for our further inner development. As you know, there are mystical people in our time who view thinking with a certain contempt, and who resort to all kinds of other, more or less subconscious forces of cognition, in order to arrive in this way at a sort of worldview that supposedly includes all that ordinary thinking cannot access. What we mean by anthroposophy has nothing to do with such a dreamy, fantastic immersion in an inner soul life, an immersion that verges on the pathological. On the contrary, what we mean by anthroposophy moves in the opposite direction. In anthroposophical research, every step on the path to the further development of thinking, to its transformation into a higher capacity, can be observed with the same inner, free, calm clarity we usually have only in observing the inner soul experiences that develop in such calm cognitive activities as the ones mathematicians cultivate. Thus we can say, we are taking precisely that thinking as our model that we modern human beings have developed in our scientific training, namely mathematical thinking. And we use it not only to seek some outer connections, but to develop a higher thinking process as such. If I may speak by way of an image, what mathematics undertakes in the horizontal plane, we undertake in the vertical direction, in that we carry out an inner soul activity, a soul exercise, in such a way that we account for every step, just as we do in the steps of mathematics. And we do this by controlling our thoughts and focusing our consciousness on a certain content of the imagination that is to be simply the content of our thoughts. What matters is not really the content itself. Instead, what matters is what we do with it. We should not somehow suggest something to ourselves. Indeed, anthroposophical exercises are the opposite of all those more unconscious soul activities. When we take the form of thinking we have already acquired and further develop it by resting with our entire soul activity on a clear, easily comprehensible content, and when this resting with a certain soul activity, this attention to that soul activity to the exclusion of everything else that can ordinarily enter our soul, is repeated again and again, then our thinking process is strengthened. And it is only then that we notice what, in the manner of speaking, was the good or positive side of materialism, of the materialistic worldview. For it is only then that we notice how all the thinking we do in our ordinary life, namely the thinking that continues in our memory, enables us later to retrieve, by means of our memory, what we have experienced in our thoughts. We then notice that human beings can experience everything that happens between birth and death only by using the body as their foundation. I don't want to say that the body is used as a tool, but it serves as the foundation or substrate. And it is precisely as we push our thinking further through inner development that we become aware that our ordinary thinking is indeed bound to the physical organism, to the body. In particular, the memory process cannot be explained without the help of a finer physiology. For only now do we realize that thinking is freeing itself from the body, that it is becoming increasingly free of the body. Only now do we ascend from a thinking that takes place with the assistance of the body to a thinking that takes place in inner soul processes. Only now do we realize how we are gradually moving on to this kind of inner experiencing, how it has not yet arrived, but I would like to say how it is preparing to emerge. When we transition from the ordinary waking state of consciousness into sleep consciousness, our organism simply no longer carries out the functions that are usually manifested in thinking and in the perception connected with that thinking. Because in ordinary life we can think only with the help of the body, thinking ceases the moment it is no longer supported by the body, that is, the moment we fall asleep. The last vestiges of thinking still appear in the thinking in images that characterizes our dreams. But when we again and again use exact inner exercises and thus advance our thinking ever further, we begin to realize the possibilities of a thinking that is independent of corporeality, of the body. Of course, as I said, this requires an exact clairvoyance as opposed to dark, mystical clairvoyance. As a result of the exercises I mentioned, anthroposophical researchers can point with such inner certainty to their developed thinking because they understand, even more so than the materialists, that our ordinary thinking is dependent on our physical organization. And anthroposophical researchers experience how the soul lifts itself up out of its dependence on the body when we meditate and carry out those exercises. In other words, we learn to make our thinking free of the body and to step outside the body with our I being, capital. In doing so, we come to know the body as an object, while previously it had been completely bound up with subjectivity. This is what those involved in education these days find it difficult to acknowledge. Although modern science has discovered what has been revealed and continues to be revealed more and more through anthroposophical knowledge, namely, that thinking is bound to the functions of the body. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that we must not stop at this realization about thinking, but must detach this thinking from the body by inwardly strengthening it through meditation. When we do that, this thinking is transformed. At first it is like this. When this body-free thinking flares up, and you experience being engaged in a soul activity that is like pulling yourself out of the body, then your thinking becomes inwardly more intense. Thinking then develops the same richness we usually experience only in sensory perception. Thinking then becomes vivid and pictorial, while still remaining as calm and deliberate as any thinking that is bound to the body. But once freed from the body, thinking becomes vividly pictorial. We think in forms and structures, which is the very same kind of thinking that was also present in its early stages in what Goethe developed in his morphology. That is why Goethe maintains that he can see his ideas with his eyes. Of course, he did not mean with physical eyes, but rather with what developed in him in an elementary natural process. This can also be developed by way of meditation. What Goethe meant was that he could see with his spiritual eyes, in quotes, what was just as pictorial as our sensory perceptions, but at the same time had an inner thought-like quality. I deliberately say thought-like, not thought, because what I'm talking about here is a more developed, metamorphosed thought, and thus thought-like. In this way, we advance to the knowledge of what we are as human beings in our earthly life, at least up to the present moment. Our ordinary consciousness is aware of the present moment and all the experiences in our environment. Even in ordinary science, we have this before us, as well as what arises in addition to this, namely the memories that emerge like thoughts and that we connect with our experiences in the present moment. The pictorial thinking to which we advance, and which I just discussed, is independent of the body and encompasses our earthly life up until now as one unit, standing before us as a tableau. I call this thinking imaginative thinking, not because it is a delusion, but because it takes place in pictures and not in abstractions. We then realize that in addition to the spatial organism, we also have a time organism within us, an organism for which before and after stand in just as organic a relationship as side by side does in the outer physical spatial organism that we carry with us everywhere. We recognize this time organism as a suprasensory one, and in my books I have called it the etheric body. But we can also call it the life body. What this body comprises is not identical with what earlier sciences have unjustifiably assumed to be a, in quotes, life force. That early science arrived at this life force only by way of an hypothesis, but our developed imaginative thinking encounters this life body as a reality. What our ordinary consciousness regards as things of the past in our inner experience, for example, as something experienced 10 years ago and now recalled to memory, all this appears in the imaginative thinking not as past, but as immediate present. We look at such experiences with the same intensity with which we look at something standing before us in the present moment. And in this way, what usually runs its course in time appears before us in a momentary unity. Our whole life is one picture, a picture whose parts inwardly belong together. We realize then that in reality what is past is also present, and only appears to be past because in the moment, our cognition, tuned to the current observation, only experiences it as a memory. In objective terms, however, the past is something immediately present, something real. In this way, we come to acknowledge the first suprasensory element within the human being. And we also come to acknowledge something in our living environment that the inorganic natural sciences, right up to chemistry, cannot provide. That is, we come to a vision that is the further development of Goethean morphology. We see how individual plant forms are only particular distinct designs of one and the same form that underlies all plants. This is what Goethe called the archetypal plant, which is not a cell, but a concretely shaped suprasensory form that can only be grasped by imaginative cognition. The archetypal plant lives, modified, metamorphosed, in every individual plant. We come to the recognition of what we find in the realm of plants if we want to grasp that realm fully. And in this context, we have to admit that if we do not develop this imaginative cognition that reveals to us the suprasensory dynamic element in all plants, then we can only come to know the mechanical, physical, and chemical processes that occur in plants. It is to the credit of modern natural science, for example in botany, that it examines purely the mechanical, physical, and chemical processes that take place in plants, or more precisely put, in the spatial element enclosed by the plant form. These processes are the same ones that are also taking place outside in the physical world, but they are grasped by something that cannot be understood with the methods of physics or chemistry. Rather, these processes are grasped by something real and suprasensory that is knowable only for the imagination, the same imagination in which we also find ourselves in a single moment, standing there before us in our entirety, with the experience of our whole earthly life from birth to the present. Through this we learn, on the one hand, why precisely the application of the methods that have developed in the modern natural sciences must inevitably bring us to a certain agnosticism regarding our understanding of the plant kingdom. That is, we see that agnosticism is necessary in some areas. And we can also see to what extent Anthroposophy adds something that must remain unknown to that agnosticism. You see, Anthroposophy leads us beyond that agnosticism, while allowing it to exist as fully justified in its own sphere. That, my friends, is the one thing I wanted to tell you. Now, the other thing is that on this level we attain a closer link between our being and the outside world. In our time, physics, mechanics, and chemistry, for example, are pursued in such a way that we inject as little of any human element into this external world as possible, and rightly so. We take as our motto that only where we refrain from anything subjective do we have objectivity. Of course, Anthroposophy does not want to challenge the legitimacy of this method in certain areas, but rather is keen to acknowledge it. Now, with what we come to know in the imagination, we can then grasp and contemplate what also lives in the plant kingdom. And then we arrive, on the one hand, at an intimate knowledge of our own suprasensory essence, at least as it exists between, and on the other, understanding of what fluctuates and metamorphoses itself in the living world of forms. And through this we connect ourselves as human beings at this first stage in our imagination with the outside world. That is, we reinsert the human element into our worldview again. The next stage of suprasensory knowledge is inspiration. We achieve this level by developing what I want to call the counterpole or antithesis to meditation and concentration. If you have practiced meditating and concentrating for some time, you know that as you have strengthened your thinking, you have at the same time had the inner inclination to come to a standstill in that part of the soul where thinking is strengthened. Indeed, leaving behind those strengthened imaginative thoughts takes more effort than leaving behind any other thoughts. But once you become able to cast these strengthened thoughts out of your consciousness again, to expel, so to speak, this entire imaginative world that you yourself have developed in the first place, thus emptying your consciousness, then you will see that this emptiness of your consciousness, after you have initially strengthened it inwardly, is something quite different from the emptiness of consciousness according to the ordinary standpoint, in ordinary life, where emptiness of consciousness is sleep. In contrast, the emptiness of consciousness that follows after we have first strengthened our consciousness and then cast out the imaginative world again, that emptiness is soon filled again with the phenomena of a world that is very different from what we have known before. Now we come to know a world to which we can no longer apply our usual concepts of space and time. This world we are coming to know is a real soul, spiritual, external world, and is just as concrete as the real sensory world around us. But this soul spiritual world can flow into us only if we have first emptied our consciousness on a higher level. After we have arrived at the level of imagination by concentrating on a specific inner content, and have become capable of perceiving while outside the body, because we have activity within us, not just the passivity that is typical for our ordinary consciousness, and because we have undergone the pertinent preparations, then the spiritual outer world can now enter through the advanced, developed activity of the freed-up consciousness. Much like the phenomena of the world of color or of sound enter into us through our senses. On the one hand, this spiritual outer world leads us to the knowledge and perception of what we were as human beings before we descended out of the spiritual soul world into the physical world. That is, before we united ourselves with the physical human embryo that was being prepared through conception in our mother's womb. We come to see what initially lived in a spiritual soul world and then united itself with the physical being of the individual. We come to know that part of ourselves which is basically completely ineffective and inoperative between birth and death, and is thus in a way excluded from our sensory life. But that part was active within us and worked in its purity before we descended into physical embodiment. That is one thing I wanted to explain. And then we come to know the human being more deeply as we advance to the second stage of suprasensory knowledge. This level must be developed with as much precision as the previous one, the imaginative stage, and this new knowledge, through which a spiritual world flows into us, just as pure air in the outer world flows into our lungs and is then processed further. This knowledge, which is only subconscious insofar as our ordinary consciousness is concerned, but is fully conscious and further processed by the advanced consciousness. This flowing or streaming in of that spiritual world is what I have taken the liberty of calling inspired cognition. That is the second stage. At this second stage, we first come to know our eternal being as something pre-existing. And this allows us to advance to what not only lives, but lives and feels in the outside world, what manifests and expresses itself in the living shaping of the inner life in such a way that this inner life becomes present to itself in feeling. We thereby first come to understand the animal nature that lives all around us. In other words, on this level, we add to our knowledge what we could never attain through ordinary perception, as it has been developed in physics and chemistry. We come to perceive the higher suprasensory element that lives in those beings who feel and perceive. In fact, we learn now to observe a new higher world through direct perception, not just through philosophical hypotheses in the modern sense. This is the spiritual soul world present in that part of the physical world that experiences sensations and feelings. With this, we move further away from agnosticism. When we simply observe the chemical processes in our sensing and feeling being, agnosticism must of necessity and unavoidably be there. We must observe those processes, and indeed it is to the great credit of the modern natural sciences that we can observe them. But in doing so, the modern natural sciences must inevitably turn into agnosticism. The latter must be supplemented, and this occurs when we learn through inspiration in free spirituality what must be added so that we can arrive at the full reality of sensing and feeling life. And in this process, we also achieve something else of which I want to give you an example. You see, we come to realize that the process that runs its course within human beings, for animals the case is similar, is not only an ascending one, but also at the same time a descending one. It is only at this point, as we advance to inspired cognition, that we learn to look closely at ourselves inwardly. Only now can we realize what is going on in our ordinary consciousness. Above all, we learn that the thinking process that runs its course in our ordinary consciousness, not the imaginative consciousness, is actually not a process of building up, but rather one of breaking down. That is, the life of our nerves is one of dismantling, breaking down. If our nerves could not be broken down, and of course also be built up again from time to time, we could not develop our ordinary thinking. When it appears in excess, our actual vital life essentially numbs our thinking, as is the case every time we go to sleep. The life that is permeated by feeling and thinking must at the same time carry a breakdown process within it, a differential process of dying, as I would like to call it. We encounter this breakdown process initially in healthy life, that is, in the life where this process occurs to make it possible for human thinking, in the ordinary sense of the word, to come about in the first place. Once we understand the nature of these processes, we can also recognize when they occur abnormally. There simply are certain organs or organ systems in the human body in which processes take their course parallel to ordinary thinking. Now, when those breakdown processes, that are usually the physical foundation of thinking, extend through a sort of inner infection, this term is not meant in its original sense, to those organs to which they are not usually allocated, then illnesses develop in those organs. It is indeed necessary that we develop pathology to the point where we can find again in pathology the processes we know from physiology. This is only possible if we can gain insight into the essence of these processes in our human organization. To make sure that I am not misunderstood, I want to point out again that where organization of animals is concerned, the case is similar, though slightly different. As we observe the processes in the human organism, we see that one pole consists of an organization arranged for breaking things down, while the opposite pole, in its healthy condition, cannot be affected by the breakdown process. In our inspired cognition, we come to understand what is responsible for building up and what is responsible for breaking down. When we understand this and then connect this understanding of our organism with the inspired cognition of the outer world, of the processes in the plant kingdom, in the mineral kingdom, in the animal kingdom, then we also come to understand those kingdoms through inspired cognition. As a result, we recognize the kinship between the human inner processes and the outer world, a kinship that is even more intimate than the one that existed earlier at an earlier stage of humanity's history. I have shown that at that earlier stage, human beings felt a kinship with outer nature, because they saw in what appeared in the various metamorphoses in the plant kingdom something they also found in their soul, in the life between birth and death. Now, as people also see through inspired cognition what they were in a pre-existing life, they gain insight into the outer world, not only into what lives in feeling and sensing, but also into what has a certain relationship to what lives in the human organization, which is oriented toward sensing and feeling, toward thinking. In this way, people learn about the connections between the processes outside and the processes within, as well as the connections with their life of sensing and feeling. We come to know what is produced in human beings when the breakdown process takes hold of organs that should not actually be taken hold of by that process, because that breakdown must only serve as the foundation for the thinking and sensing processes. When the organic activity for thinking and sensing takes hold of members of the human organism that should not be taken hold of in this way, then what develops is what we must examine in pathology. When we apply the same kind of thinking to the outer world, we find what must be dealt with in therapy. We find the relevant process of the polar counteraction, what I want to call the normal breakdown process inside us. In short, through inner perception, we find the connection between pathology and the therapeutic treatment, between the process of illness and the remedy. This leads us beyond agnosticism in medicine, not by negating current medical science, but by acknowledging what it can be. And in this way we find at the same time the way to provide the supplement to medicine that it cannot find on its own. If anyone believes that Anthroposophy seeks to cultivate any sort of dilettantism in any of the various fields of science, I must say that is not the case at all. Anthroposophy consciously seeks to be the continuation of what it fully acknowledges as the results of modern science, but it seeks to do so by adding the methods of higher knowledge. Anthroposophy seeks to advance beyond the shortcomings of the trial and error approach to therapy, shortcomings felt by everyone who works practically in the field. What Anthroposophy seeks to arrive at is therapy that is developed on the basis of direct observation and experience, therapy that has an inner organic connection to pathology. This therapy is in a sense just the other side of the pathology. When you can see in pathology simply the continuation of physiology by realizing the kinship between human beings and their natural environment, then you can also continue the pathology in a fully rational way into treatment therapy. As a result, pathology and therapy do not have to continue standing separately side by side, as they now do in the modern sciences tinged with agnosticism. These are only indications of what I want to give you because they can show, at least to some extent, and I know how imperfect everything is in an introductory talk such as this, that Anthroposophy does not at all, in some dilettantish way, want to oppose the established and recognized sciences. Instead, what Anthroposophy is concerned with is taking the agnostic form of science to its final logical conclusion, and in this way coming to see and know what must be added to that science. Indeed, many people already sense that the sciences as they are now are not sufficient, and especially the younger generation, feels this insufficiency. They feel that they need something more, that the sciences as they are not enough for them. Precisely if our intentions regarding the sciences are serious and sincere, we must advance through them to something else. And Anthroposophy wants to be there, especially for those who see the sciences not just as an answer, but rather, in a higher sense, as a question. Anthroposophy does not mean to push the sciences into dilettantism, but instead to proceed from them in the correct and exact way to what, if they are followed to their logical conclusion, the sciences themselves demand. Now, there is a third stage of knowledge, and we reach that when we extend our exercises to include exercises for the will. We use the will primarily to carry out what we can do in the outer world. When we apply that same energy of the will to our inner processes, then a third stage of suprasensory knowledge arises on the foundation of imagination and inspiration. If we are really honest with ourselves, we have to admit at every moment of our life that we are quite different today from what we were 10 or 20 years ago. The content of our soul has changed, and while it changed, we were completely, passively surrendered to the outside world. Thus, in particular, in regard to our inner transformation, a certain passivity holds sway in us. But we can take this transformation into our own hands and become capable of radically changing something in us that has, in a way, become habitual. Of course, only where such a change seems possible. That is, we can inwardly act toward ourselves in such a way that we transform ourselves in a certain direction through our own will, and as a result become a different person. For this purpose, we must actively strengthen our inner experiencing for years, often for decades, because such will exercises take time. For example, to do this, you may decide to develop a certain character trait or its manifestation in yourself. After a few months, you will notice how little headway you are making in shaping yourself compared to how your body shapes you otherwise. But if you continue and make more and more of an effort, then you not only see your inner suprasensory being, but become capable of making this inner being completely transparent, as it were. For example, our eyes, as sensory organs, could not serve us as organs of sight if they were not selfless, if I may use this expression. That is, if they did not, in a way, hold back their own substantiality. This is how the eyes become transparent, physically transparent. Likewise, through exercises of the will, our soul becomes inwardly transparent. I have only given you a rough idea of things here. You can find extensive details in my book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. We are, indeed, arriving at a state where we see the world, and without ourselves being an obstacle to this, advance fully into the suprasensory realm. For actually, because we always live in our body while we are in the ordinary state of consciousness, we are an obstacle to ourselves as far as immersing ourselves in the suprasensory world is concerned. For the body conveys to us only what is earthly, not what is soul spiritual. But now, when we can set aside our body, so to speak, we can see into a level of the spiritual world where there appears before our spiritual gaze what will become of our soul when it has passed through the portal of death. Just as in the other way I described earlier how we come to know our pre-existing life, so we now come to learn about our life after death. And just as we have schooled ourselves to no longer be distracted by the body, so we now come to understand, because it takes on pictorial form, the process in which we are engaged as we completely discard this physical organism and enter the spiritual soul world with our spiritual soul organism. The demise of our physical existence and the enlivening of our spiritual soul existence, this is what we experience at the third stage of suprasensory knowledge, at the level I have called intuitive knowledge, intuition. It is only now that we have had this experience of putting ourselves into a spiritual world without being caught up in our subjectivity that we are able to know this spiritual world in its full inner nature. At the stage of inspiration, we still experience this spiritual world through the way it flows into us. Now, however, at the stage of higher intuition, we come to know that world in its full inwardness. And now we look back to what at first appeared to us as a necessity, namely moral intuition. This moral intuition is the only aspect of the spiritual world our ordinary consciousness perceives, if it is properly engaged in the self-reflection of pure thinking. I have described the details in my book titled The Philosophy of Freedom. Now, when we advance through imagination and inspiration, and engage in exercises that teach us to completely set ourselves aside, and to develop the greatest possible activity of the spiritual soul element, while not being subjective, but becoming objective, to the point where we live in this objectivity itself. Only then, when we are thus firmly placed into this objectivity, can we really engage in spiritual science. It is only at that point that we become capable of seeing also the spiritual element that already lives in the physical world. And only then do we gain a real understanding of history. Looking at history as a sequence of external events following one after the other is only a preparation for understanding the spiritual driving forces that live in history. Full understanding of them is only possible through intuitive knowledge. And it is only on this level of intuitive knowledge that we comprehend our own I being, capital. Initially, our own I being appears to us as something we cannot comprehend. Just as in a dark room surrounded by light, we see the brightness out of the dark with our eyes. So when we look back at our soul, we can see the thoughts, feel the inner processes, and live in our impulses of will. But our actual I being is like a dark space in the soul, one that is now being illuminated. And so we come to know our own eternal being. Only at that point can we come to know the human being in such a way as to fully comprehend the human being as a social being. That is, we are now at a point where social agnosticism appears. And at this point, the matter becomes particularly serious. What is social agnosticism? It originates when we seek to apply to social phenomena the mode of observation we have learned to apply, and rightly so, to outer natural phenomena. That has given rise to various compromise theories in the social sciences and in sociology. Indeed, this applies to all theories about social life that have come about so far. What emerges there is a view of social life that starts with a natural scientific approach, and therefore must set aside everything knowable that is foreign to thought and is present only in the instinctive life. The most extreme example of this appeared in Marxism, which considers everything spiritual as an ideology. Marxism wants to see the impulses of social life implemented only if they develop out of the instinct, which for its part belongs to agnosticism. In other words, class consciousness is nothing other than the sum total of what is not rooted in knowledge of the human being, but emerges instead out of the instincts. But those who in certain living conditions develop such instincts must first recognize this. An unbiased look at human social life will tell you that particularly in the social arena, we have arrived at agnosticism. It may seem grotesque and paradoxical to most people these days. But in this area of the humanities, we cannot advance beyond this type of agnostic knowledge unless we rise to truly intuitive knowledge, and thus to the experience of our human essence. Basically, we only pass each other by today. We judge each other based on externals only. Social demands emerge as we develop especially the old social instincts most strongly. But if we are to develop an inner social soul mood, the intuitions coming from the spiritual world must permeate us in a living way. In our agnostic age, we necessarily have come to see something spiritual more or less only in ideas. Those ideas, however, if they are in our ordinary consciousness, are not alive. Modern philosophers talk of logical ideas, aesthetic ideas, and ethical ideas. And we can observe all these ideas and experience them inwardly in a theoretical way. But they have no driving force, no momentum for life. These ideas take on real life only when we fight our way up to the intuitive experience of the spiritual. We cannot arrive at social relief and liberation, and we cannot permeate our life with an appropriate religiosity unless we come to an intuitive, living comprehension of the spiritual. This living comprehension of the spiritual is very different from what we now call spiritual life. What we call spiritual life today is actually ideational life, or in other words, life in abstract ideas that cannot serve as impulses. But what intuition provides will once again restore to humanity the living spirit that dwells with us. All we now have are thoughts. And because these are merely and exclusively thoughts, they have lost the spirit entirely. Thus what we have are thoughts as abstractions, and we have to fight to regain the life in our thoughts. This life of thoughts is the spirit that dwells among us, not the spirit we only know about. We cannot develop a social life until the spirit again lives in us, and until we stop trying to design society on an unspiritual foundation, namely out of what lives in social agnosticism. Instead, we must design society based on the attitude that knows how to regain the living spirit through intuition. We can now look back to earlier ages. It is true, of course, that we have overcome them, and especially those who firmly ground themselves in Anthroposophy will be the last to wish those times back in their old form. Nevertheless, despite all their flaws, which are easy to criticize in our time, what those ancient times had is that in certain epochs they brought the living spirit, not just the intellectual spirit, among people. As a result, the already existing basis of knowledge could expand into an artistic comprehension of the world, religious permeation of the inner life, and social design of the world. We will have a new social design of the world, new religious life, and new artistic works, all based on the foundation of knowledge on which in principle they have always rested. But we will have all this only if we can regain a living knowledge, so that it is not only just our thoughts that draw their life from the Spirit, but rather the Spirit itself that will live in humanity. This living Spirit is what Anthroposophy seeks. Anthroposophy does not want to be a theory or a theoretical worldview. Anthroposophy wants to be what can activate the Spirit in human life in all its liveliness. That is, Anthroposophy wants to imbue human beings not just with knowledge about the Spirit, but with the Spirit itself. And this is what will take us beyond the age that has allowed phenomenalism to flower and has celebrated its peak. Of course, we can only wish that it continues to flourish, and we can only wish that the way of thinking that has become established in the natural sciences will continue to thrive in the precision and conscientiousness that have become standard. But at the same time, the life of the Spirit must not be limited to living on only in old traditions. Basically, all experiences of the spiritual today are founded on traditions, on the spirituality that humanity attained in earlier times. Our present-day art, for example, is essentially based on traditions that rest on the foundation of what humanity attained in earlier times. Today we cannot arrive at new styles of architecture unless we transform our consciousness itself. Failing that, we will simply continue to build in the Renaissance, Gothic, and ancient architectural styles and not achieve creative production. We will have creative production only when we enliven knowledge itself inwardly, so that we are not designing and forming just concepts, but inner life that fills us and that can build the bridge between what we comprehend in our thoughts and what we must create in the fullness of life. We must become productive by, above all, seeking to base our life on the foundation of living insight and knowledge. This, ladies and gentlemen and dear students, is what Anthroposophy wants. It wants to bring life into the human soul, into the human spirit, and not to be the opponent, as has often been alleged, of what it is keen to acknowledge as fully legitimate and appropriate in the modern spirit of science. Instead, Anthroposophy wants to continue along the lines of that scientific spirit, so that it can move out of the external, material, and naturalistic into the spiritual soul realm. And all those who in our time can see and understand the needs of human beings in this way are convinced that in many people there already lives an inner unconscious urge toward such a continuation of the spirit of the sciences of our time. What Anthroposophy wants is to shape deliberately, consciously, what lives in many as a vague urge. And only those will see Anthroposophy in the right light and in its right relationship to the sciences who come to know it in its truth, and not in the distortions that are so fabricated about it these days. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. As well, you can hear these podcasts at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. There are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 75 by Rudolf Steiner, 8 lecture/discussions entitled Anthroposophy and the Natural Sciences, translated by Sabine Seiler. This is the last lecture, which is a discussion in the book, Lecture 8. And I believe it's given after the lecture we just heard. Walter Burkett, Chairman. I want to thank Dr. Steiner for the lecture he has presented here, and I want to announce that a discussion is to follow now. Please turn in requests to speak and your questions here in writing. Dr. Dobrina. Ladies and gentlemen, after such a powerful picture of the current and past spiritual and intellectual history of humanity has been presented to us, it is not easy to sum everything up concisely in a few succinct words. But I think before going on to a critique, we must first appreciate the profundity of what we have heard. We must appreciate and thus acknowledge that a synthesis is being sought here of the natural sciences with their exact lines of thought and spiritual science with its somewhat antiquated forms. Indeed, the natural sciences have been able in the past centuries to mount the throne and to dethrone even philosophy as in part antiquated. But now those who are not satisfied with philosophy, thus toppled and thrown out of the realm of the gods, are looking for an impulse to bring philosophy back onto the old podium on which it stood in ancient Greece. And I believe that Anthroposophy, as Dr. Steiner described it here, is an attempt to shape that synthesis in such a way that in the first preliminary stages he acknowledges the natural sciences and makes an effort not to say anything against their exactness, in order to then move beyond them and advance them into the suprasensory realm. That step into the suprasensory worlds seems to me to rest on a weak foundation, and all the more so as Dr. Steiner works with concepts such as pre-existence. If there were more time available, one could ask more pointedly about what Dr. Steiner means by this pre-existence, or what nonsense he might still have to say about the post-mortem life, the life after death. And there is applause. Dr. Dobrina continues. At any rate, I believe that from this standpoint we can and must right away begin a strong discussion with him. And in the course of the discussion, it will become clear that Dr. Steiner's entire concept formation falls really into two entirely different spheres. On the one hand, he makes an effort to plunge into therapy and to examine Hellenism, in particular, with regard to therapeutic analysis. On the other hand, he works with concepts taken out of the old toolbox of theosophy and strongly reminiscent of quite antiquated forms of spiritual life. Applause again. Dr. Dobrina continues. For this reason, I want to say very briefly that the total picture that Dr. Steiner presented in his lecture here, as well as in his previous public lecture, seems rather inadequate to me, and that on this basis we cannot come to any critique of modern life, or of the struggles in the economy, or of the now prevalent opinion against spiritual powers that have fallen into decay. Applause again. And Dr. Dobrina continues. Perhaps Dr. Steiner will be so kind as to respond to this briefly. Walter Berkigt. Do those assembled take these statements as a question that Dr. Steiner should address right away? If so, I would like to ask Dr. Steiner to please respond to these statements. And there's applause. And now, Rudolf Steiner. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said at the beginning, my lecture today was intended merely as an introduction. And as I said in an introductory lecture, one faces the difficulty of only being able to indicate and suggest points that really need further explanation and clarification. And as a result, of course, a whole flood of unsatisfactory and unanswered points accumulates in the souls of the listeners that cannot all be resolved or clarified in the first lecture. The previous speaker's comments, I can't call them objections, concern the fact that he found the terms I used to be old concepts. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all our words, even the most ordinary ones, can be included in this category. When we want to express ourselves, to speak at all, we must use words. If you try to survey what is available in the literature of our day, which seems colossal even to me, I mean colossal here in regard to its abundance. For example, if you want to read all that was written by me, and there is laughter. Steiner continues, then faced with such an abundance, it is no wonder that in an initial introductory lecture, some things can only be indicated. Now, let's look more closely at what the esteemed previous speaker just said. He said that pre-existence reminds him of old concepts. But he has been reminded of old concepts only because I used words that have already been in existence in earlier times. Of course, I said that by raising imaginative cognition, which I have characterized, to inspired cognition, which I have also characterized, we arrive at the conviction of pre-existence. When I only describe how in this way we arrive at the intuition of pre-existing life, then the term pre-existence itself does not really matter. What matters is only that I explain how, through exact exercises, we can come to perceive what element of the human being existed before that human essence, if I may express it this way, united with the physical body, with what was being prepared in the mother's body through conception. Thus I use the term pre-existence only to point to something that we can see only if we have developed suprasensory knowledge in the way I described. In Gnosis we find a certain attitude toward this knowledge. Gnosticism as such has nothing to do with what Anthroposophy now intends. But that attitude toward knowledge that was present in the ancient Gnosis and that aims at understanding the suprasensory, that attitude has come alive again in our era. That is, in the era after Galileo, after Copernicus, in a new form. And now I want to tell you in more detail what would still have to be added. I will try to describe it in just a few sentences. You see, when you look back from the perspective of the knowledge we strive for, with the methods I discussed, to an earlier type of knowledge that is very different from the one I described here, then you see an Eastern form of knowledge that could actually also be called theosophical. It was only after that form of knowledge had developed in earlier ages that a philosophy came forth out of theosophy, and then out of that philosophy came Anthroposophy. Of course, if we understand these concepts in such a way that we retain only their abstractness rather than what matters, then we get everything jumbled up, and what is new will appear to us only as a warmed-up version of the old. This theosophy was achieved through very different methods of knowing than the ones I have described here. What was the essence of that method of knowledge? I don't mean all of it, but only a certain phase of them. For example, there was the yoga process of ancient India, and that is definitely not to be warmed up and rehashed in Anthroposophy. We see this from the fact that what I described seems initially to be quite similar to this yoga process, doesn't it? But if you don't read this into what I said, you will not find that what I describe is similar to the yoga process. That process is based on the fact that at a certain stage of humanity's development, when all of human life was less differentiated than is the case in our era, people sensed that there was a connection between the rhythmical process of breathing and the process of thinking. Today we look at the matter from the point of view of physiology, and we know that as we breathe in, we push at the same time the force of the breath through the spinal canal. That is, we push the air we breathe into the brain. The breathing process then continues in the brain in a metamorphosed way, so that you have, seen physiologically, a synthesis of the breathing process and the thinking process. This is the process on which yoga was based. Yoga transformed the usual process of breathing into a differently regulated breathing. As a result of the changed breathing process, that is due to a physical bodily process, thinking was changed. It was transformed in such a way as to make possible a certain conception in the old instinctive sense. In our time we live in a differentiated human organization, and therefore we now have to tackle the thinking process directly. And that is also why we arrive at a very different result. When you look at the concrete details, you will be able to clearly delineate the distinct phases of knowledge as they occurred one after the other in humanity's development. And then you will no longer even come close to the idea that what Anthroposophy, as the way of attaining higher knowledge that is appropriate to our time, offers the present era, can in any way be lumped together with what was available in ancient times. Of course, we cannot debate what I have not even spoken about on the basis of what I told you in an introductory lecture. I would have to continue now and explain further what pre-existent life is like. In my introductory lecture, I have not been able to say anything more than that knowledge of pre-existent life is achieved through the processes described, which are indeed different from what has ever been present before in history in terms of human beings' inner development. And now, I would really like to ask what justification there is for criticism when I use the word pre-existence in the sense in which everyone can understand it. It does not mean anything more than what the word says. When I understand existence to mean everything that is experienced through the senses and then speak of pre-existence, then obviously I am referring to an existence in the spiritual soul life prior to sensory existence. This does not point to some old theosophy. I am simply using a word that would have to be explained in more detail if we were to go beyond a merely introductory presentation. Thus, if you really want to know more about theosophy and want to look at what I have described in my book, which I also titled Theosophy, you will find that its beginnings can be traced to ancient forms, much like the beginnings of the chemistry of our time can be traced to alchemy. But the process of knowledge that I have described today is in no way similar to any process of knowledge from ancient times. Therefore, it is completely impossible that what will follow today's lecture, and what thus has not yet been said, can be made the subject of our discussion by claiming that pre-existence comes out of an old toolbox. As you no doubt observed if you followed the lecture, it does not come out of an old collection of tools, but rather continues certain attitudes toward knowledge that also existed back then, when the old tools were still in use and not yet considered old. Nowadays we have only vestiges of these old tools. They project into our time as religious beliefs, whereas in earlier times they were the result of processes of knowledge. Now we must once again, by way of processes of knowledge that are organized along the lines of the knowledge of the natural sciences, arrive at conceptions that can imbue the entire human being, not only the intellectually oriented human being. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone who wants to criticize something in any way must direct the criticism to what was actually said, and not to something that could not be said in the lecture, and of which it is then claimed that it was not supported, or was unfounded, or the like. How can something be unfounded that was merely a simple description? As in all my introductory lectures, I have done nothing more than describe something. Only those who know what happens when one really takes these things up would be able to say, really, taking these things up means no longer just speaking about them from the outside. Then you will see that these things have a much deeper foundation than any mathematical science, because they come much closer to the sphere of the soul than the mathematical processes do. And therefore, such a critique is an extraordinarily superficial one. Indeed, always being understood only in this superficial, external way is precisely what makes it so extraordinarily difficult for anthroposophy to establish itself. In no other science do people expect that just one lecture will give them everything. Only anthroposophy is expected to be given in its entirety in one lecture. I have said from the outset that I cannot do that. Applause. Steiner continues. The point here is not that I describe the old tools that are still available. For example, how the Gnostics in inner soul processes arrived at that sort of knowledge, or how the Eastern yoga schools arrived at knowledge. People who know those tools, instead of just talking about them, applause, will then no longer claim that anthroposophy is reminiscent of the old. People can make that claim is to come to them in the form of abstract concepts that owe their existence simply they have not yet been compared to the concrete, to reality. Of course, I could go on much longer, but this may suffice as an answer for now. Lively applause. Then Mr. H. Schmidt. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to criticize something, or rather place a question mark next to it, namely the following. Dr. Steiner said this evening that every scientific worldview is dualistic, in the sense that to what is immediate and certain, it must add what is uncertain. It is obvious that where anthroposophy is concerned, this other element is the supersensory world. But the scientific value of a philosophy lies in the degree to which it succeeds in presenting the inner relationship between the supersensory world and the sensory realm. Please note that I intentionally use the expression scientific value, and am not speaking about the cultural or psychological value. For example, Platonism, which did not succeed all that often in constructing the relationship between idea and reality, had an immense cultural significance. Now, in anthroposophy, Dr. Steiner is trying to show the relationship between the supersensory and the sensory realms. That is, he is trying to show the necessary transition from the immediate sensory world to the supersensory world, or seen subjectively, from empirical and rational knowledge, from scientific knowledge, to, if you will, super-scientific knowledge. For this purpose he uses anthroposophy. I am basing what I say only on Dr. Steiner's lecture and primarily on its first part. Quite frankly, my ability was not sufficient for the second part. Applause. H. Schmidt continues. Anthroposophy relies on the analogy to mathematics. Dr. Steiner explained how we project mathematics into nature. As we know, this was already established in the sciences of ancient Greece and is also well known. It is at any rate the ideal of the mathematical natural sciences to mathematize nature, as the ancients already put it. But in what sense can this be spoken of at all? That is the problem. Dr. Steiner explained with what emotion, with what passion, and with what personal involvement individual mathematicians assert their ideas of conceptual things in empirical reality. But what are the forms and constructions mathematicians are dealing with? These are not their ideas. For example, a circle a mathematician draws on the blackboard in order to demonstrate geometrical theorems. That circle is not the mathematician's idea. As a human being, he has nothing whatever to do with that circle. And perhaps he has nothing to do with it as a mathematician either, but as a human being only insofar as he uses his two eyes to perceive the circle. There is commotion, Schmidt continues. The concept of the circle that the mathematician is obviously dealing with cannot be presented in reality at all. It is never an object of sensory perception. Rather, the concept of the circle is a general one. Now, anthroposophy in particular needs something personal and real that it wants to project into nature. The general concepts that I have in my mathematical mind, so to speak, do not exist anywhere in reality. Thus, if the suprasensory world is to be based upon the sensory world in such a way that we can extrapolate from the subject to the object, then this can never be achieved by projecting subjective ideas into nature as mathematics does with its ideas. Therefore, the mathematical analogy in particular is not at all suited for this purpose, because mathematics is dealing with concepts that as such do not ever exist in reality. In my view, this is an objection to anthroposophy as a whole. On the other hand, today's lecture in particular emphasized the reality of suprasensory things. Thus, my point is that I cannot see how mathematics is to serve here to explain the bridge from the sensory realm to the suprasensory one. The main value of today's lecture was apparently the point that personal experience, personal excitement, indeed the totality of personal experience, is to be actively involved in thinking. But that must raise a concern in everyone, for the personal, the individual element, in particular, lacks necessity. What I personally envision, well, anybody can then say to me, it's only your fantasy, your imagination, and I have nothing to do with that. That, in my view, is an objection to anthroposophy as a whole. Applause. And then what was particularly important to Dr. Steiner, in the inner sympathy and engagement that his lecture evoked precisely at that point, it was indeed moving even for his opponents, namely the statement that Dr. Steiner sees moral intuition as the starting point for higher knowledge. Anthroposophy needs something suprasensory from which to derive moral principles. And it achieves this derivation, in particular, by perceiving the suprasensory. And that, quite frankly, I don't understand. Let us assume for the moment that there is a suprasensory cognitive faculty, or rather such cognitive faculties that we ordinary mortals do not yet have, and that it would indeed be possible to perceive the suprasensory with this higher cognitive faculty, to see the suprasensory realm as something really existing. How can I see from that what I ought to do? What I ought to do can never be derived from what is. There is no bridge from the sphere of what is to the sphere of what ought to be. Verkickt. Since for the time being there are no other requests to speak, I've asked Dr. Steiner to please respond to this. Rudolf Steiner. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, I want to say the following. On the whole, the nature of what I said this evening prevented me from speaking of analogy at the point where I talked about mathematics. And I ask you to remember carefully that I did not use the term analogy. That is no accident, but entirely deliberate. I could not use the word analogy because I was not talking about an analogy to mathematics. Rather, I used mathematical thinking to characterize the inner experience of certainty. And by trying to clarify how one arrives at an inner experience of certainty in mathematics, I wanted to show how in a very different sphere, where one tries to arrive at certainty in the same way, it is indeed possible to come to that same degree of certainty. Thus, it is not a question of an analogy to mathematics. Rather, it is a matter of presenting two real types of soul experience that are to be compared in nothing other than by reference to the attainment of inner certainty. Ladies and gentlemen, what the previous speaker said, therefore, does not follow on from my lecture. For if it did, he could not have used the word analogy. I have avoided that word because it does not belong there. Moreover, the previous speaker said that I spoke of the passion and enthusiasm of the individual mathematician. But that too cannot be the case, because I simply referred to the nature of the mathematical experience familiar to those who are initiated, schooled in mathematics. It is unfathomable to me how one can even come up with the idea of any personal meddling in mathematics. By contrast, I want to make the following comments. It sounds very nice to say that the inner concept of the circle has nothing whatever to do with the circle I draw on the blackboard, and of course I will not maintain that it has anything to do with the circle I draw, because it does not even cross my mind to say that the inner concept of the circle consists of chalk. This expresses no particularly profound truth, I would say. But when we move from the abstract kind of thinking to a kind of thinking that is in accordance with reality, then we have to realize the following. Let's imagine something we inwardly construct mathematically. For example, the following theorem. When we draw the diameter of a circle and then connect one endpoint of the diameter with a line to any random point on the circumference of the circle, and from this point then draw another line to the other endpoint of the diameter, then the angle we get there is always a right angle. I don't even need to draw this on the blackboard for you to prove it. What I realized there, namely that in a circle every angle above the circumference with its apex on the periphery is a right angle, is an inner experience. I don't need to use the circle on the blackboard here. And there's a shout from the audience. That's not true. Only when you have looked at it can you do the construction afterward. Steiner continuing. But without a doubt, what I draw outwardly on the blackboard is only an external aid. It is completely out of the question that people who can think mathematically would not be able to construct such mathematical truths, even the most complicated of such truths, purely in their inner experience. There is no question of that. Even if I had to rely on drawing those truths with chalk, that would still be irrelevant for the simple reason that the substantial validity of the theorem may be illustrated in the drawing, but does not have to be determined by it. If I illustrate for myself with the drawing on the blackboard that the angle is a right angle, this illustration does not say anything specific about the theorem's inner validity, and that is the important thing. There can be no question of first needing the drawing on the blackboard. But even if I did need the drawing, this would be completely irrelevant regarding what I have said about the nature of mathematizing, not about solving individual problems, but about mathematizing as such. What is crucial here lies in an entirely different sphere from what we have just discussed. For when we look at mathematizing, we are led to the insight that we experience inner truths. I also did not say that in mathematics we already experience realities. Therefore, it is entirely irrelevant when someone objects that mathematics as such does not contain any reality. In its formal aspects, it does indeed contain truths, and these can also be experienced. The path is important. It matters how we arrive at the truth, and how we arrive at knowledge, even though both initially have no reality within mathematics itself. But when we now transfer this mathematical experience to an entirely different sphere, namely to the one where we now apply the precision of mathematics to the real life of the soul, then the character of the precision we have first experienced in the mathematical formal sphere will be carried into the real. And only then do we have the right to carry into reality what is valid in mathematics only as a formal element. I have shown first how we arrive from the inside at truths that we seemingly transfer, albeit only in an external way, as unreality to observation, to experiments, or that we weave into experiments. And I showed how this formal character metamorphoses into a real one. But even then, what seems so plausible still does not apply, namely, that what is mathematical lives only in me, that the concept lives only in me, and does not live out there in reality, that what has been investigated and developed mathematically as such has nothing to do with reality. For does the concept of the circle really live only within me? Let's assume I don't draw a circle on the blackboard, but I have here my 2 fingers, and hold a string there, and set an object in circular motion, so that a small lead ball moves in a circle. The laws of motion that I now recognize by seeing them mathematically, do they have nothing to do with reality? I always proceed precisely in such a way that I determine the method in reality through mathematics. The way I proceed then, as I move from induction to deduction, is that I bring in what I initially found through induction, and then process it further with mathematics. When I put the end product of an empirical induction into a mathematical formula, and then simply continue with the calculations, then I count on what I develop mathematically through deduction as corresponding to reality. Because of that, only the mathematical is fruitful for reality, and not because of such philosophical arguments as have been presented here. Let us look at the fruitfulness of mathematics for reality. We can see this fruitfulness simply when, after realizing that there are irregularities deviating from the calculations, people say they will add another mathematical quantity into the calculation. And this is how we arrive at assuming a reality in a purely mathematical way. The reality turns up later. It is simply there. Thus, by continuing my empirical path purely through mathematics, I have shown that what is experienced inwardly can be applied to the outside world. At least I count on that. If we could not count on the fact that the real course of events we observe in the sensory visible world up to a certain point continues in our calculations, then what I have been talking about would not be possible at all, namely, that we feel satisfied in mathematics. What matters is that we take the concepts seriously as they have been explained here. Now, to the comment regarding what I said about moral intuition. As you may remember, in my lecture I said that intuition, which I called the 3rd stage of suprasensory knowledge and perception, appears last. But moral intuition appears already in ordinary consciousness. It is the only suprasensory capacity that already penetrates from the suprasensory world into consciousness at our level. Moral intuition is simply an intuition on a higher level that is projected down to our level of knowledge. I have clearly shown this in my lecture. That is why I spoke first about this moral intuition instead of waiting with it until later. I named it the starting point. We learn to recognize it, and when we have understood it correctly, we have a certain subjective precondition for understanding what comes after that. For when we compare with our usual reality, what we experience in moral intuition, we find that the latter has a different kind of reality, namely, quote, ought reality, close quote, the reality of ought. If you pay attention to the details of what I said, you will see that the difference between what is and what ought to be simply arises from the fact that the moral intuition projects into the sphere of our ordinary consciousness while the higher intuition is not a projecting down, but must be actively achieved by us. I didn't say anything about moral intuition being some kind of special case in the process of knowing general intuition. Rather, it is simply the first case where something intuitive appears in our ordinary consciousness, in our current state of consciousness. Thus, what matters here is a precise understanding of the concepts that are developed for anthroposophy. I wanted to give you suggestions. I fully understand that objections are possible, because naturally not everything can be explained in this detailed way, and so I assume that there are still many doubts in the souls of those present here. But just think how long my lecture would have needed to be if I had tried in this way to clear away those doubts in my lecture, the doubts I am now trying to clear up in my answer. All this is to be expected in a first introductory lecture, and not only in anthroposophy, but in all areas. That's what the lecture today was about. I did not at all intend to offer something all-inclusive and final, and I must say that some people absolutely do not want to accept anthroposophy at all. But I have found that often those who come to know anthroposophy best are not the ones who take a liking to it right away. Rather, the best workers in anthroposophy are often the ones who have overcome bitter doubts. Therefore, please do not take what I said with some severity in my reply, as though it were meant in a hostile way. On the whole, I am pleased with everything that is objected to here, because only if we can clear away these hurdles of objections can we actually enter into anthroposophy. And I have always felt more satisfied with those who have come to anthroposophy over the hurdles of rejection and doubt than with those who came to anthroposophy right away and in full sail. There is lively applause. Then, Mr. Wilhelm. I don't want to criticize anything, but only want to ask a question and would be very interested in Dr. Steiner's answer. Dr. Steiner replied to the criticism of the first speaker, who compared and anthroposophy, saying that anthroposophy's method of knowledge is very different from that of theosophy, particularly the old theosophy, and that in all of history, not anywhere can any reference or hint be found regarding the method of knowledge presented by Dr. Steiner this evening. I just want to ask in this connection whether Dr. Steiner is familiar with certain passages entitled The Green Face, a book that has a strong theosophical tinge, where that method of knowledge actually forms the foundation of the entire work. I would be very interested in knowing Dr. Steiner's position on this. Rudolf Steiner. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to point out first of all that if there really are echoes reminiscent of what I have said this evening in that book titled The Green Face, which was published a few years ago, then it would be possible to trace this to anthroposophy. And there is a shout, "Never!" Steiner continues. I've only said in general that this would not be contradictory, but now that someone here shouted "Never," I am in full agreement, for I find nothing anthroposophical in The Green Face, but rather find that what is said in that book about anthroposophy is based on methods of knowledge with which I want nothing to do. That is what I have to say to that. This is the end of this last lecture discussion, Lecture 8, and the end of the book Anthroposophy and the Natural Sciences, Foundations and Methods, translated by Sabine Seiler, and it is Collected Works, Volume 75.
They call it the crime of the century.
They're pulling bodies out of that